head. Wow. We made it, day 4.
We did it.
Can't
all the
believe
way.
It. We are literally the home stretch. This is the last day of TRCMA, and we saved the best for last for all of you guys. So today we got RUPES in the house.
Yes, we do.
We got Koch Chemie in the house. We got Solution Finish, the great Chris West.
Yep.
It's going to be a good show this morning, and then we're going to have a wonderful lunch.
And then come back for more.
Yeah, right back for more, because we got Jamie the Cleaner and Alex Dwyer and the Cleaner Cast doing the halftime show. So you're going to want to check that out as well. And then afternoon, Lake Country. Optimum.
Ooh, yes.
Dr. G's here.
Which is unheard of.
Right, first time.
First time he's ever been here. This is definitely a privilege. I'm very excited for that portion.
Yep. Yeah. And then we're going to be finishing it off with our buddies at RoadFS. They're going to be taking us home for the last bit of the show. Now, today also, we got a sale going on. 20% off almost everything at theragcompany.com.
Almost everything. Yes, we have to make sure that that's in there. But 20% off. You can head to theragcompany.com right now and check out everything there. And yeah, we only run 20% off every once in a while, and this is definitely something you want to take advantage of.
Yeah, because it's the last day the sale's happening.
Yes, it is.
So that means it's also the last day to pick up the special edition t-shirt. You can pick that up on the website as well. Back to TRCMA. You can also pick up the TRCMA edition towel that we have as well, and every order gets a Rag Company TRCMA style sticker.
Yes, they do, so, and they're awesome. Nate did a fantastic job with not just the shirts, but the stickers as well, and those towels. Right, you want to keep the vibes of TRCMA going all the way up to 2024. Yeah, pick up those towels, use them, and use them often.
Right, and it will remind you.
It will remind you of
maybe you
all
want to
the
go back
times.
and rewatch TRCMA.
Yeah, and that's the cool part about this entire event, is that everything after we're live still stays on the Rag Company YouTube channel, so you can go back and rewatch it in case you missed anything, because there's tons of good information. There's been new product releases, there's been a lot of educational bits, there's been a lot of entertaining bits as well.
Exactly, and that's one of the funnest things about the show. So thank you to everybody for tuning in for the last 4 days. Please enjoy this final edition, this last day here. Have fun with us. again, thank you to the Rag Company for allowing us to put this on. Thanks to Pepsi for giving us all the sodas and drinks. And of course, our friends at Brooks Running for the shoes. And then we cannot do this also without Nick Drake for letting us borrow his DeLorean.
Yes.
And the Peterson boys for letting us borrow their Toyota pickup for the week. So thank you guys for being a part of that. We really appreciate it. And yeah, so first up, the boys from Colorado and one dude from Florida. That's right, the great Jason Rose and Todd Helm coming here for RUPES.
How are you?
Hello.
Here we are. Appreciate being here. I just love what the Rag Company's doing, so we're excited to be here. We have some products to talk about, right?
That's what I've heard.
Yeah.
That's
so
what's on the table in front of us, Jason.
We have some new products that you may have heard of, you may not, but we're going to give you just an overview of several of our latest and greatest things that we just launched. So first of all, just want to talk about this thing. These are a set of wheel covers. And for those of you RUPES fans that love the branding, this is one way to add some branding to your job as you're doing Instagram photos or videos or whatever. But you put these over your tires and add some branding, but also functional benefit is it covers up the wheel that you just cleaned and the tires that you just cleaned. And when you do other procedures like sanding, polishing, or whatever, it keeps those wheels clean and those tires clean. So we're going to do a very technical installation of this product.
I would suggest paying attention to this. It's very difficult, and Jason has a lot of hints and
so you
tips and tricks to make sure you get your wheels perfectly covered.
So
first, you got to walk to the vehicle.
So it's got this elastic band. You just kind of reach over and tug it down over the wheel and tire. There you go.
Incredible. Thank you so much for showing that.
Very technical demo.
So what you were saying is the key is to go around the top first and then pull to the sides.
Down,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Little tips make a difference.
You know, it's the difference between a good and a great job. Everybody deserves a popsicle.
We have those in stock. All right. So the Reveal, we kind of nicknamed these the Reveal Sisters, but there's two products that are paint cleaners. So these are for preparatory before polishing and sanding, before coating application, things like that, or between steps of compounding and polishing. It also is a very good check for dieback and filling materials. These are great products for those things. But I do want to just explain the landscape on residues. So generally speaking, there are three different phases or three different types of materials that we describe on paint, things that get on paint and get in our way as we're polishing or putting protection products on. So there is a first category called non-durable materials or non-durable residues. And these are things like fingerprints and dust, polishing oils, things like that just kind of get on the paint while you're working on a car. And the Reveal Light, which is the less aggressive of the two versions, that is perfect for those kinds of residues. So
Reveal Light for non-durable
residues.
Understood.
And then the second category is durable residues or durable materials. These are things like carnauba wax, polymer sealants. These are materials that get on the paint and they try to stay on. So they try to layer on and bond on the surface. And those, especially if they're freshly applied, the Reveal Light will work on those. But if you need a little bit stronger chemical to go after those, it would be the Reveal Strong, which is our blue and yellow, consistent with the RUPES color scheme. So the stronger version, Reveal Strong, is for those durable materials and durable residues. Now the third category is a little bit tricky because we call it super durable materials. And these are the coatings and graphene, ceramic coatings, those kinds of things that cross-link and bond and really hang on to the surface for a long time. Now in that case, I got to describe two scenarios. So these super durable materials that get on paint, the Reveal Strong will go after and remove those if you're in that window of the application of the coating where it's still curing and it's a fresh application, okay? We're talking within 20 minutes, certainly under 4 hours of the application. You can kind of get into those and remove those. However, a lot of these products, most of them on the market, after curing and after they're fully cross-linked, they are chemically resistant. You know, many of them are chemically resistant, including these chemicals. So in that case, that scenario, you'd have to abrade that material off. So we're talking about compound or sanding or things like that. So
once the super durable materials lock, the only way a chemical is not going to strip
not
them.
going to get it.
Understood.
You got to abrade it off. So there we go. Reveal Light, Reveal Strong. They have gone out to our distributors, I guess, a couple, 3 months ago.
Sure.
So they're available, and we would encourage you to try these out. It's a great addition to your procedure for compounding, polishing, and coating applications.
I know whenever I polish paint, I always do some type of alcohol or solvent wipe, so strong or light, right? Because the blue is a solvent base, the yellow is an alcohol base.
Right.
So that's the chemical difference between them. But I've always kind of suggested wipe the surface first. You don't know what's on it, right? You really don't know, and any contamination can affect your sanding or polishing process. And perfect results require a perfect prep step, right? Like it's all builds on itself. So do you have a recommendation of which one we would use, let's say prior to polishing or during polishing, or kind of maybe some tips or tricks on how do we know which one to grab for?
Yeah, so the Reveal Light is made for any procedure and it's safe on all paints and all that. So we would recommend you do this one first.
Start with light.
And then the Reveal Strong is there if you need a more stronger formula to go after something more durable. And our tip on the application is we recommend you spray the towel and then wipe on the paint surface. There's a lot of people I've seen out there that spray these chemicals directly on paint, and especially the Reveal Strong on delicate paint or fresh paint, it can actually be aggressive, and you've got to be mindful of where you're spraying this.
Sure,
Yeah.
perfect, yeah. Great
All right.
addition, and definitely something to add into the paint correction process to make sure you're always getting a consistent result, and the result you're achieving is the true result.
Right.
So.
Okay.
Cool, so moving on to the newest addition, which is in our family of Uno products. And so I'll start kind of with a small history of the Uno products and our family definition, and then talk about the newest one, which is Uno Advanced. Three products in the Uno family. Uno Pure is a pure finishing polish. It's the finest abrasive that we can put in a bottle, and it mechanically polishes the surface. So the gloss and shine you get is created. It's super long lasting. The only thing that really can wear it down is abrasion through incorrect washing or mishandling of the paint. So Uno Pure, as the name kind of throws it out there, is a pure finishing polish. Moving to the next one is Uno Protect. So Pure and Protect came out around the same time. Protect was our design at a one-step polish. It's the most reviewed, I think I've heard the most reviewed video on YouTube, or detailing product on YouTube.
If you actually search on YouTube RUPES Uno Protect, literally hundreds of independent third-party reviews. I think it's our most reviewed product, and Rag Company likes it.
It's my favorite.
Levi's favorite.
We'll make sure we send the
we'll
payment after. When the cameras aren't watching and these aren't being recorded.
And we're not being recorded.
Obviously.
Gotcha.
Uno Protect, it is about 90 days of protection. It features a blend of waxes and synthetic sealant, so it offers a real protection package. It has good paint correction. It's actually, of the three, the most aggressive. So in terms of paint correction ability, it's probably closer to our yellow series than the white. And going back to the color coordination, blue is our most aggressive, right? So blue is always a compounding or a strong step in the RUPES color system. Yellow is a medium, and then when all of the Uno bottles are in a white bottle, because they represent a last step product. So they are, in the terms of Uno Pure, an ultra fine polish. Uno Protect is a medium polish, but it finishes really well, leaves a good protection barrier. And then the newest one is Uno Advanced. And Uno Advanced represents the latest in protection technology blended into a one-step. So there's real nanoparticles in here, solids that go to the surface, that cross-link and bond, and provides up to 12 months of protection. Decent filling. So Uno Protect and Uno Advanced both have the capability of either mechanically removing paint defects or filling them in. Uno Advanced, a little less cut, a little less filling, but awesome protection, superior gloss, the chemical resistance you would expect, and you have the latest generation of protectants on the market, regardless of their definition.
And I love how the Uno Advance, after the application, it leaves the surface really super smooth, which is one of those things that is like solid, tangible evidence to your customer that, hey, we put something on this paint. You can feel it, you can see the gloss, you can see the clarity. It's just an immediate transformation of the surface. Those of you that use it, you already know it's just a great product to give a once around on a car and really boost it. Now the other feature of Uno Advance is it's coating compatible, meaning that those of you installers that have coating applications, Uno Advance could actually be used on an age coating, talking 3-6 months later, that you get that car back in, you can refresh that coating, remove some minor defects, give it a little bit boost of protection, and use it as a maintenance polish. It's a great product for that.
And it won't degrade the water beading and those kind of characteristics you expect from a paint coating. Yeah. And so then looking at the 3 different Uno products, just some general recommendations of when to use either one. If you want to create mechanically the highest gloss possible, Uno Pure is your choice. So let's say you are a detailer and you stratify your services good, better, best. This could be a best because it is the perfect lead off for installing a actual paint coating.
Yeah.
Because what you see is what you get. Now RUPES always recommends following the paint coating manufacturer's recommended steps. So some may have a primer, some may have a solvent or an alcohol wipe. Follow that, but this is a great last step mechanical process. Or anytime you just want to create the highest shine possible. Uno Protect kind of sits in this weird area because it's so versatile. So on one end, we see people using it as a high-end follow-up to compounding and creating a really good shine. And then on the very far side is this express detail or this enhancement detail where you're applying it really quickly. You're getting a good gloss, but not all of it is from mechanical paint correction. It is filled. You know, we're very open and honest about that. So those results last maybe 90 days of filling and gloss, but you get an immediate fast result. So Uno Protect really kind of does everything. It can be used as a second step follow-up for compounding. It's an awesome one-step polish. I use it, and we did a lot of testing in Florida on my truck in terms of durability. And that's all my truck has ever seen. About every 4 or 5 months, I hit it with a white pad, and it looks great, and I'm not taking a lot of paint off, and so it works really well. And so that could be kind of, again, in that good, better, best, this could be your lead-off good. Great results, fast, high profitability, and then Uno Advanced. Uno Advanced is unique in the fact that, as you mentioned, it could be a maintenance polish for coatings, which is really cool, but it's also an excellent second step after compounding.
That actually is my personal favorite use of Uno Advance is a second step after compound. It absolutely finishes out that car amazing.
And fast. Right,
And
and I mean, work it in a little bit, get a little bit of correction. We don't want to glaze the surface. We want to remove a little bit of defects, but that has become my go-to. So again, in this good, better, best scenario, good could be Uno Protect with that traditional enhancement detail that we've kind of been pushing for a while. I know the Rag Company, I've seen a couple of videos where they demonstrated it. Get it on, get it off, create an awesome result, be quick, maximize the results in the time. Uno Advanced is a step up. Maybe instead of just doing everything with a large tool, now we're doing a 2-step correction. We're bringing in smaller tools, some edge work tools, which could be a good lead off for the next thing we're going to talk about. But you're gonna bring in a little bit more time consumption because you might do a compounding step first. But any of the finishes that any of the RUPES Blue products produce, so except for maybe the 4-ply twisted wool pad, but if it's a cut and finish wool pad on a rotary, if it's any of the pads on any of our DAs, Uno Advanced can mechanically remove that mark and leave a stunning finish with durable protection. And then of course we talk about Uno Pure, which would be just the last step of any traditional polishing process.
And then one thing to mention about the Uno brand specifically in our lineup, because those of you that know our system, you know, we have very specific products made for a specific tool movement within a system. Uno, to us, I mean, it means one in Italian language, but Uno means one product that can be used with any tool, any pad. So that's what the Uno sub-branding means for us. And the one exception is the Uno Advance. If you're going to use it as a maintenance polish on an aged coating, we recommend one pad and one pad only, and that is our ultrafine white finishing pad, because you don't want to take other stronger pads, you'll remove too much of that coating. So there's a very specific recommendation for the maintenance polish of Uno Advance.
Yeah.
But other than that, any pad, any tool, generally speaking, our yellow version of our pads in each of the categories is the best choice for these products.
So the quick recap, and then we'll hand it over to you and or us. Maybe I'll join you on the small tool. Uno Pure finishing polish. Last step in a paint correction, ultra fine paint correction. That's what it does. Uno Protect, versatile, creates a great gloss, immediate gloss, 90 days of protection. And then for the ultimate in gloss and protection within the RUPES lineup, Uno Advanced.
Awesome.
Cool. Moving on to the HLR.
So we will talk about our new
Hybrid
Mini. Many of you know our initial foray into hybrid, and that's another sub-brand for us. Hybrid means the ability to take one tool and use it with a battery or a cord. So we built in the technology to be able to have your choice using a battery or a cord. That's what hybrid means to us. So we launched the Nano, which a lot of people called the hybrid, or the iBird if you're from the south.
Still from the south. I think just from anywhere. Yeah, I got one of those iBirds.
iBirds.
Oh, really?
But it's called the Nano with hybrid technology, and this is called the Mini with hybrid technology. It's our next introduction into hybrid, and this is a very ergonomic, specific design to be able to be held with two hands if you want, one-handed. It has a tool shape that is very versatile. Use it in many different ways. I've got it fitted with our new microfiber pads. So if you haven't tried those, that's worthy of your time to check those out too. Microfiber pads, in the scheme of pads, there are three major materials: microfiber, wool, and foam. And of those three, microfiber is a great choice for hard paint. So if you know you're on hard paint, that's your go-to pad. It'll step up your game on cut and finish. So this yellow version especially gives you contouring on hard paint. So anyway, this tool, battery technology, and it is an addition to your polishing approach as a multi-tool system approach. A lot of people choose to do one tool as a single tool method for polishing cars, and they take that one full-size tool and do every part of the car, even the edge work and tight areas. And that's okay. It's been done for decades. It'll work. But it's technique dependent. You have to take this big pad and stuff it into little areas. And it also can be a little bit more risky depending on which tool you're using.
Yeah, the movement. And Alberto, one of the RUPES technicians, and I taught a class where we took 21s and we polished entire cars with them, and we taught the class because there's a lot of technique adjustment. Yeah. But you're running the problem of backing plate interference into adjacent body panels. You're putting the pad on any random orbital polisher. The pad is always the most compromised part of the system, and when you start fitting big pads into little areas with tilt, angle, and pressure, you really shorten the life of the pads, and even worse, from a profitability standpoint, you lose massive amounts of efficiency. So really, if the goal is to get the job done to the highest quality level in the shortest time possible, that's where these spot and edge work tools come in. RUPES came out with the original one. It was the LHR 75 in, I think that was about 2012 or 13. Yeah. A great tool, changed the industry. It's that 12 millimeter design. We see it in a lot of other tools. We've seen that, one of so many positive compliments on that tool. And now we came out with this, and once we get over that it looks a little different, which is a very normal comment the first time somebody sees it until they use it. But what's really interesting about the hybrid technology in this tool is, compared to our traditional Mini, which was groundbreaking, that is lighter, it is more ergonomic, and
more torque.
more torque, which is really a unique thing in the battery tool market. Is what we see is a lot of tools when they change the power source, they're coming down in torque a little bit to elongate battery life. In fact, how long is the battery life on this one, Jason?
Well, the runtime is at least 30-35 minutes under load. That's actually
Under load,
working
right.
the tool. I've had some experiences where it stretched out to 40-45 minutes. And then the recharge rate in the battery is about the same. So if you do the math, the kit comes with 2 batteries and you just swap out every 30 minutes and you can run continuously. But the most exciting thing for me personally on this, and I hear from a lot of our customers, is the torque is just amazing. And what that means to you if you're buying an edge work tool is that when you do polish out those scratches and defects on the edge, well, let's go over here. I'll show you over here. So this kind of tool would get you into these tight areas where a full-size pad on this curve would actually struggle a little bit. But because this 3-inch diameter can get in there, and you can get in there with a flat pad, it's actually ideal for these areas. Up in here, this is also an area where people struggle with full-size tools and full-size pads, but this tool, being a 3-inch diameter, gets in there really well. But with the additional torque that this provides, it removes those scratches and defects very quickly. So Todd mentioned the efficiency, and that's what this is all about. So normally with a full-size pad and a full-size tool, if you're doing a 6-pass application or roughly a minute of runtime, you can actually cut that in half. And you can short cycle this area and remove those scratches very quickly and then move on to the next area. So all of these areas up in here, anything that's tight, small 2-inch, 3-inch areas is all ideal for this tool. Even on this curve up here, this body line on the hood, the tool will be perfect for that. So this is the benefit of a multi-tool approach. You take your big full-size pad and your full-size tool, and you get the mid panels done very well in flat pad, like the tool likes to be flat. And then you can take this tool and do the edge work around the edge and get that done safely, quickly, and effectively.
Yeah, and even on Marty McFly's truck, there's plenty of areas where that tool will be a benefit. In modern cars, the edge work and the body panel shape is getting tighter, and sometimes I think car designers sometimes sit around and think, how can we make life difficult for detailers?
Let's put this razor sharp body line on the side.
Right here with a cove and that has no function. So great tool. The feedback from the market has been exceptional. And it does light the way for RUPES in the future as well.
So next, I think that's it.
Yeah.
Is that everything?
Well, that's everything that we came here to talk about. Is there anything going on that you would like to tell us about, Jason?
Well, I think we have a Q&A coming up. I think they said we might have some questions. Do we have any?
Hey, there we go. We're on screen now. Hi there.
Hey.
I got some questions for you, so not to worry.
We might have some answers.
Do we have to be truthful in the answers?
Well,
I don't remember the contract.
I mean, that's up to you. We'll just leave it up to you. But obviously, I've got Ivan, I got Bradley here with me, so I'll go ahead and pass it around question-wise. But we can start up. There's compliments. There's questions. We'll just do that. First of all, my guy Kirby just wants to say the branded tire covers are a very nice touch. He's a fan.
Thank you.
He's got good taste.
Fun little addition there.
And Jason did an excellent demonstration on how to install them on a tire.
Yeah,
well, there's a lot of confusion on those in the market, and is it bottom up? Is it top down? Are we going east west? Or that was obviously Jason's fault. He talks with his hands a lot.
All right, this next one I'll have Ivan read off.
What is the secret for removing Uno Protect? I seem to have trouble removing it. Is there a specific towel or method you would recommend?
Yeah, there are some tips we can help you with, and this is not the first time we've heard this comment, but I want to coach you on a couple things with that product, also with Uno Advance. So what I'm about to tell you is true of Uno Protect and Uno Advance, okay?
Okay.
These are very rich products. There's a lot going on in the bottle. We're trying to remove defects and create gloss and lay down protection, lay down solids. There's a lot going on. But the application, you need to put the product on thin and even. almost to the point where the residue you're leaving behind is translucent and clear, like you can see through it. If you're applying it like a wax, where you put a heavy pasty film on the car, then that is not going to work well with these products. They're designed to go on thin and even. And remember, the primary objective of these products is fast. So we want the application to go on quickly. We want the residue wipe off to be quickly. So if you're not getting a 1 or a 2 pass wipe with the towel to get this residue off, then that simply means you may have put it on too thick. So thin and even. Also, make sure you shake the bottle aggressively before you apply, and then during your application of the car, shake up the bottle as you go. And then another tip for wipe off is a 2-towel method. So I can show you these 2 towels here. There's a short nap, short pile towel, short hairs, and then you've got these fluffy long-haired nap towels. And a 2-towel method does really well with these products or products like this. So you take the short nap towel, wipe off the heavy crust, the solids part of the residue, and that's what this towel is doing really well. And then in that same spot, you take the long hair towel. I'm sure I'm in the rag company building. I'm sure I'm using the wrong words, but long hair, short hair.
That sounds technical. That sounds very technical to me.
These are different breeds of dogs.
Those are these are amazing towels. I wonder where we could purchase some high quality
really good
towels and rags like this.
So the 2-towel method does great. So I hope that helps for this viewer that asked that question. Just thin and even.
Thin and shake.
Shake the bottle.
For sure.
And then a 2-towel method. And if you find that you're still getting like a greasy, wipe, that you're just moving product around. I forgot to say the one thing that's important about these is wait a full 20 minutes.
20 minutes before wipe off and 4 hours before exposure to moisture. So
you're going to put it on the entire car and then wait a full 20 minutes. And I'm talking at least 20 minutes. It could be 2 hours, but wait a full 20 minutes and then that wipe off will come off much easier for you.
And a follow-up question, it wasn't asked, but as far as the product goes, humidity, how much does that affect the process?
Mr. Florida guy?
Yeah, well, first of all, when I see difficult wipe-off of either Advanced or Protect, generally it's over-application. I'm not blaming anybody, I'm not saying that's always the cause, but it's common because it's hard to imagine how little goes a long way. I mean, very little of the product will cover a huge amount of surface area. Now, as far as humidity affecting wipe-off, that 20-minute recommendation in some ways kind of represents a worst-case scenario. So as long as we've waited 20 minutes in Florida, we've had no problem with wipe-off. Provided that it's applied thin. If you can see a thick white haze as it dries, then it's probably too heavy. Whisper thin is better than. Although we're okay with you using more product. So.
I mean, we're Americans and we think more is better. So if we hose it on, it must work better. But that's not true of these.
Half a bottle per car.
Oh boy!
So Todd gets paid on commission, I think.
All right, this next one I'll have
by the ounce.
I'll have Brad read off this next one from Hans.
Yeah, here's another question I'm sure many have in mind. Ooh. When will the new battery-powered 15mm machine launch? Not asking for a friend.
I think tomorrow.
We're in the lying part of the show. Okay.
A rag company just caught us. We've just been so quiet about it, but now
you got me, boys.
Well, we cannot confirm nor deny.
The HLR is a nice way moving forward.
I heard it was before Christmas. Just we don't know what year.
Yeah, could be any year.
Yeah. Before February 3rd of something.
Hey, did I mention we have these tire covers?
Yeah. And
If
you give us a few seconds, we'd like to talk about solvents and alcohol-based wipes.
Oh, excellent. Yeah, no, that's what happens. Okay, yeah, deflect. Speaking of which, Glenn just wanted to point out, it's all about prep. And to that point, obviously with the products there, I mean, you could take a little second, maybe give us a 30-second blurb on the importance of prep work, because I know some guys might think it's take it lightly and just get right to the point. I want to polish things. It's there's something to do before you do that.
Yeah, prep work sets the foundation for everything else. In fact, rushing through prep work, in my experience, is often a recipe for disaster, because anytime you start introducing or not controlling the variables that can affect the process, and really that's what prep work is, in my opinion, for paint correction, is setting and controlling the variables so you can predict the result. So anytime you allow side impacts to get in the way, your result potential, now sometimes you may get lucky and it doesn't make a difference, but other times you can run into a lot of trouble. So.
Well, and there's a lot of comments I'm reading on the Instagrams and the social media that protection products are failing when they see, the features of protection fail prematurely. And, we go back detailing many years, decades, and it was always the case. But because coatings has raised awareness on this prep, but with regular Carnauba wax or a machine-applied polymer sealant way back 20 years ago, it's always been the case that if you don't do a proper wash, if you don't properly decontaminate both chemically and mechanically, then these protection products don't bond as well, they don't perform as well, and they don't last as long. It's always been the case, but now there's enhanced awareness because of paint coatings, and you can cause a protection product to fail within days.
Well, even polish technology, right? Technology in the abrasives has gotten smaller. We've moved away from really harsh and aggressive solvents that can help clean the abrasives during the polishing process. Yeah. So even in terms of getting the most out of the modern polishes, which is incredible, right? When you and I started, the idea of a compound producing a high gloss was almost hard to conceive. Yeah. I mean, it was just and now we're there. But what as these products continue to become more and more advanced. I see what you did. Did you like that? That was my one good thing I've done this whole. I apologize for everything else. But as the products become more advanced, I think prep actually becomes more and more important to make sure we're getting the full potential of those products.
So very important.
Excellent. And I know you answered this in the comments, but I'm going to have you read it anyway.
Yeah, so
Ivan.
Glenn Dennis is asking, can you use this or the Reveal products before any coating or any particular coatings?
Well, to Todd's point earlier, and as a company, RUPES, we want to draw the attention to this answer to the coating manufacturer. So pay attention to what your manufacturer of your protection product is recommending that you do prior to the install of their product, and during the install of their product, and after the install of their product. Just pay attention to their direction. So we defer that to them first and foremost. But with our product, yes, you can use Reveal Light or Reveal Strong prior to a coating application, prior to a compound step. You can use these between steps or at the final wipe down before adding protection.
I find myself using Reveal Strong, particularly when I'm polishing a car for the first time and I don't know what's been done to it, and it's factory OEM paint. But then once I kind of do that process, I switch over to Reveal Light between steps and for prep work.
Yeah.
No, that makes sense. And then this one's not really a question so much as a comment. I haven't seen this, so I'm afraid it may be somewhere we can't talk about. But Joey says, Levi has a Uno Protect tattoo.
I can confirm that. It's not in a place we want to.
Okay. Yeah, we'll just move on. We'll move on. We're all fans of it here, though. I think we've established that. So, Bradley, you got this next one.
All right. For the panel preps after wiping down, is there a wait time until the solvent evaporates before a coating?
Yeah, this is actually a good suggestion. I'm glad the question's asked to raise awareness to this. So anytime you're solvent loading, I call it solvent loading, but you spray chemicals on a paint. Paint has porosity, and it's elastic, and it's a semi-permeable membrane, just like the human skin. There are fluids that come out of our skin and fluids that can get in our skin. The car paint, even though it feels hard to the touch, it's the same way. Fluids can go in and out. So you do want to wait. This actually happened a couple days ago. I was in a training class. So it depends on your climate. The amount of time you wait really depends on how much humidity, how much temperature, how much airflow you have in the environment you're working. But you want to wait at least 5, maybe 10 minutes to let solvents outgas once you've wiped on a panel.
Great point. Great question.
Yeah.
All right. And we're getting live from the source. Apparently, Levi's wife is saying the Uno tattoo is news to me. So that's an important distinction to note there.
I took a photo.
Oh, okay, okay.
I think it's under his hairline.
Okay. Ulysses, just popping in here to say, reveal is RUPES panel prep? I must have missed that part. Well, we've been talking about it for a minute, but now you know.
There you go.
I'll go back to my queue here. Let's get one for Ivan. Let's try this one. Oh, this is important.
So, RUPES, are your polishers and compounds body shop safe? And are they filler and silicone free?
The DA series and rotary series of polishes and Uno Pure are silicone free. Body shop safe is a little bit of a trickier one to unpeel because there are silicones in both the Uno Advanced and Uno Protect.
Yeah.
However, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not body shop safe. The confusion is it's primarily airborne silicones that are not body shop safe. There's also, silicone is a very broad term with a lot of different silicones, but these are not permeable. They're not going to bond. Any regular panel prep that was done should easily remove whatever residue is on there. So from that standpoint, they are body shop safe. In fact, we know a lot of body shops, particularly in Europe, that are using Uno Protect.
Every day without any paint contamination.
Correct.
Yeah, the true contaminant, is, like you said, is the airborne silicon. So
or bad prep.
Or if you're touching it and you just handle the panel.
But body shops that are adverse to using silicone and prefer that they have an SOP that limits silicone use, well, these do have silicone in them. So that may not be for them.
Only those.
But actually, so Jason and I had done a lot of research on this. In one of the RUPES employees in Europe was a coating, what was Fabrizio's? He was a coating engineer or something like that.
Woodworking, paints and coatings.
But his background, and we did, and so it turns out that silicone is actually in some clear coats, and silicone, ironically, is in fisheye eliminator, which is added to clear coat to prevent fish eyes. So not all silicones are necessarily unsafe for that environment, and if used as directed, these are fine.
And
but
actually,
we understand
the reality is that in a body shop or a collision repair environment, there are many, many products in that building that contain silicone as an ingredient. There's seam sealers and all kinds of dressings and things that get applied to a car. So there's a one standard of no silicone, and then there's is it body shop safe? And what we're saying is airborne silicones are a risk in a fresh paint environment. These are not airborne silicones.
But we understand. Some shops try to eliminate any chance of contamination, and that's certainly fine. In that case, these may not be the products for you.
Okay, no, that was a very helpful distinction. So thanks for kind of pointing that out. I think a lot of people actually learned something.
Yeah, and having owned body shops, I can tell you that a lot of body shop owners and employees are afraid of the word silicone. Never mind having silicones in the product. You just mention the word silicone and they get goosebumps. So
yeah, it's a black flag, unfortunately.
All right, Bradley, you got this one.
You guys may have touched on it, but Edmund's asking, is there a benefit to waiting longer than 15 minutes for Uno Advanced to set up before wiping it off? 20 minutes is the recommendation. So
at least.
The first benefit is doing 20 minutes. But after that, we've kind of tested this on purpose and accidentally with both the Uno products, and I've left it on for almost, I think it was 3 days, and wipe off was easy. I think you had a situation where you put it on Friday in the academy and came back on Monday and it wiped off easy. So the benefit seems to be that a little bit longer dwell time can, especially if it's applied thickly, make the wipe off even easier. What there isn't is a negative. So if you have the ability to leave it on, then leave it on. Any benefit is not going to be dramatic. I think it's really kind of limited to wipe off, but for sure, if you can't get it off right away, don't worry about it, and the wipe off should be easy.
Let me explain the science behind this dwell time, waiting for the residue to. So the science behind this is both Uno Protect and Uno Advanced. They have ingredients in there that are carriers. They deliver the solids, which is machine applied, but it's delivered to the surface. Now, what's happening in the 20 minutes is the solids are laying down. There's some materials like carnauba waxes and polymer sealants that are laying down and they're settling on the surface. At the same time, there are fluids that are outgassing during that first 20 minutes. So that outgassing actually triggers the polymer sealant to cross-link. So this first 20 minutes is very important. You want to lay down this product thin and even, and then don't agitate it. Don't start wiping on it. Just leave it alone. Let it do its thing because it's beginning to do what it needs to do. And then you can wipe the residue off after 20 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or longer.
Or longer.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to follow up with actually Simon Bach, although we call him Simon Birch around here, just for fun. He's asking, now the question is, how long can we go without wipe off?
We don't know. We've gone
mystery.
as long as 4 or 5 days and had no issues. Actually, at that point, my fear is this, and I don't know how founded it is, but dust and dirt is landing on the surface, so now you're grinding things into the paint as you're wiping off the residue. So that, to me, is probably the biggest problem with an extended period of having residue on the surface. But chemically, after a couple hours, I don't think there's really a reaction happening. So at that point, it could be 1 day or a year, and the wipe-off should be fairly consistent. But again, now you're competing with all the stuff that's landed on the paint in that process.
Well, and it kind of defeats the purpose of the efficiency built into the product, where you're trying to get it on and off the car in under an hour is what we're targeting for application time. And
it would be really protected.
Huh?
I mean, it would be incredibly well protected. Just put a bunch on and never touch the car
and
again.
then drive around with the residue.
Could look a little weird, but
Well, yeah, and if Dane could actually keep a car this long,
Well-
it would be interesting to put it on his Flex and then see.
it's limited by my ability to keep a car.
Right,
Keep a
but
car.
and then see if at TRCMA 2024 you can wipe it off, but he won't keep it that long.
That could be quite a demo. I'm just saying, maybe a test is in the works. Tell you what, we got a familiar face here. Ivan, I'm going to have you read this one.
How about dusting?
Oh, Brian. Hey,
Yeah.
Brian.
Brian is concerned about getting dust on his hat.
Exactly.
That's
the
true. He
picture,
wears those black
and
hats that they'll show everything.
Brian's,
But he has no eyes. He can't see the
Yeah,
dust.
I don't know what happened to him. It's I saw him not that long ago, and
That's
yeah,
looking nice.
So, yeah, it's a nice touch.
I'm assuming he's talking about Uno Advanced, but none of the Uno products should have
Yeah.
any issues with dusting, and they were formulated specifically to be very, very low in dust.
If you
So
are getting any dusting with these, and it's not expected at all, but if you are,
I would take off the hat. Yeah, I mean that's
get,
an issue.
And
When
get some eyes. So
yeah,
you can
maybe
see.
get some eyes,
No,
and then
the-
you can see that there's no dust, Brian.
It probably is a pad cleaning issue. You really need to blow out the pad and clean that pad,
Okay.
because the products themselves are not adding dust.
Well, and it may not be a Brian problem, but perhaps the dust is actually somebody's dandruff. That's always an option, too. So,
Definitely.
yeah.
That is-
Not
In that case,
Brian's
put
problem.
on the hat. Yeah, if that's the case.
You know, just looking out for our friends. Yeah. We got Glenn here saying, is RUPES going to market a pure coating? I guess
gosh.
they got an idea
You know,
because
it's
of the
like-
advance.
So let's
You know,
defer to the
it-
same answer as the
it-
15 millimeter.
Yeah, you caught us.
Same answer as a 15 millimeter battery.
In
yeah.
fact, I was kind of thinking we could lay out our plan for the next year.
Oh,
And then,
Oh,
yeah,
just
if
you
you
just
tell
guys
us.
want
don't mind.
to do
Why
that
don't-
right here.
Why
Okay.
don't we just tell all our competition what we're
That's
about
what I was
to do?
thinking. But no, we appreciate the questions, of course, and there's certain things that we're working on that remain proprietary, but stay tuned.
Do you want me
please.
to do a Michael Jackson moonwalk?
Can you?
I can't.
Because that wasn't
I might
it.
hurt
I mean, yeah, that, actually,
I might hurt.
I think you might have.
So, in the case of this next one, MB Auto Detail says he loves his current Mini, but he hates the long cord. It sounds like it just needs a battery.
Yeah, we have a solution for you.
Yeah, it's right there in front of you.
The hybrid mini.
Done and done. All right.
Problem
so-
solved.
Yeah, there's
Bradley?
actually we have three minis now. So there's the mini corded tool, which he's referring
Oh,
to.
right. Yes.
And then we have the mini pneumatic,
There's actually 4.
which is a
There's
power-
two
Pneumatic.
pneumatics.
Forgot about that one. Yeah.
LTA.
triple
yeah,
action.
yeah.
and then our hybrid mini. So
Yeah.
those
Okay.
3. He's referring to a 4th one, which is
An
an
industrial tool,
focus,
yeah.
focus tool, but it's pneumatic as well.
Still counts.
Yeah.
So Bradley, you got this one.
And Simon's looking forward to a little bit more of the functionality of those wheel covers aside from the branding aspect. He says, I've been wanting those wheel covers for ages, as sometimes I accidentally hit the wheel when coating and throw the towel away immediately.
Oh, yeah, that's
Well,
a good point.
yeah.
You can keep the towels clean if you accidentally hit the tire.
All right. Then I got Eddie simply saying he needs to raise his credit card limit, so he's getting on that.
We agree, and my recommendation would be to call your credit card company. There's usually a number on the back. Let them know that you're interested in purchasing high-quality RUPES products from the RAD company, and they would gladly show you Levi's tattoo and raise your credit limit.
Say no more, sir. Here's an extra 10 grand. Okay,
Good
here we
return on
go.
your investment.
You need to
with
go
that
to
one.
30 grand. It's
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, we're bumping it up. Ivan?
Yeah, so which polisher and compound does RUPES recommend for beginners and do-it-yourselfers?
A couple of each. I would say all, as my Spanish-speaking friends would say, todo. But I'm not sure. I mean, really, within the system, it's pretty pretty user-friendly. Probably DA Fine is our most versatile product. And
if you're new to our system, I think the thing you can start at, if you look at our color scheme, I don't have everything out here, but anything that's branded with the color yellow,
medium
that's
or
a
fine.
medium of our range of aggressiveness. So yellow pad, yellow liquid. Sorry, that's where it'd be good to like start in our system and learn how to use it.
Yeah,
what machine?
It provides probably the most versatile tool is the LHR 15 Mark III. That tool is a great, blend of performance between cutting action and versatility on a wide number of body panel shapes. So if I had a beginner package, it would be the 15 Mark III, the DA Fine, and then yellow wool and yellow foam pad, and that would give you the versatility. Yeah, even with the yellow wool, we use that all the time to remove 3,000 grit marks. Not that we would recommend a beginner do that, but you will have the ability to grow into that as you feel more comfortable polishing without getting crazy to the paint. So.
And then another option, if you prefer a smaller body frame, a smaller tool,
The Duetto.
almost as powerful as the 15 millimeter
Yeah.
tool. So same price point range, but there's the tool called the Duetto.
The LHR 12E Duetto is a little smaller orbit too. It's a 12 millimeter orbit versus a 15, so it does tend to be a little bit more versatile. You're trading just a touch of top end power for even better versatility, and that tool, every time I use it, I always wonder to myself why I don't use it more.
Yeah, you can one-hand it on the roof of a car and kind of get long extensions. So it's all good, like
Yeah.
Oh, no. By the way, Joey did point out that's the first moonwalk he's ever seen go forward.
Yeah. Me too, Joey.
And Brian also said Jason needs a hat.
Jason would look great in a leather fedora, by the way.
You might need to use some reveal to get Brian's face to show up on the other one there. We got a few little good ones here, but I've got real questions. Don't worry, there are real
Thanks for pointing
ones.
out my deficiencies in my moonwalk. Yeah, appreciate it.
All right.
We'll never get to see it again.
Okay. Here's a good one I can get there. I'm gonna throw up Pasquale here because he actually just bought himself a RUPES dual yesterday. Had everybody sign it, but Ivan, if you could.
Yeah, after using HLR for a couple of hours, it starts getting hot on the top handled trigger. Would you consider that normal?
Shouldn't get hot.
No, if it's hot, I mean, is there going to be a little bit of warmth? Sure, there's a transmission in here in this vertical stack and the motors, so we would expect a little bit of temperature increase. But to me, hot's a little bit concerning because that would mean it's becoming uncomfortable to the touch, and that absolutely should not happen. So if it's getting uncomfortable to the touch, then contact your distributor, and I would suggest let's look at the tool and see what's going on, because that's beyond the realm of normal.
Well, my recommendation there is the speed dial goes from 0, up to 5. So there's 5 settings on the speed dial, and a lot of people try and crank this up to 4 and 5. And I would recommend that you actually experiment and try this at speed 2 or speed 3. The tool has a lot of torque, so it does a lot of work quickly, and you don't need the high speeds on the dial. So maybe with
it could
heavy
be a technique
pressure
adjustment.
and
Yeah, 5 and ramming down on it, it
Yeah,
could
you're
get
gonna
hot
warm
because you're
things up.
pulling a lot of
Yeah.
power through the motor. But if it's uncomfortably hot,
Yeah.
that's outside the realm of normal operating temperatures for sure.
Try the lower speeds. I think you'll find that the tool will do just as much work at lower speeds.
Okay, and I was told I had one more question, so I just want to get this one there because I think this is an important one.
Sure.
No, I
Bradley,
don't
if you
have a
wouldn't
tattoo.
mind.
I assume using reveal and any panel wipe of that matter softens the paint?
It can, especially given refinish paint scenarios where you're on repainted cars. Back in the day, I'm going back 20, maybe 30 years, but the paint technology actually had some solvency to it. So you would add solvents and soften the paint. And that happens less and less with today's current polyurethane. It's, paint that locks up tight and it doesn't re-soften with chemistry. But there is situations where you'll be on an older car, single stage maybe, where it could actually pre-soften the paint. And that can happen, but I would say that it doesn't happen as much as it used to.
And is that permanent? Or is it a temporary effect?
It'll temporarily soften, and then when the solvent outgasses, it hardens up again. But today's technology is a chemistry called thermal set. So once the paint is cross-linked and cured during its application at the car factory, there is no reflowing it or getting it soft again with chemistry. It's kind of an old school on lacquers and acrylic enamels. It did happen then.
And to be safe on that, and just to build on that, because of what Jason just explained, Reveal Strong, we don't recommend it on uncured paint.
Yeah.
So if it's out of the body shop, even if it's been in a paint booth, I wouldn't put it on for several days and to the towel and then onto the paint, never directly onto refinished paint.
Yeah, there's even a caution. There's a caution on the label regarding that. Yeah.
Well,
People
that's
like to
an
read
excellent
those?
point.
Yeah, great question.
Yeah, no, I thought that would be kind of a good way to wrap it up. The last one is just a compliment. Just want to throw it on the screen. Dan here, Alkaline Towpad, saying, I just wanted to say thank you to Jason for the phenomenal RUPES class way back in 2018 with Obsessed Garage and TRC.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
All right, fellas. Well, that was a wonderful segment. I hope people learned some things, got some takeaways. And speaking of takeaways, I think people are going to want what they see on the table. So if you haven't already, you've seen it now. You're aware of it. Any last words, guys?
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time watching, and I appreciate what the rag company's doing.
Everything you guys do behind the scenes to pull off this event is incredible, and I was very honored to be here, and thank you guys for everything you've done very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Todd and Jason.
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
All right. So now that we've wrapped up there, that was a great little segment. We've got Koch coming up next.
Exactly. So Koch Chemie, the scientific company, we'll put it that way.
Their labels have that feeling of like, oh, this is a periodic table.
Yes, exactly.
They've got a chart, and it kind of blows my mind every time I see it.
For us here.
Yeah, yeah. So they have a lot of interesting things to show us today, and we definitely want you to ask questions.
Yes,
So,
so that's kind of the goal here today is we want to build up that nice little repository of several different questions, try and get a variety in there, but now is the opportunity. We'll build that up. If you have any of those burning KCX questions, now is the time to throw them in the chat. I'll build up a little queue, and we'll ask them at the end of the segment. But we've got quite a lineup of the guys here today.
Yeah, definitely. I think they brought like 20 people with them.
Yeah, it's a crowd, but I think they know what they got to do. So
There should be a good amount of questions for these guys coming up here with their products. So
all right, so now I've got the heads up. We're going to toss over to Koch.
Hey guys, this is Andrew with Koch Chemie, and here I am with Justin and Jason. We're so excited to be here, very thankful to be here, and I think probably more than anything, extremely excited to introduce you to what is coming, and we could not be happier to show you that and to go through another incredible year of growth and excitement around our brand and our products. And as always, we're just extremely proud of what we do and what our German team is able to put forward and bring over here to the U.S.
Yeah, thanks for having us as always. It's always just a really great event. Again, what is done behind the scenes, I know it's been said time and time again, but it's always just, it seems even more incredible each year we come, the way that everybody does everything here and stuff. So thank you as always for having us. Justin, if you're going to kind of start from this side and kind of work this way.
For sure. So as you saw in the previous little clip we had going, we're bringing over a headlight polish kit. We have teased these back late last year, and we finally have the approval ready to go, and they are on the boat and will be arriving in just a few weeks. So there is one main difference before I get into this. The actual case itself, we wanted to cut down on cost for you guys. So we went to a more really nice like cardboard box setup, super heavy duty cardboard. It's really nice. It just really cuts down on cost for the end consumer. But as you saw in the quick demo on that clip, you basically have your HLP 1 and 2, which are going to be your polishes for this system, along with a couple of 4,000 grit sanding discs, 2,000 grit sanding discs, and 1,000 grit sanding disc. You're also going to get your thermo pad, your heavy cut pad, and then a wool pad. So your heavy cut pad and your wool pad, they're going to be basically, depending on the condition, that's going to be your step 1. So HLP 1, you're going to use the wool pad or the heavy cut pad with that based on condition of the headlight itself. And then you're going to move over into the thermo pad. So I don't know if a lot of you guys know about the thermo pad or if you've seen the thermo pad, but the nice thing about it is technically when you're polishing a headlight, you don't want that heat to reach more than around 104 degrees Fahrenheit, 40 degrees Celsius. So as you can see, the pad here is orange, but the more I rub on it, basically, it starts heating up. So now you start seeing it turn yellow. So when this starts turning yellow, you know, hey, I need to settle down for a minute, let it cool down because it's reaching that temperature. So that's just a nice, quick little thing for you guys to help you get a nice polish without burning up the plastic on it. So that's sort of the quick steps of that whole ordeal system. We can take more questions at the end if you want to get more involved and talk more about the system itself. And then also you're going to use that HLP2 with that thermo pad. So, Jason?
I was just going to say one thing that's really important to note is, and I'm sure during the Q&A section there will be people asking, but those are dedicated products made for the headlight kit exclusively. So it's not one of the compounds we already have or a polish we already have. It's meant and geared for the cycle time of what normally comes with doing a headlight correction. So again, a lot of people that know our brand and use our brand a lot know that the number symbolizes the cut and step 1 and step 2 type thing. So the HLP 1 and 2 is basically step 1 and step 2. It's not 2 is a heavier cut than 1 or vice versa. It's step 1, step 2. So I just wanted to note that because it is different than kind of how we have our stuff set up.
Yeah, and the HLP 1 is going to eliminate like 1,000 grit or more, or I guess all the way up to 4,000, 5,000, whatever. And then the HLP 2 is going to start at 2,000. So that's your steps. You're going to get more of that sand marks out with the 1, and then you want to hit it with the 2 to finish it off and give it a nice polish. Jason, you want to start talking about some products we had come over earlier this year, and then we can move on to some
get to the good stuff. Yeah. So as you guys know, a lot at SEMA last year we talked very excitedly about the amendment to H9. Everybody knows what H9 does already. Basically, the quick update is that we We have it cutting a little faster than it was before, and it's a little glossier, so it's yielding a higher gloss. We basically just amended some of how the baseline works with an upgraded version of an aluminum oxide that we use in the cutting stuff. So the performance is cutting better, it's glossing way faster than before. It's not meant to be, you know, if you find or see H9, or some of you guys may have H901 in your arsenal still, we are no longer going to be selling the H901, and we've completely moved on to the H902, so it's not meant to use one or the other, it's just the amended version. And I'm sure there'll be questions additionally, but that's really why we have it here, just to kind of retouch on that. Has been out now and has been selling really, really well, and all of the feedback has been tremendous. So. And then reactive rust remover is something else we brought over here this year. Again, we'll get to the Q&A section for more precise questioning, but basically it's just a reactive rust or iron removing product. We didn't have one in our lineup. I'm sure many of you know that the Magic wheel cleaner can perform in that same kind of realm. However, this is a lot neutral in its base and how it's built. And it's the Magic Wheel Cleaner obviously is a little more viscous too, to help stick to a rim. This could work on a rim to pull the iron, but basically it's meant to be sprayed on the paint and let it dwell, and it'll pull all of those deposits out for decon. Want me to touch on these?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
We actually have a quick little clip of this tea product. If Nick, if you could run that real quick.
Yeah.
Go ahead with this.
So basically the tea or tear wash is something that we have coming very, very soon. We're excited because as a lot of you know, our Ulex product is a very, very good adhesion remover and tar remover. This is a dedicated tar remover, but the reasoning behind it is that it's not as strong of a solvent base, so it's a little bit safer to use on your exterior plastics and whatnot. A professional use application would be, you know, steer away from interiors. However, if I know guys that also have used Ulex, so it's just a little bit safer because it's not as strong. And for those reasons, I think you still can remove tar. You still can, you know, go after some nasty things on the paint or something. But the reasoning for saying don't use it too much on the inside is for this guy right here. So the Orange Power is more of a citrus kind of a base. It gives you a lot of your interior kind of safe cleaning stuff on your carpets or you know, problem areas inside the car that this, what's that?
Gum.
Yeah, like gum in a carpet. This would be kind of like a professional level, like Goo Gone, if you will. So it's a citrus powered product. Were you going to say something, Justin? Or?
Yeah, so a lot of people, you know, they always say, hey, can we use, you know, like he was talking about tea on the interior and you know, stuff like that. But Orange Power really is that dedicated. I just want to reiterate that. Orange Power is that interior. It's going to act the same way, but it's safe. So, you know, that's sort of the key with the Orange Power. We want it to be safe on the interiors, fabrics, the carpet. It's good on all that. So
And not so noxious as our
correct.
as our favorite.
You're not going to have you're not going to have to open up every door and window because of
throw every
the
towel
smell.
away.
So yeah.
So that again, just to kind of reiterate, these are all out very, very soon. Headlight kit. These two are coming very soon as well. And then last but not least, this has been the big one. We're actually even going to demo this for you guys and you know, try to get to the questioning segment. This has been the most heavily keyword search product on our website. Questions have been pouring in like crazy for this product. I know we talk to the rag company, you know, almost daily, and it's also been a big search product for this too. It's well sought out, and the reason for it, and to announce the name, is so Gummy Fix, GUF. It's going to be in our teal line, which is part of our periodic product system. That is our conditioners. So this is your dedicated matte product for once the mat's been cleaned with Green Star, and we've done one. We have it in front of this table here. We'll show you shortly. That you would put this on, and this is a silicone or an oil-free product that basically just gives you that nice new look. It's a very sheen look. It's not very shiny, and the biggest part about it is how we build it. It will not create any kind of slip or slickness once it gets wet, and in addition to rubber mats. I come from the Northeast. That's a huge necessity, but also even in just truck bed liners or vinyl floored vehicles, it's also just a complete staple product. And we're happy to have it as part of our product line, because again, like we've done a lot of times with a lot of these products we make, it solves a problem that people were kind of searching for what to use. Silicone-free dressings can be one variable of a pro and con, but then there's other things that simply won't work or don't hold up. This actually has some lasting effect to it and really makes the mat look and stay new.
Yeah, another thing with the gummy fix is, before we get into the demo, is it really does, it lasts. Of course you get in and out of your vehicle and you're going to bring in the dirt, and that will stick to the mat itself. But the rest of that remaining, it's going to stay like really, really nice. So everything that I've seen from it, it's just working wonderfully. But yeah, it is one of our most talked about products. It's a product that so many people have been wanting us to bring over for months and months now. The emails, the messages we get about this product. So, but let's get into a little demo of this. There's a couple of ways that we can use this. So you can go with, I'll come down. We can go with applicator, so with an applicator pad, or you can use a spray method. So it doesn't really matter, it's whatever you want to use. I typically go with an applicator because you really can get into those grooves and crevices and really make it the way you want it, I guess. With the spraying on application, you're going to have a little bit a longer drying time, which is fine. You're going to want this to dry anyways. So you're starting your detail, you want to clean your mats like when you start your detail, and then go ahead and dressing with the gummy fix. That way it has a longer amount of time to really dry on the surface of the mats. So it's pretty simple. I mean, literally we're just going to spray this on this mat. Like we said, we have cleaned it before. It's not perfect, but we did do a quick clean on it. I'm not sure if we could throw a picture on there or not. I don't know if we got it in time, but if we do, so this is the before of this mat here. We cleaned it off with some Green Star real quick, and now you can see this, and we'll show you the end result after gummy fix now. So basically you're just going to give it a nice spray. You don't want to oversaturate it, but you want to make sure that you are covering the whole surface, and that's pretty much it. So it looks super wet right now, and which it is, but you are going to want it to dry, like I said. That's why you want to try to do these mats first before, you don't want to wait until the end of your detail and then start this spraying of mats and have to set and wait on it. So then we have our next method, which is going to be the application method of the applicator here. So we're just going to do a couple of stripes on the pad. And that's pretty much all you're going to need. And then we're just going to wipe it in. And as you can see already, the sheen level is different. And this is why I like applying it with an applicator more so than spraying it, because you have that longer time to sit and wait on it. But we're just going to work it in. And as you can see, it is bringing back that new look. And that is it. So that is really all this takes. There's no other special formula or magic to it. It's after this you let it sit and dry. Like I said again, this is still wet and it does take a longer time to dry, but that is a quick and simple method. Just spraying it on, you're done with it, do your detail, you're good to go, and eventually it's going to come out just like the applicator wipe down side. So there we have it, and we're super excited to bring this to you guys. And something that we do want to announce is Gummy Fix 5 liter is actually available right now on the radcompany.com. So this is the first time it's been available in the States, and it is ready to go right now. So radcompany.com, throw it in your car.
And we are throwing in a KCX sticker every purchase. In fact, any KCX product, right? I guess.
Yeah. So any KCX products, first 50 orders today, or until they run out of these, we'll also get one of these KCX stickers. The 1 liter gummy fix will be coming soon.
Yep, I was about to say, good.
So I'll let Jason go ahead.
Yeah, so basically we, as you guys know, we are shipping everything out of Germany where it's created. And there's multiple containers, sometimes a month even, that we are ordering and bringing over. And it's just the way that it fell, unfortunately, that the 5 liter came first. And because of the event, we decided to not wait until this one comes. This should be here the beginning of next month, right?
Yeah.
So give or take a few days of landing and getting over to our headquarters for shipment. But yeah, so this would be early next month. But again, just because of today's event, especially, and the big ask of just having this product when we decided to go ahead and launch with the 5 liter because it's available. So that is it, right?
Yeah, let's hear some questions. Like what guys?
All right. Absolutely, guys. No, we've had a lot of comments.
Yeah.
People obviously excited about GUF in particular.
Yeah, exactly.
I've been
Myself
kind of
included.
throwing the commentary up on the screen that wasn't really in the form of a question, just to kind of get it out there. But let's go ahead and take a look at my queue. Yes. Okay. Well, why don't we start with this, Ivan?
So, gummy fix, can it be diluted?
Me personally, I would say no. That I would use it just like it is. You're going to get your better results that way. Diluting it down is going to really it will have an effect on it to where it's not going to come out the way it does or it should. So I would definitely stay clear and use it as is.
Yeah, it's ready to use, but like I'm sure quite a few more questions today. There's always flexibility and dreamers out there who will mix this with high C at the end of the day, and we'll see what happens. But it is ready to use, but of course people are going to mess with it and see what they can do and push it to the limit.
We
Can't
all know
stop the
every
home
detailer is
hobbyist.
against, so.
All right, Bradley, you got this one.
Gummy fix, will drying under the hot sun, possibly in a mobile setting, change the product to be slick, or is it the best way to dry?
No, it's not going to change the product. Just let it sit. It's fine in the sun. However you want to do it, it's fine.
Yeah, and we may not be able to get another look at it, but it is still drying.
It's still drying, and you can actually tell right now that it has dried and it's curing.
But that is definitely for sure one of the biggest traits and attributes of that product is that it dries and it is not slick.
And to that point, we have a kind of a weather station in the room there. We could get a sense of the temperature and the humidity in the facility to give people an idea just in a real-time scenario while we're asking these other questions. I'm going to go and pull up Glenn here. Would it hold up on fender liners?
That's a good question. I mean, so I'm guessing you're talking
Everybody
about
wants
fender
experiment.
wells, right? Fender wells,
Yes.
I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Typically, I personally use motorplast on fender wells. However, I mean, give it a try. We'll see, see how it looks.
It's geared for interior, but will it work? Yes. Longevity-wise, we can't really answer that just because it's not been something that we use it for, honestly.
Sure.
So, but great question, and let's try it out and see what you think. So,
because I did see a few other people suggesting creative uses, including Anthony's Dodge Ram. It was a Forest Service truck, so it has that kind of like poly flooring or whatever. It's just very utilitarian.
Yeah.
You kind of wondered about that. I would be willing to bet you'll get something out of that.
Yeah, inside for sure. And then again, I mean, try it outside, but I mean, motorplast is the go-to. That's why we were begged for a larger size of that and got 5 liter, happening. So it's that would be our suggestion. That's what we use.
I love motorplast.
Anyway. We have it on some of the vinyl floors in our vans, and I mean you could jump right up in there with a rainy day, and it's dry. It doesn't get slick. It's really great product.
All right, Ivan, you got this next
being
one
from
here?
the Northeast, this question speaks to me as well. Do you like orange power on carpet, salt stains, and floor mats? Or what would you use?
It would. Go ahead.
Just what would you use, for that product or for that method or those stains?
You could. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And, oh, this is actually a pretty good one here. I've got Helio. Can you ask that one, Bradley?
Will the Koch Chemie iron remover work with a clay towel?
Of course. Absolutely. Yeah. So I mean, definitely, I'd stick more to the reactive rust remover side in that scenario, in that sense, because again, the magic wheel cleaner side is much more viscous. Can work also, but the reactive rust remover is much more in line with those exhaust and bumper areas and things like that.
Okay, and I think that question came up probably as a result of a lot of people sometimes using like a tar remover and it being bad to use with a clay product.
break it
So
down.
they just wanted to make sure that
Some of them
they weren't going to
destroy clay
screw up.
towels.
Yeah.
That's fair. All right, next up, I've got there's that Dodge Ram comment. Kirby was excited about the headlight pad.
Yeah,
sure
the
you get
heat
that out there.
indication
super
aspect
cool.
is
Yeah,
great.
I thought that was awesome.
Gosh, I've had one on my desk for a long time, and
Yeah.
we always we'll just heat it up
We play
and,
with it
and
a lot.
try to show because it's a very neat concept. It's very cool. And we've asked a bunch of times. Maybe it's something that'll turn into something greater and be for other parts of the vehicle or other sizes and things like that too. Because it is cool. I mean, it really does dictate technically, pressures and heat and things like that are pretty important to know sometimes. So yeah, I don't know if that'll develop into something even crazier in the future, but yeah, it is a very neat pad and a very cool product that we have.
Something I want to say real quick about the headlight
Sure.
polish that I failed to mention this earlier. This is going to be a benefit for like price wise, because I mean a lot of those, you go on Amazon and you get a ceramic kit or whatever to polish your headlights, and they're like $20. This kit here is going to get you 100 headlights or 50 sets of headlights. So, and the nice thing is, these are not just sandpaper pads that come with the $20 kits. These are going to last you, for that amount of time. So that's another nice thing about the headlight polish set is, you get more for what you pay. So.
Excellent. And let's see, I've actually got several new questions coming in here, but I wanted to throw out, let's see, first of all, I got TOC Supplies, wanted to make sure and say hi from them to you guys. And then, this is more of a fun one. Joey just saying 2 of the most mispronounced companies back to back. That's very true. But we do have real questions.
And what is the official pronunciation while we're at it?
Nothing to do about that. So, Koch Chemie is the
Good
official
luck.
pronunciation. Now the K in the middle is often missed because they say it so fast. So Koch Chemie, and so we just ended up with Koch Chemie.
Yeah.
I said Koch Chemie because I've
and-
heard you say it that way so many times.
Yeah. And even more easier, KCX.
Yeah,
So,
Yeah.
That also
like
works.
that.
Coach Chemie,
Slowly-
excellence for experts.
slowly becoming the name.
By the way, is there a preferred way that we should label it when we put this stuff out there? KCX versus Koch Chemie? Like which?
It's moving that way. So obviously, it's a massive uplifting to do any sort of
Sure.
branding changes or things like that, right? But
But if people are looking, maybe
so
there's
as far
a
as, like,
recommended.
well, as far as our logo goes now, it's the Koch Chemie Excellence for Experts with the KCX square, and then eventually that beginning part and that beloved stitching on a shirt, very long logo, will shift more and more into the KCX side.
Right. And Bradley, I'll throw this one up from Wes here for you.
I bet Gummy Fix would look great on a tire, satin or matte.
Oh dear, we got a whole bunch of tire ones. They're going to throw a tire on for science, the whole thing.
So,
They're gonna
Again,
get experimenting.
if you want to get out there and experiment, obviously we're not gonna stop or demand any of that to end. But we've already done some experimenting there in terms of PSS, right? So that's a product that is really a trim product, a plastic and metal reviving product that's incredible. We love it. Use it on our vans that are on the road weekly, and that is something that has been used on tires and wasn't officially for it, and that's our usual at this point. That's our usual go-to personally for tires.
All right, Ivan, you got this next one. I think it's a good one.
Yes, exactly. What 5 products would you suggest for people new to KCX?
You want me to go?
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Number one
Number
favorite.
one.
I
So-
know my favorites.
I know my 5.
All right, so my number one favorite is going to be Green Star. Green Star because it's so diverse. I mean, you can use it so many ways, different dilutions, and it's just great. And it's been my favorite from the get-go. It's just so well-rounded as a product. Let's hear yours.
Mine definitely is I still to this day joke it was like 80% of the reason why I took the job in the beginning was Magic Wheel Cleaner. I certainly don't look like a guy who is outside sweating on the weekend washing my vehicle, but that product is the first thing that I've ever put my hands on that actually got me interested in washing my car on the weekend, because the simplicity behind it, the lack of needing any sort of mechanical effort. Of course, it's never going to be 100% if you don't use mechanical, but the chemical performance behind it is so incredible and so thorough that it's always my go-to list. I mean, of course, there's things we can't keep on the shelf, like gentle snow foam and our polishes and compounds, which is what we're known for globally. But for me personally, Magic Wheel Cleaner is it just opens a whole world. And no, it's not the perfect fit for fast detail operations or fast dealership operations. We have other things for that, because it does take a minute. But man, that is the true definition of a chemical that chemically works and takes away officially some of that mechanical procedure.
Okay.
What's yours there, Jason?
Mine, I think coming from like a very high volume kind of background, car wash and detail shops and stuff, that I like products that get you to a solution faster when you're trying to figure out time efficiency and bay management and stuff like that. So those two for sure. I always really loved Polestar just because it's dedicated. It gets you to what you need to do. It's super safe. So teaching guys that are new to detailing, it's super easy to say use this on your seats, use this on interior plastic, and not have to worry about it being diluted to the right cut with like you would need to with Green Star or Multi-Star. So Polestar for sure. And then obviously GSF is just something that I think we all still continue to see these pallets moving out of our warehouse daily, weekly, whatever you want to say. And it's just an incredible product that I'm so glad everybody continues to just continues to thrive, depending on what shops use other brands too or whatever. GSF is usually in almost every shop that we stop or visit in, and it's such a cool thing to see. So definitely those products there are in my top 5.
And if we want to say a 5 to go well-rounded, Protector Wax. Protector Wax is a good product, super easy, simple, and it really finishes out that top 5 product because it gives you that protection on the end of the wash. With ease. So
yeah, and then just depending on the level where you're at, right? If you're running a business and are polishing vehicles, then of course the polishing compound is obviously we're biased, but second to none and very simple to use. We're removing steps, we're removing time, we're making it very clear on what color pads to use with the system. We have the proper sizes behind it. It's been tested for so long. Rotary, DA, it works on every solution that you have in your shop already, and it's just a matter of plugging it in, and those 2 steps are very clear, very easy, and certainly is a very important aspect of our line and the value that we provide to businesses.
Excellent. Brad, I'm going to have you read this next one here.
What is the difference between PSS and Gummy Fix?
So the PSS is like Andrew was saying earlier. It's a dedicated product that's meant for exterior trim and rubber plastic. Our teal line is a conditioner, and it's dedicated for more interior. It's just like we always say, do products cross over? And yes on both sides and stuff. But when something's made for something, it's made that way for a reason, right? So Gummy Fix is primarily an interior only product. PSS is an exterior only product, and really just works really well on the plastics and how it conditions the plastic on rubber and exterior trim, versus this being more interior plastic and interior rubber.
Yeah, and I think you can get some slickness out of it too a little bit, but
yeah,
this really, this is so focused on the evaporation process being very quick, very rapid, especially for what it is. And you can, now it's dry, and then of course the slickness is really just it's taking that down, it's keeping it down. It's okay to spray it on a pedal. You're not going to miss a red light slipping off.
Yep.
And that's the major difference there. Almost like you said, inside outside sort of thing.
Excellent. And man, I've actually got a lot of questions here, so not to worry. We're going to keep going through these, but I'm going to give this next one to Ivan here. Let's see, right there from Joey.
So I remember thinking early on that I would never understand the labels, but everything makes so much sense once you start using them. Yeah, your labeling system is actually very, scientific.
Good. Yeah, thank you for that, Joey. And yeah, I mean, that's something where, yeah, it'd be great to have a periodic table pop up right now. But yeah, color coordinated for what they are, where they fit, and most of all, especially in this world that we love to play in so much in the B2B side, and these guys that are really learning and using this in their business, it tells you where you are. The pH is clear. Should I be touching this product right now? Should I be putting this product on that surface? Should I have an alkaline? Should I have an acid? Is that going to mess something up? What about the brakes? Wait, there's so many answers that are questions that can be answered by the color of those products. And yes, it's beautiful. We love it. It's something you could put on a shelf in an office and be proud of course. But it's clean, it's simple, it's professional, and the idea behind it is to really just give a true, clear-cut understanding and answer on what these products are and what they do. And again, am I holding the right thing in my hand right now?
Yep. And speaking of professional, Brad, if you would read the next one, please.
We have Angela. Hello, Mr. W. I've been following your genius work for years. I just have to know how you are so fresh and so clean.
Magic Wheel Cleaner. You had to pick that one, Dane, huh?
Yeah. Yep.
Great friend, Angela there. Glad you tuned in. Thank you.
And a follow-up. Wanting to know.
In the bag.
I think there's an inside joke there somewhere.
All right. Okay, so we've got... Oh, this one's actually a very nice compliment from Level Best. I got my hands on Goof, and it's better than advertised. Made my 10-year-old mats look brand new with zero slip. It's a game changer.
Awesome. Good.
Awesome.
Perfect.
Yeah,
good impressions go a long way. Here's a good one from Daytona, Ivan.
So if Goof, is Goof going to be just for mats and Topstar be the cleaner for the rest of your plastic and rubber interior parts, or can Goof be used elsewhere?
Yeah, you can use Gummy Fix elsewhere. I mean, it's plastic. So interior plastics, you can put it on it. Like Dane was saying earlier, I think it was Dane saying about the, you take off the mats on certain vehicles like Anthony's Dodge, and you have that plastic or that, whatever it is, the polyfiber flooring. You can use it on that. I have an FJ Cruiser, it has the same thing, and I take my mats out, clean them, and then wipe down that whole flooring with Gummy Fix, and it's great.
Yeah, and if you want to touch on Topstar too, but I mean that Green Star Polestar is really the world of cleaning, if you will. That's the color of cleaning. But Topstar, again, I don't know. I've always kind of talked about it almost like a quick detailer in a sense. Like it can be used for touch up a little bit, but it is used for that look.
Yeah, I think our product system as a whole, and like everybody always goes to that element chart, it's, we're telling you by color what these products are meant to do and why they were created. So our conditioners in our teal line is, dedicated conditioners for those problems. Like Topstar plastic interior we want you to use that because we have some special products in there, how they're created for UV and anti-static inhibitors and stuff like that. Our leather conditioner has some different things in it so that it will condition the leather and have some longevity to it. It's not just making it shiny and make it look good for a detail. It's actually conditioning it and adding some oils in there that makes the leather kind of refresh and look better. So I think that's probably like the best way to answer that. Really, it's more so, like he said, we create these products to chase after problems that guys look for, and I think we do a pretty good job of trying to appease everybody in that sense. So
yeah, and a lot of these carry some very significant weight behind them too, with the Mercedes Daimler approvals, global approvals from VW, Porsche. I mean, all these massive and very crucial to the auto industry brands that we work very, very hard out of Germany to get those and keep those.
That is no small feat. And here I've got Joey. I'll go ahead and give this to you, Brad.
Joey Belinsky asking, should I be using Topstar or Leather Star on the leather seats at his GTI?
Leather in quotations.
He knows.
Initially, I would probably go Leather Star.
Is it vegan leather or is it?
I've had that question.
Again, it just simply is. Will Topstar work? Yes. Topstar work? Yes. But the Leather Star has extra things in there that caters it to conditioning the leather seat.
Fair. And okay, here's kind of a question because Dino here is from Austria. I'm going to pull up his question. He's wondering, do we have short fiber wool in the U.S.?
I'm guessing pad.
Yeah, that would be.
I'm assuming that's what he means.
So,
Good. Well, we're currently, working on one. We do have what we, compared to some other companies, it is significantly shorter, but there's what we call a long wool that we do have available. But we are working on some things right now currently that I can't, I don't have enough in detail to go into it. But we are trying to work on having a short fiber or wool pad. That will have an interface in between the hide and then also the hook and loop side.
Yeah. I mean, basically, yeah. Just we're not in love and thrilled and think that it's where we want to be with the rest of these products. So as soon as we feel extremely confident in what we sell and what we're able to provide, then yes, absolutely.
Perfect. Ivan, you got this next one here from Jeff.
Yeah, what KCX product do you recommend for removing PPF adhesive residue from painted metal and plastic body components like bumpers?
Easiest, best, quickest answer there. Ulex.
Yeah.
Ulex? Perfect.
Ulex, yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously be careful of, soft, dangerous paint areas, if you will, and some plastics with that, but man, yeah.
That's awesome.
Ulex
for sure. Obviously in what you're doing, that normally calls for you're probably in a shop and in the right environment. I always question Ulex outside in sun or on hot panels because of its strong solvent base. But again, I don't know many PPF shops that are removing stuff outside. So I mean, yeah, Ulex for sure.
All right. And we got a question here from a collector, Brad. I'm going to hand this one to you.
What is the life of your products once they have been opened? My garage is full.
Well, thank you, first of all.
Thank you. I'd say that's a pretty hard generic answer to give.
I know, that's a lot of different products, but maybe more specifically you could name a few that he almost definitely has.
Yeah, I mean, your GSFs and things like that, I mean, you're not going to have any major issues there. Really, being that I'm reading garage there, and again, I have no idea where you are, but certain things are definitely of risk to freeze and not settle back properly, so we of course want to be careful of those areas. But other than that, I mean, well, I hope you use it before a year. You're definitely good.
Okay.
Most of them, I mean, 2 years, yeah. I mean, none of this is earth-shattering as Gabe breaks a tool back there. Earth-shattering, you've got like 3 weeks to use it. I mean,
sure.
Now, I should tell you that as a manufacturer, but no.
Okay, perhaps a better way to frame it would be, are there any outliers that are like, oh, that one, make sure you use it sooner?
Yeah, good point. No, because I mean, even our ceramic, wax, I mean,
that's usually a trouble spot there, is those are going to go
yeah,
sooner.
but even that is, it was made to be in that B2B ideal setting of using things over a period of time for multiple vehicles. So even that is you got a safe range, 6 months to a year. I mean,
Yeah.
I
would say if you're getting past 2, I normally those products aren't used. I don't think to where they wouldn't be used in 2 years. So it's just we batch every product we make. So for some odd reason, something doesn't work for after some period of time. You can at least call our headquarters in the U.S. and we could pull the batch in Germany and kind of take a look and see if it's something that that said product maybe we experienced other calls about. But honestly, I don't. The only products I ever say that can freeze if they don't return to its like homogeneous state, if you will, like a P6 or P3, something that transitions from a compound into a polish and then a wax at the end, those can freeze if your garage is doesn't have a climate set throughout the year, like a heater or whatever. Those are really the only times I would think that you could experience something that would throw you a curveball.
Okay. And Ivan, go ahead and have you read this.
I wonder if the headlights polished left some kind of protection for the headlights.
Yeah, so basically HLP2, it does have like a carnauba base sealant in it, which is only going to give you, a few weeks of protection left behind. However, feel free to use your favorite panel prep spray, which I happen to have right here. Wipe that on afterwards. If you want to apply ceramic to it, feel free.
All right. Then I've got Kevin. Brad, I'm going to have you read
what
this
compound would you recommend for single stage paint and what pad?
still is going to go back to the state of the paint
Right.
in the beginning of that process. So we did a really cool internal project with our team very recently on a fire department and some of the apparatus there, and obviously very sturdy single stage commercial style paint, and you know, we played a lot, and I mean, for the most part, I mean, it depends on that finish, right? So there's some areas of that vehicle where it didn't need as much, but I mean, a lot of it to go to was H902. And then of course we're a two-step system, so finishing with microcut. I've got, still in this country, have people insisting on heavy to fine to micro, but you do not need the three-step system. So if you're feeling like heavy was too much, okay, then sure, switch to fine, but it is not a tiered, you know, drop-down system like that. It's two-step.
Oh, good to know.
And as far as the pad, it matches. So the red pad with H9, yellow pad with fine cut, and purple with micro.
All right, keeps it on the straight and narrow. That's good. And Ivan, I'll have you read from Kevin here.
Yeah, I haven't been able to watch the KCS segment. What do you mean? What would the top 3 products be to buy and to try the brand? So I think we already answered
We kind of answered that one. I was just looking for a quick answer on this one.
So just give us
Help them out.
Top 3.
Yeah. Polished compound, if you're in that realm. GSF, Magic Wood Cleaner,
Green Star.
Green Star. Yep.
And yours was
Polestar.
Polestar, but I would say for 3, Green Star you can do
We're
most.
going to get them on 4 now.
Okay, we're gonna. Yeah.
There is a 20% off sale, so I'm
That
saying,
is
you know,
true.
Yeah.
and they get a sticker.
And
Right over at
Gummy
the
Fix
radcompany.com.
is available to you right
Yes.
now.
So then
Ready to
Gummy
rock.
Fix 5 liter.
And I think this is a very good question to end on. This can be our last one here. But Bradley, please read.
Would you run through the color system quickly? Adamantly, I struggle with it a bit.
And I'm sitting here looking to see if we.
So
Guys need a chart behind you, but-
let's go for simplistic reasons because it's kind of like right here in front of us.
Right.
So from this side of the table, working this way, black resembles paint and body. So all of bottles, you know, spray sealants, compounds, polishes, all of our spray quick detailers, that they all have a black body, paint and body area of the bottle.
And including the polished compound, because
Exactly.
paint and body. So there, yes, the top band, he'll get into that. But
Yeah,
the top
so
band
basically
shows something.
where were those at? Over here. So basically the black paint and body band on our compounds and polishes would be, you know, like I said right here. The red that's on there basically tells you that we want you to use a red heavy cut pad with that product. And then we have fine cut yellow, micro cut purple, so on and so forth. So that would be all paint and body products in black. There is 10 total, so let's get there first. There's 10 total. Another example of that would be all of our acid and wheel cleaners. So reactive rust falls into that as red. T and the orange power, Ulex, which everybody knows, that's a solvent line, so that's all orange. Green is, or the teal, I'm sorry, is our conditioner products that we had mentioned. Green Star, Polestar stuff we talk about here a lot. That's all alkalines, that's all also green. So there is 10 total though, and without it being here in front of us, and for quickly,
Your royal
right?
blue is your glass and water processing. You got the royal blue color there. And what are we?
Of course, yellow is soap.
Yeah, yellow soap. Dryers, like our car wash line, is like a copper kind of color, so protector wax falls into that. So, but there's 10 total to answer your question. And all of that can be found online too, Koch-Chemie.com. There's a segment in there that's the why of our product system. Just click on that and it explains it all to you.
Okay, excellent. That's the answer I was looking for too, because then that way anybody can go and look at, kind of find it for themselves. And over time, I think it's something you acclimate to.
Yep.
All right, so let's see. Anything else we want to touch on with you guys before we go here?
Yeah, I don't think so. But I mean, you know, again, just like that last question, please reach out to us. Of course, there's we're here at the, you know, just an absolutely incredible partner. So thank you again. And of course, they're a great resource. But if there's questions and you know, comments, issues, concerns, wanting to understand that line, that's what we do. That's what we're here for. That's what keeps us going every single day. So there is no bad question. We want to answer them. We want to fulfill the understanding of our product charts or the numbers on there, the pHs, the cuts, the gloss. We want to explain all of that. So please don't hesitate to reach out to us. Phone, you know, email, Facebook, any of those. to get those questions asked.
Okay, excellent, guys. Thank you
thank
so
you.
much.
Thank
Great
you very
presentation,
much.
Ivan.
Well, I just wanted to say thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right. So now that we have wrapped there, let's go ahead and move things along to Chris over at Solution Finish.
Exactly.
Now, longtime favorite, fan favorite. Everybody loves Chris, the ZZ Top of detailing.
The ZZ Top, but Chris is such a nice, kind,
He is.
soft soul.
He really is.
He has that hard exterior look, but in
You get
essence,
to talking though, and
he's a softie.
yeah. So yeah,
But-
let's see what he's up to.
Yeah.
All right, guys, it's Anthony of the Rag Company, and we have a show in store for you. Joining me today, Mr. Chris West, the man, the myth, the legend here. Happy to have you here, man.
Glad to be back, Tony.
This is awesome. So KCX had a fantastic presentation, and then following this right here, again, just as a reminder, we're going to a brief lunch break where we're going to grab some food, and then Jamie the cleaner as well as Alex Stewart are going to be doing the mid-show presentation. And so not only am I hungry for food, I am hungry for some trim restoration. So what do we have here in front of us? We have Solution Finish, we have a Ford Flex behind us that needs some trim restored, right?
Yep, I guess we have a few things to go over. It's kind of fun for me because it's a first. The Solution Finish formula is on its 3rd generation.
Yes, you were mentioning that.
And I have never advertised its new and improved Solution Finish Pro, Solution Finish Max, Solution Finish with graphene,
Ultra,
you know,
whatever,
all that
yeah.
stuff. But
it stayed Solution Finish.
And now it's a little different, mostly because, well, tell you frankly, I never liked Solution Finish. My head was always, it's got to be better. I need to improve it. I don't like this. You know, I'm my worst critic. So through the years, I've fine-tuned it, not so much to get ahead of the competition, but just to make the experience better in all aspects of applying Solution Finish. Well, the new formula is really worth talking about. It does so many incredible things. It would be too hard to go over all of them, but
some major changes, yeah.
The major changes is, one, it doesn't separate. You don't get any kind of fallout in the bottle.
That's awesome.
Which gives it extended shelf life, and the usability is easier, but it's thicker, the viscosity is better. But with the UV protection that's in the new formula, added with all those other benefits, I think I'm done. I can't think of anything else.
You can't improve it anymore, right? You
At
finally
least
reached the end.
I've reached the end of my knowledge, and I'm just very excited about it. And
Absolutely.
we have a 12-ounce bottle of Solution Finish in its original bottle, and the way you're going to be able to tell the original and the newest is because of the shape of the bottle.
Okay.
This is a little squatter, it's still 12 ounce. It's just a little squattier bottle. And I got to be honest with you, the reason I started doing that is because of the supply chain in the industry of getting bottles.
Very true.
These are more readily available. I try to, now getting in politics, I really try to buy everything American made.
Yeah,
You know,
okay.
bottles, caps, orifice reducers, the ball bearing inside, everything I try to source in the U.S. And I am at a point where, since I'm not obsessing over Solution Finish Trim Restore, now I can move on to other ideas.
Yeah.
Some that we talked about today, which is a new thing, which is quite exciting, actually. Here we have
over the top,
Here we have over-the-top plastic sealer, which is exactly that. Solution Finish, the sealer goes over the top of Solution Finish. Now, it also Solution Finish can go over the top of this, unlike
I didn't know that. Yeah.
unlike ceramic coatings. You know, the pros in the business, they apply Solution Finish, they restore the color. then they apply ceramic coatings over
On
it.
top of it, yeah.
You know, and it does. It gives it, you know, a year and a half, 2 years of durability. It's really quite impressive until you want to restore it again, because you have
reapply, yeah.
forever locked out solution finishes ability to absorb into the part being treated.
Correct. The pores
know?
of the plastic do get filled up and don't allow for any more product to get in there and actually work and restore.
And when you do that, all solution finish becomes is a trim dressing. It doesn't absorb.
very
It doesn't. The modified penetrating oils cannot get into it. Now, I personally can strip the plastic and be able to restore it after a coating, but I don't know any detailer that's going to spend 8 hours on a front bumper, and plus you got to be real careful that you don't damage the bumper anyway. But enough with that. I think even long-time users of solution finish are going to be impressed. They're going to notice something's different. And
we've been using it here. You sent it out to us just a few months ago, and we've been testing it around here. And I think it is an improvement. I think that the application does feel easier. I do like the new viscosity of the liquid, and I feel that I'm not having to shake it up as much to get that nice proper pour out of what I'm going to be applying. And overall, like I said, you're your biggest critic, right? But you are the one in the industry that has done this better than anybody else when it comes to trim and plastic restoration, and the results are, I mean, amazing every single time. I mean, it's the real deal stuff, and anybody that knows their stuff knows that this is what they need.
And I never get tired of hearing that. It's not like, you know, a guy says, yeah, it worked great, I sold my Jeep, they thought it was brand new plastic. You know, that's what I'm here for. It's for the consumer, you know, and there's other trim dressings out there and other kind of knockoffs. They take their silicone-based trim dressing and they put in Indian ink, or they put in fabric dyes.
Like that,
There's plenty of room for everybody. We are not going to run out of customers. So we just all do our own thing. On the table here, we have a couple of my DIY kits. And the DIY kits, they have the two microfiber sponges, microfiber towel, the brush and gloves, then a 1 ounce bottle of the individual size of solution finish. And now these are special. These are the ones that the rag company is going to be giving out as a promotional thing to along with the event here. But the reason these are special is typically they have a 4 ounce bottle of solution finish plastic cleaner, which is no big deal. It's the only thing I don't make. It's just a highly concentrated, very good all-purpose cleaner. So it's not like big revelation. But the reason these are special is because I've included the bottle of over-the-top in the DIY kits.
That's a decent sized bottle too.
And these I don't sell. I used to sell them, but these are for marketing, charity events, giveaways. Sometimes if a distributor has some big program and they want them, but these are just for just for, you know, promotion.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And that type
so
of thing.
During the mid-show here with Alex and Jamie, I'm going to give them the opportunity to give a couple of these kits away and kind of have some fun with it. So it's worth watching the mid-show and sticking around for the stream to see maybe how you can get yourself one of these kits so you can jump straight into some trim restoration.
Nice.
And speaking of trim restoration, we have this flex behind us that is in dire need of some love.
Well, let's kind of, as I'm applying, here, let's do this. Put the new stuff on.
Absolutely. Now, for this trim right now, this is Dane's Ford Flex. I don't know when the last time it's been washed, but most of the time when he does wash this, he just drives it through a tunnel wash of some sort. I don't think he's washed this by hand in his ownership yet in like 5 months, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. But I think this was dirty, so have we already prepped the surface yet?
Okay, part of the process of applying solution finish, you want to vigorously shake up the bottle. That's my number one. To prep it, I've always said, give it a good alcohol bath. You know, I use 70-90%, but 50-50 is good. You just want it to evaporate and be dry when you apply solution finish.
Correct.
And that is mostly to break down any of the previously applied silicone-based dressings.
Yes.
And get any kind of road grime off of it. In this case, I'm just going to go straight to the application. Okay. You know, I don't want to wait for the alcohol to dry, but I also want to show that not prepping it is not going to kill the process and the appearance.
Gotcha.
You might lose a little bit of durability because of how far the product can actually absorb into the plastic.
Yeah.
So I'll go over the 3 very simple steps for applying solution finish.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know?
Let's do it. Okay, so we have our applicator here. It's our black applicator that we sell here at the Rag Company. And then for our wipe off here, we do have just our edgeless 365 towel. When it comes to a solution finish application, I highly recommend using a towel for the wipe off that you don't care about, right?
Yeah.
So don't use a $5 towel, don't use a $10 towel. You want them to be your kind of demoted microfiber that you've had over the years. Maybe it's your wheel cleaning towel, maybe it's something like that. Just keep in mind, once these towels get used, chances are you're probably going to throw them away. You're very rarely going to try to wash them and save them, or you can just save them for the next solution finish application and use them again.
That's exactly right. You know, a lot of people think I wear black to be cool. Not the case. I have little spots of black on every piece of clothing I have. So it's more of a camouflage than anything else.
It absolutely
it will stain your clothes, and people call me, oh, I got it on my new shop shirt, and
shouldn't have been wearing the new shop shirt.
And one thing, when I talk about solution finish and application, there's a very seldom used concept, mostly for men, and my suggestion is read the instructions. You know, it's 3 simple steps, but guys will call me and say, hey, I applied solution finish and it's been 3 days and it's still wet. And I said, okay, well, per the instructions, you thoroughly buffed off the excess surface oil, right?
Yeah.
Oh, was I supposed to? Yeah. You know,
we see it all the time.
I'll give you the quick ABC here.
All right.
Vigorously shake up the bottle.
Okay.
You want to take your microfiber applicator sponge, apply a small amount on the applicator. Now this is pretty oxidized, so you know, as I always do, I just keep my fingers crossed and I hope it works.
Yeah.
You know. So as you can see, it hasn't been prepped, it hasn't been washed off, and it's stained and grime and different. I don't know what some of this is. Some of it looks like meringue or something.
Who knows? It could be old dirty rain. It could be a combination of things, calcium buildup, water mineral buildup. But yeah, I mean, it is clean. I mean, you can see.
And a lot of times in demos, I will go over the cobwebs and the dirt clods and oil stains, you know, pull them right out of the pick apart. But best practice, wipe it down, give it a good, you're trying to flush out the pores. So you've applied a small amount on your microfiber. And when we're talking about used towels, old towels, you're exactly right. Mm-hmm. Don't use a terry cloth towel. That's the way the fabric grabs it and removes the surface oil without affecting the carbon, it just, again, best practice.
Okay.
Microfiber towel, microfiber sponge applicator, small amount applied, and then there's no rhyme or reason for applying it. You just want to thoroughly cover the part being treated.
Okay.
So as I saw, I put a very small amount on here.
And it's already doing a ridiculous amount of work.
And never more is not better. You don't soak it. You know, you put it on your applicator, you apply it until nothing's going on to your satisfaction, then re-dip it.
Yep, absolutely.
You know, the 1 ounce individual size bottle can easily do 3 vehicles.
Easily.
You know, bumper, mirrors, luggage rack, you know, that type of thing. But when a guy's got a applicator that's soaking and his yellow microfiber towel is black, solid black, and so everything that's on that towel is what you're losing.
Yep.
You know,
Yep.
there's been times where when I have plenty of time, I'll do a whole vehicle and I'll rub it to the point where I don't even have to buff off the excess because I haven't allowed any excess to be left on there.
Yeah.
And this
looking
is,
awesome, though.
you know, I don't know if you, I think if you squint a little bit, you can see that it's a little darker here than on here.
Yeah, just a smidge.
I don't know if
there.
the camera angle is going to pick up that, but
Oh yeah, it's. I think that's picking that up beautifully.
okay. Then you want to just wipe off the excess surface oil. That's it. You know, and then it's going to be a dry matte finish.
I mean, that's sorry, my voice is going out today. It's day 4 of TRCMA. It starts to go around this point, but that's how it's supposed to look, right? That's that new look that looks back to that OEM freshness. And it's crazy because a lot of people don't, when they look at their vehicle, right, they see the shiny paint, right? They may see shiny headlights, right? But they overlook the trim and how much of a difference that makes to the overall appearance.
Huge difference.
It's insane. And so, and to your point about this bottle here, every detailer, whether you're a hobbyist, whether you are just a weekend enthusiast, or you're a pro detailer, you have to have a bottle of solution finish on hand at all times. You never know when you're going to need it, and half the time when you go, oh, I need that product, you may not have that bottle, you may be out of it. It's always good to have one of these ready to rock and roll, keep it in your drawer, and I guarantee you that this bottle, this size right here, I don't even know how many cars I can do.
I have guys
100, over 100 cars? I mean, that can last
I
forever.
advertise at 30 to 36 cars, but I have enthusiast DIY guys. They go to a car show that they bought it at 3-4 years before, and they say, I still got a half a bottle.
Yeah.
You know, it lasts a long time and it goes a long way. I very seldom will say the durability, the length of time, because it's so many factors. Probably the national average would be 8 months with no maintenance.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
and people don't realize that if you periodically take a rag and wipe off your plastic, what you're going to do is get the road grime off of it, the oil, the grease, the petroleum-based products that stick on the plastic, and that is slowly degenerating your plastic.
Yeah.
So way to do it is just once in a while get the grime off of it, dust it off, and that in itself, that little effort is going to extend the life and the durability of your plastic actually.
Yeah,
You know,
it's just kind of just disrupting, getting the grime off, and then just, it's just another part of maintenance. I mean, that's really
exactly
what it is.
right. Now, here's a little pro tip.
Okay.
As I mentioned before, guys that restore the plastic and then they put on a coating.
Yeah.
What they started to do was my suggestion years ago is you wipe off the excess, then you just take a regular folded paper towel and give it a nice little dusting. That's it. And you're just getting the last little bits of the oil off of it.
And you're kind of leveling it just a little bit.
And you
too.
have just a little bit. So you can tell, you know, and there's been guys say, oh yeah, well I did the paper towel thing, but it stuck to my, and I'm like, well, you wiped it off first. He goes, yeah, I'm wiping it off with the paper towel. No, you're skipping a step. It's in the, what's that called? Oh yeah, the instructions.
Yes.
So, you know, I guess if anything I have a battle with is
how do you get people to follow?
Skipping the steps, or you know.
Yep.
And years ago I put on on the top of all my bottles, I put on a little orifice reducer. You know, just so you can put on the proper amount, but mostly because I've always said, apply solution finish on a microfiber, go all the way around the vehicle. Then put the cap on, put it aside, and then take your microfiber towel and buff off the excess. You know, guys that skip the cap part, they will lay it down.
Oh yeah.
And they'll
I know.
knock it over, and it goes gunk, gunk, gunk down a guy's
driveway.
Travertine or newly washed concrete.
Something, right? Yeah.
I can assure you, you have a customer that is not going to be happy because this does not exactly, you know, wash off with a hose.
Yeah.
You know? So, but anyway,
that's awesome.
That's just the the nuts and bolts of it. It's not complicated, but it's simple to not do it as advertised, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. And then from there too, right after that's been applied, how many days until I can throw on some over the top?
Actually, great question. With the new formula, the way it dries and sets up, it sets up different than, it doesn't really dry like the original, you know. In the same way, it locks in very quickly. So, you know, I always say best practice is wait as long as you can. You know, but if a guy's detailing a car, he wipes it off, he does the paper towel trick, waits an hour, then he takes all in the instructions, a foam pad, you know, a little foam pad, red, color doesn't matter, trust me. Apply a small amount and just get it wet. You're gonna have little streaks, maybe bubbles. Not a problem. It's going to self-level. It's going to dry clear with no issues there. But put it on and then maybe wait half an hour, whatever, depending on the weather conditions, and apply 2 coats. That seems to be absolutely the best protection.
Perfect.
You know, so
very good.
That's about all I got to say about that.
Hey, you did an awesome job, Chris. Thank you very much.
You guys are the best. Really appreciate the opportunity to come here. It's my favorite event that I go to.
We appreciate that.
And then I watch the professionals actually do their thing, and I go, God, I look stupid.
No, you are a professional. That trim looks absolutely awesome. And again, if you guys haven't heard of Solution Finish, if you guys don't have this, honestly, I'm telling you this from me to you, that you need to have this in your garage. You need to have this readily available, whether it's your own vehicles or a customer's vehicle. I always have a bottle of Solution Finish on me, no matter what, because whenever I seem to need it, I don't have it. And so whenever I do need it, I want to make sure that I'm ready to rock and roll for some trim
And you'll make
restoration.
my wife happy in doing so, which is very important.
That's awesome, man. So anyways, Chris, thank you so much. I'm going to pass it over to Dane and Ivan and Brad. What do you guys think? Pretty good, right? Decent presentation.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter how many times I see it, I'm blown away every time I see it. It just
simple
works.
process with amazing results. So
and that camera angle did it.
We'll leave the rest of the trim for you to restore. How does that sound?
Yeah.
So we're going to see a 50-50 in a year's time and see how that holds up. Great.
Come on.
Ivan's going to read off the first question here. I'm going to throw it up there. Or rather, comment.
So Stephen is saying, why am I only finding about this now? How would it stand up to UK conditions? Rain, salt, all that fun stuff.
I mean, I think it's going to hold up great. I mean, it holds up to rain, salt in Canada, holds up to rain, salt here in the U.S. I mean, I think it's going to hold up great.
Yeah, Solution Finish has been in all conditions. You have the humidity in Puerto Rico, you have the rain in Seattle, you have the severe heat in Arizona, you have the crazy woke guys in California. You know, they all have great success with it. So, you know, it fits, one size fits all.
That's
you know,
perfect.
Once it locks in and it's on there, a guy called me and said, hey, I put it on, but we decided we're going to paint the whole of the car and we're going to do the bumpers. He goes, how do I get that off? And I go, maybe wrap it, you know, because it doesn't come off. It's very hard to, well, you can't pull it out until it degenerates from oxygen and natural.
And that's how you know it's the real deal. That's how you know it's the good stuff.
Bradley, I'm going to have you answer this one, or rather ask it.
Probably not recommended, Manny, but can I coat my whole garage floor black then?
I'm sure with enough applications it would probably work. I don't recommend it though.
Yeah, don't recommend
Swiss
it.
tracks maybe.
Yeah.
Be mindful in driveway settings as well.
Yeah, that whole spill talk was giving him ideas. Piggy Trucker Jones, how was it in cold weather? Well, we kind of talked about that, but go ahead.
It's great in all weather conditions.
I think she was talking about the application.
Oh, that's a good point. Yes, application.
Oh, I thought I just turn on the heater, but now I get it.
But applying in cold weather, any issues?
You know,
maybe a limit.
Well, there's always a limit. I always say, look, if it's comfortable enough for you to be outside applying Solution Finish, you're going to be okay. You know, but the reality is when it's not as much. It's cold. I put this in a freezer. And it doesn't freeze. solution finish stays liquid, so it's not going to freeze. The problem is severe cold weather comes moisture, and now that's a problem. You don't want to have the part wet in any way. So after you wash your car, the best thing to do is wait the next day and apply solution finish. You don't feel it, you don't see it, but there's still moisture in the plastic, and we want to get as deep as we can into the part being treated.
Yeah.
And this one from Nate here. Well, I feel like we already answered it, but Ivan?
Chris, how do you remove solution finish that has been dried for multiple days on finished matte cleared plastic? You don't.
You don't. You know, I mean, I mean, I can draw it out in a lot of different ways with denatured alcohol and diluted acid and stuff, but you know, you just don't. Once it's in there, then you pretty much
make it look uniform, make it look good,
Yeah.
and then and probably move on. That's what I would do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then last question here. Oh, go ahead.
I need to mention this. If the question may not be right, but I think if Nate's saying he skipped the step of wiping off the excess and then letting it dry for a few days, now it's tacky, and that's not desirable. So what I tell him to do is take 90% rubbing alcohol, wipe it down, scrub it down. Basically, you're prepping the whole thing all over again. Let it dry. Then you can apply solution finish over the top of that surface, and then buff it off thoroughly. And now you're back to square one. So if it's tacky and you just didn't read the instructions by wiping it off, that's what happens. And I get that a lot. You know.
Okay. And I was told I have one more question I can ask, but I got two. I'm going to try and squeeze them in here real quick. So,
All right.
First one here, superior auto detailing and paint correction on a complete virgin trim piece after applying solution finish and the sealant. How long can I expect it to last before it starts fading again?
Again, it all depends on how it's maintained, how it's washed. Is it garaged? Are you taking it through auto wash? But the national average with no maintenance is 8 months.
Okay.
The majority get a year out of it. You know, if somebody, you know, I've never minded. A guy tells me, he goes, I put on solution finish, restore the black, it looks new, and then I still have bottles of the silicone-based dressings, and I'll put a little bit of that on and wipe it down and give it a little sheen to it, and just added another layer of protection on it and freshen it up. There's nothing wrong with that, you know.
Yeah.
But I always catch guys, you know, they start really hyping it and say, oh, you can get 2 years out of it. I can make solution finish where you could get 2 years out of it, but you could never restore it in any other way. You know, it's not what it's for. You have to have a end date on that particular plastic and that particular kind of weather conditions. It has to degenerate, start fading. And
yeah, it's got to be able to be replenished, because if there was something that was too permanent, you don't know what the, I guess, how it may look then, and you also may not know if that's reapplicable. There's a lot of different things you have to take into account there. And as somebody that has accidentally sealed coated plastics, and I said, oh, it's fading underneath that coating, I go, okay, I just need to touch it up, and then everything is just sliding off of it. I go, oh my God.
Yeah, it's a real problem.
I have to wait until whatever is on this plastic to break down in order for me to hit it with more solution finish. So that's kind of the one thing with ceramic coatings. You have to be careful, because if you do lock in that plastic and you do lock up those pores, everything is just going to slide right off as it was intended to do. So anyways, guys, that's going to wrap it up for, I guess, the Q&A portion of this. You can still keep the questions coming. Alex and Jamie are also very well versed in solution finish, and they are going to figure out a cool way to give away several of these kits here. So Dane, passing it back to you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, guys. And on that point about Alex and Jamie, yes, if you could help Kirby out with the whole black-gray question, that would be great. On that note, we have wrapped up the morning. We have concluded the morning.
Exactly.
There's still a whole afternoon to go.
Eventful, for sure.
It's the last day, but we got some heavy hitters left.
Definitely. You know, this afternoon, We have my old friend, Dr. David Gadusi, but he's near the end. We're starting with LC Power Tools, and I know they have a really cool new thing to show us. So, yeah.
Interested in that.
And Lake Country Manufacturing, basically an extension. So they're doing an hour, but they're separating their two companies there. Lake Country, known for their pads, and respected for their pads.
Absolutely. And, of course, then followed up, as you said, by Dr. G at Optimum. And rounding out the final part of the day, we will have Zenware here in the studio, which they wanted to get it moving because I have to take the flex out, put the jag in, and then they'll be doing a demonstration of some software and some things that we found to be very interesting last year, but I think they've got some new stuff planned for us this year. So
super helpful.
Looking
right there.
forward to that. As always, Ivan, Brad, thank you so much for joining me in here. And
Thank you.
let's get some lunch and hold things out for that mid-show, which is coming up not too long after this.
Just
Stay
a few
tuned.
minutes with Jamie and Alex.
What have I learned from the detailing community? I already had a lot of patience, but being in detailing, I think it just taught me even more patience than I already had before, because you run into so many folks from so many different walks of life. I mean, the youngest people to the oldest people, it doesn't matter. If they're into detailing, it doesn't stop them, their age. You get so many different perspectives because of that. Unlike a lot of other fields where maybe people kind of feel like they age out of it or they're not able to do it, that kind of thing. Detailing is kind of universal to whoever wants to take part in it. So it gave me a lot of opportunities to meet people from so many different backgrounds, and just, I don't know, it kind of helped me develop as a people person too. So yeah, I think that's probably the biggest thing, is just kind of developing patience and understanding for so many different types of people.
I have learned that, although, don't get me wrong, there are some rotten apples in detailing, just like any other field in the world. The majority, though, of people in the detailing industry are positive-minded, and it's a tight-knit pack of people. So we all share a common passion, which is detailing, obviously. But what I have seen through the years, going to different events, going to different countries as well, whether it's in Europe, whether it's in Northern Africa, whether it's in North America, USA, Canada, down south, you name it. I think a lot of common traits that I notice is that people actually want to help each other. So they want to give tips and tricks on how they started their business, how they started their brand, how people can improve, how they can evolve and create their social media accounts, what are the good practices, what are things to avoid, what kind of mistakes they made in the past. So a lot of them want to share their kind of secrets, if you want, and just help their next brother or sister out to start off on a good foot in the detailing industry. And that's what I like to see, and that's what I'm all about as well. Is I like to give my platform to younger content creators that might have smaller channels, but I want to give back, because when I first started, not a lot of people were helping content creators grow on YouTube. And so I promised myself, if I had the chance to give back to the detailing community, would be to offer the platform to those I see that are doing good stuff and help them grow as well. And hopefully they in turn will give back later on as they grow their brands and businesses and give back to other people starting in the industry. So I really like the sense of camaraderie that happens in the detailing community, and just people, sharing their love and passion. That's what it's all about. I think we should all unite as one and elevate the industry to the top, right? Not try and create drama or tensions and have beef with others, or I don't think there should be any competition. There is more than enough space for everyone, and even new people added every year. There should be no competition, just people banding together and elevating the detailing detailing game to the next level so people understand, also the general public. So we educate what detailing actually is and what they can expect from a proper detailing job or service.
So what have I learned from the detailing community? I think this is tough for me, maybe because I'm a little bit of an outlier to the actual detailing community, but I think the one thing that I've really taken upon kind of being so interactive with some of the detailing community and the TRC is that no matter what kind of angle you come from in the car community, a car enthusiast is a car enthusiast, and we go to great lengths to support each other, and I think the detailing community is a tight-knit group that does exactly that. So I guess it reaffirms my belief that, you know, all car people are created equal.
So this is an interesting one. Because I was detailing, as I said earlier, 35 years ago, come from a body shop background, an engineering background, it's very difficult to say I've learned a lot from my craft from the community, because I've been the person for the last 12, 13 years that's been teaching a lot of people globally how to detail and detail to a better level. Hence why I now work for Lake Country Manufacturing as a global director of training. So I teach people. For the community, I think it's friendship, shared passions, made me feel more normal, made me feel like before I was a weirdo, the odd one out, the only person in the world that had ever understand me as myself, then suddenly realise I'm actually quite normal. And there's thousands of us, maybe millions of us, that love perfection, love cleaning things. It's almost a therapy. So the community's taught me I'm normal. Community's taught me that people like to be with people, that they like to share and engage and learn tips and tricks. And really, it's a lifestyle. It comes back from the previous questions, that it is part of my life now. You know, I travel the world because of it. All of my friends are pretty much detailers. It's a part of my family. Literally, some of my best friends I met through teaching them 10, 11 years ago that have become very good friends. I travel to a random place in Europe to do mountain biking in the mountains and holidays together that was a pupil. So the community's become my friends.
Kind of goes back to kind of where would I be without detailing. I mean, I've learned so much. I am admittedly an undereducated idiot. I don't have a fancy college degree. I went to community college for a couple of years and kind of dove headlong into the industry and have kind of learned from experience and just applying myself and constantly seeking more knowledge. And part of that journey has been engaging with other detailers, with customers for the different brands I work with, engaging with other vendors and suppliers. I've garnered a wealth of information over the years just by engaging with these people and being connected and never being too good to learn something new, never thinking that I've finished the journey, always feeling like I can learn something more, whether it's technical application techniques. I've had the privilege at some of the companies of working with some of the best detailers, most brilliant detailing minds in the world. I've had access to some of the most incredible technical information, and I'm never too good to say that I know it all. I firmly believe that nobody ever stops learning, and even in doing training classes and working with people who want to learn from me, I learn from them because I get to learn from their experiences, asking them questions and seeing what their pain points are, discussing kind of what the contemporary problems are for detailers. What are they running into? I mean, with 20 some odd years in this business, a lot has changed since I started and since I was a operator. Now being on the supplier side, I couldn't be as good as I am at what I do if it weren't for the fact that I engaged with people who are currently operators and allow them to teach me how they're doing things or what their pain points are, what they need help improving on, or what the contemporary problems are. I mean, coatings were not a thing when I started. You know, everybody was rotary polishing and porter cables were relatively new when I broke into the game. So it's just taught me so much. My skill set as a professional, my skill set as a detailer, my skill set as a person, my ability to engage with people, working behind and in front of the camera, being you know, an advisor to brands and to detailers. These are all skills that I've developed just simply by being engaged with the detail industry.
So the detailing community currently, to me, is thriving. The way that we constantly look at new things coming in, new ways of working on cars, new business development, and what I mean by that is new services. People really have come together over the last couple of years to really make detailers be film installers, and to really make film installers do paint correction, and the way that the collaborations have started to really intertwine or intertwine with each other so much. It's really something to be said. I think a lot of guys are really starting to become quite savvy in detailing cars, and sometimes I feel like that term is misused a lot, honestly.
What I've learned from the detailing community over the years is, I would say, is passion, science, and their unique perspective on never stop learning. And in regards to passion, I mean, detailers have a lot of passion because they're super focused on, let's say, protecting the paint or maintaining the paint or restoring the paint. And there's a lot of focus on that, and just the detail involved in that is really amazing and inspiring. And it's really transformed kind of the way I appreciate wraps and protect wraps and focus on wraps, where I'm really much more careful now because I'm focused on that detail perspective of, making sure my wraps are super scratch free. Even though I did before, I do it way more than before. And then protecting the wraps at the end, and always thinking about maintaining the wraps and making sure that they stay perfect for a long time and providing my client a better product than I ever could. So that's cool. That's all about passion. And then in terms of science, I know a lot about wrap film, a lot. And I just being around detailers, they know a lot about chemicals, and they appreciate chemicals in really subtle ways that has really inspired me to understand material better. So it's just that science and the deep appreciation of what chemicals do and how they affect and how they feel. Really, detailers really get into that, and I love that passion, and, that science of the material. And I would say the last one, that never stop learning attitude, is I click with a lot of detailers, because detailers, at least the ones that I've met so far, are very open-minded to trying new products and trying new techniques and tools. And that for me is really inspiring. And I feel like that makes the detailing world grow and change and move. And that's the same thing for the wrap industry. If you have that never stop learning attitude, which we're very passionate about at the Wrap Institute, it just fuels you and grows you, and then fuels the passion and fuels the science. And it all just kind of melts together and creates this beautiful thing. And that's what I've learned from the detailing community, and it's really inspired me.
What have I learned from the detailing community? Well, first, what I learned was I didn't even know there was a detailing community until about halfway through my career. So that was exciting to find out that there was other people that did what I did, that there was other detailers out there that could support me, and we could share ideas, bounce, processes off and stuff. So that was really fun. And I've just realized that there's a million ways to do, different processes, cleaning interiors. There's lots of different times to do wheels throughout the process that I've learned from other community members. So I think that's probably the biggest thing, was just that I didn't know there was such a big detailing community.
What have I learned from the detailing community? That I'm not alone. For years, I toiled in a shop by myself, and I didn't really have anybody I could talk to other than the guys that I worked with and the person on the truck that would deliver our chemicals. And it wasn't until the advent of the internet and the availability to have these social media groups and posts and companies get on there that I was able to connect and meet other detailers. And the camaraderie that I felt once finding all of them and realizing that we all had the same questions, we all had the same problems, we all had the same issues when it came to car care, was truly spectacular, and something that I wanted to continue to grow and provide for others that are coming up in the industry.
So from the detailing community, I would say that a lot of the skills that I have and that Levi has and Dane has, and a lot of the stuff that all of us have kind of combined together, has been stuff that we've pulled from different areas of detailing and within the industry itself. And so the community is amazing, right? There's lots and loads of information that people share and spread around. There's also a lot of bad information, but we try to stick closely to the good stuff. But I would say if I've learned anything, it's that it's the skills, it's the kind of sense of family that we've built here at TRC with our detailing community, and it's the, I guess, the people that just know what you're dealing with. They know what you're going through. You're working on a job, or you're working on a detail, and you have this particular situation that you think may only be a once-in-a-lifetime unique situation that totally sucks. Somebody else has been there before, and they might have the knowledge to fix that or to help you fix that. And Yeah, I would say the community is just, it's knowledge, it's a feeling and sense of family, and it's also, can be really fun too.
And welcome everybody to the final mid-show event here. We're your halftime entertainment, brought to you by the Cleaner Cast. I'm Jamie the Cleaner. This is my Canadian cohort himself, Mr. Alex Dewar at Bucky VW. Go give him a follow.
Definitely.
So we're here rocking and rolling. We're all jazzed up. We're standing up. We're up on our feet. We might have a little arts and crafts action coming in soon. We're going to have a little giveaway action coming in hot. So get your comments ready to roll. Get your mind thinking, what could the answers to these potential questions be? And get ready to win some hot prize packages from Solution Finish, the legendary Chris West. So, Dewar, what'd you think about this morning's events?
I thought it was amazing, as did Joy Belinsky here, thinking we're studs. Appreciate the kind words,
We
Joey.
appreciate
And
you.
We like to keep things light. We like to keep things fresh, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Good spring in our step with our good friends over at Brooks. And
I'm feeling good. We're standing, we're moving, we're grooving.
We had a lot going on. We got to stay light, you know, refreshed.
Yeah.
And we got to stay hydrated.
We got to stay hydrated, Dewar.
Friends over at Pepsi are going to be doing that for us.
Dewar going
I'm
with the
sipping on the old H2O Aquafina.
Is that some high quality H2O?
High quality H2O.
Give it a little
so
sip.
if you know, you know. Let's go.
But we know what that tastes like. So we got some Mountain Dew Zero Sugar Spark with a blast of raspberry lemonade on my side of the table today.
My goodness.
So let's pop top.
How about that ASMR?
Give it a
crack,
little
folks?
sip.
I hope everyone's enjoying the day. Definitely drop in your comments on the favorite parts. Is that strong?
Raspberry lemonade is kicking.
Does it have more than the Major Melon and the Pitch Black?
I think so. There's a little bit more of a kick with that lemonade. You know, you get that pow.
Yeah.
You get the zang, that tang.
Speaking of zang
Yeah,
and tang,
all
I'm
pumped
not
up
allowed
now.
to buy any more until Christmas. I need you all to help me hold accountable, Joy Belinsky. So, I mean, your actions are your actions. I mean, we can't control that.
Yeah,
I mean,
like we were saying,
we're just the pre, mid, and post entertainment. That's all we are.
That's all we're doing here. And like we said on our pre-show, this is the last day. If you make an order, I want to write in the notes that you want the Cleaner Cast.
Yep.
Myself and Mr. Bucky VW here to sign whatever you buy. We'll sign it all. We've signed polishers this week. We've signed some things. So if you want us to sign it, send it in today, and we'll get it done.
The comments might be family friendly. They may not be. Just whatever you suggest, we'll do our best to do for you.
Yeah, but also use that promo code TRCMA20 live on the radcompany.com. Save you, chunk of change. Ask for some signatures. It's a good time.
Up to 20%, folks. That's no joke.
Yeah, we had some product reveals that went live today. So let's break down what happened this morning on the show so far.
So, started off with the good friends over at RUPES.
Yep,
They,
the legendary Jason Rose.
They brought a new trending hashtag out. It's
He did.
going to be
Was it hashtag Reveal Sisters?
Reveal Sisters
Yeah,
2023.
they were revealing some reveal. They got two versions.
Edmund Iverson here shouting out H2O.
Hey, it's always a good time to
He's
shout out
got some
H2O.
Back to the Future theme images on his avatar there, which is super cool. But over on Jamie's side, we have a blue bottle and a yellow bottle that RUPES was showing.
Yep.
You may have seen them out and about in the market, but tell us a little bit about those, Jamie.
So you got the Reveal Sisters here, as Jason Rose may have accidentally called them, but I'm liking that name.
Yep.
So you kind of got the calmer sister here, the alcohol-based Reveal Yellow.
Yep.
It's everybody likes a good IPA white. You got the home brewers out there. If you want it professionally ready to go, we got the Reveal Light here in the yellow, and the blue is going to be the solvent base.
Yep.
It's going to be the wild sister of the Reveal Sisters, hashtag Reveal Sisters, RUPES. And if you don't want to play no games, you need a little extra to get, sealants are getting pretty strong. So if there's a sealant that's sticking around, pull the blue Reveal out and it's going to knock it right down.
And our good friend Jason Rose, they do not mess around. They touch down. They did what they had to do. They liked and subscribed as well, just like Seabass and Kira. Thank
Like
you
and
so
subscribe.
much. These have
to
been the real rock
TRC
stars this
YouTube
week.
channel. We're moving.
I mean,
we're grooving.
everybody
We got the
wants some dancing going on.
We got the
So
Brooks on. We're
the
feeling
Brooks
good. We
allow
got
us
the
to
Mountain
do
Dew
that.
Zero Sugar Spark. We're having a good time. And the TRCMA, the final TRCMA halftime show.
You were cracking a can. I'm going to crack a sip of this.
Get you a sip of H2O. I'm gonna keep going. We had the RUPES presentation, fantastic.
This
got
is from
a little
mountain spring somewhere in the world. It's pure water, perfect taste.
Yeah, and we're in the mountains here in Boise, Idaho.
A lot of those presentations this morning were pretty perfect. But one key thing with the Reveal Sisters, they come in hot and heavy. But
yeah, got some notes
Jason
over there
Rose
for 'em.
dropped a hot tip.
What was the
He
hot
said
tip?
If you're going to clean up that panel, you want to spray it into the towel first, not so much on the panel directly.
Yep, especially with the
because,
solvent based, I believe.
You're getting that surface as pure as you can.
Yeah.
You don't want to go in too heavy with it. But speaking of pure, we have Uno Pure.
We got Uno
right
Pure.
here.
Yeah.
We have Uno Protect and Uno Advance.
So Uno Pure is not going to have any protection, is it?
No, not at all.
It's
It's pure polish.
Pure polish.
It's clean, ready to go. It's those guys know what they're doing.
I believe so. I think they're pretty high quality over there.
Jason Rose is one to listen to. I mean, as much as he'd love to hang around, he's got some trainings going on.
He does.
So he's got a touchdown.
I think he was saying once a week. RUPES got some training going on over there. So
if you're getting on a plane, you're flying around, you want to have the ultimate protection with you.
What you
Uno
need.
Protect.
Uno Protect. At this point, it's a classic. It's a staple in a lot of people's detailing arsenal. We know around here we like to pair it up with a little bead maker action for that Uno Protect bead maker combo.
And you'll have to tune into the Ray Company podcast to see the real inventor of that Tuesday mornings around 10 a.m. And
That's
then
right.
Thursdays 2 to 4 p.m. on the Ray Company podcast channels now.
That's right.
And they're answering all your questions. We're going to answer your questions today from either today or earlier in the week. If you missed anything, you can help them
But
out.
we got one more over there with the new Uno Advanced.
It is new. It's the most advanced in the lineup.
It's new,
and
it's
definitely
shiny.
a fan favorite.
Yeah, I think it's going to quickly be another staple from the Uno lineup. Uno Advanced. It's going to have the more durability than the Protect, but it's going to have a little less cut. I think they said Uno Protect has got the most cut of the 3.
Definitely. So
if I heard correctly.
It's and I know that Jason was saying that if you're compounding, you know, depending on what you're using, the Uno Advance can kind of be
that final polish,
final bit. So
and lay that final polish, add a little protection.
And if you want to hit that final step, they have.
Well, they have
this beautiful thing behind me.
There it is.
The HLR75.
It's around here. So we got a ton of stuff around here.
Rag Company's doing microfiber towels. These guys
doing microfiber pads in various aggressiveness. This is the yellow.
And I mean, the hybrid.
It's a
you may have
cool
a hybrid
machine.
vehicle.
Yeah, we're kind of back to the future around here, are we right? So this looks something that came from the future.
And I mean, this is an intimidation tool right here, but you know, this is something you can get in those tight areas if you need to. But the hybrid, you can have the battery, you can plug a cable into it too. So super fun, and with any of those products. So.
There you go. And you need a good wipe-off towel. TRC has got the special edition TRC towels. They're kind of wolf pack style with the suede border. Super plush, super soft. They're looking great. Teal color. I know we had comments going wild the other day for the teal. Y'all were throwing out teal gauntlets. We want this, we want that. Well, right now, this one is available over at theragcompany.com. Use that promo code TRCMA20 to save
Kind of tied in with Glenn Davis. He was watching the pre-show over on your channel. Which is going to be happening again as the post-show this afternoon around 4 o'clock.
Stay tuned.
Best TRC towel for panel wiping.
For panel wiping.
This
that is a good question.
Doable, but
that'll definitely do it.
I don't mind the FTW.
Yeah, me neither. That's probably my go-to panel wipe towel, but this one extra plush, extra safe. If you want to get that polished residue off,
definitely
come in with a nice plush towel like this one here, and you're going to have a good time.
And speaking of having a good time, our good friend Damon Virgil, apologies if I destroyed that name. We've had a lot of names this week.
We've had a lot of names. We've seen a lot of products. We've shaken a bunch of hands. We've kissed a lot of babies.
Yep, absolutely. So
but
nice
we're
work,
still
Greg
moving and
Cohen,
grooving. Thanks to our friends.
Pepsi. There we go. You had Kira, you had Seabass dancing in the back. They're having a good time. I mean, they've been working their butts off all week.
Yeah, they're keeping the show running around here.
Definitely.
All these background people.
And I mean,
don't underestimate the importance of the TRC background.
This cannot happen with viewers like you, and you know, without the super hard-working crew here.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone's running around, and it's organized chaos, if you will.
Yes.
But you know,
and let's not forget
the T-shirt,
the limited edition TRCMA 2023 Back to the Future theme.
There's not many of these
special
around.
edition shirt.
You know, I know it's a new year, new you. If your size isn't available, I mean, maybe you can slap on some Brooks, go for a run, get some of that weight off to fit into a smaller size. Or, you know, if you're enjoying our friends at Pepsi, put on a few pounds to fit into a bigger size if that's all that's left.
Yeah,
so, I mean, we're giving you options here, folks.
That's right.
We're
so
giving you options.
that kind of wraps up the RUPES segment of the morning.
Definitely.
Who to roll into after that? I mean, this morning was hot. 3 back-to-back heavy hitters in the industry.
Depending on if you're going from Colorado to Germany, or if you're going from Italy to Germany, either way, you're ending up in Germany.
We went to Germantown.
Friends from KCX.
Yep.
You know,
the black and white.
Black and white.
They came
Our
prepared,
good friends at KCX,
ready to roll.
We had Justin, who's very near and dear to our hearts.
That's right. He helped us start what this is today.
Definitely.
Last year at last year's event.
They're Ambassador of the Year in 2020. You know, huge inspiration from myself, and then I'm pretty sure he grabbed some inspiration from you the year prior. But now he's joined the team with KCX with Andrew Werkheiser and Jason Miller.
And they had an amazing
absolute killer duo. And I mean, I have to admit,
presentation.
Their little vests look phenomenal.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
their style and their profile and
they're
the black and white. I mean, it's fantastic over there.
We've had some chilly weather here. I mean, it's a shorts and a t-shirt day for me. But with them, I mean, they're rocking the vests. You know, they got to keep that core nice and warm.
Yeah.
And I mean, speaking of a core, we have a few core products from them.
Core products.
And one of them is new. You know, some of us like gummy bears.
I do like gummy bears.
Tony here, Anthony Fisher, loves his Haribo gummies. So
stale gummies, stale gummy worms. We don't get it. He is what he is.
If you want to get in the good books of the Anthony Fisher, you shoot over a box of Haribo gummy bears.
That are nice and stale. Maybe crack them open a little while.
With some gummy, if you missed Justin's performance, we have, you know, we can be a little goofy around here. Once I get this spun around, you know.
So there it is. Goof.
Gummy
Fix.
Which, this is Gummy Fix. And Jamie, what is this doing?
It is the new release from Koch Chemie. Hashtag Koch Chemie out there.
Hashtag Koch Chemie.
It is available in the big size right now at
that is
TRC
no
at
joke.
theradcompany.com.
For my metric friends.
So if you want a bunch of Gumi Fix, which I do, because you know what, I wash about every single detail, and there's about 4, 5, 6 of them in a vehicle. If you're Tony Mazel out there, you know he has about 8, 10, 12 of them in some of his vehicles that he details.
We doing a light sniff test because there are some KCX products. Especially,
you don't want to go sniffing all these products.
You got this little reducer here.
Yeah.
That reducer means serious business because you can't just go full nose in. You gotta lightly whiff.
But there's rubber mats.
Rubber mats.
In just about every single vehicle these days, especially if you're like Justin, Mountain Town Detail. I'm pretty sure every vehicle he saw had some nice WeatherTech rubber mats, styling and profiling. And the big topic in the industry is, do we dress mats? Do we not dress mats? We don't want slick mats.
Nope.
Gumi Fix is coming in hot to dress mats now, non-slick. Let it dry all the way. It's a fantastic addition to the Koch Chemie lineup.
Joey Belinsky here. He's correcting you. I mean, that's
no.
Joey,
they're stale gummies.
We were friends earlier, but now
they're bad.
Not so
Throw
much.
them away.
And Dane's Flex was the subject for a few different presentations this morning. One being his new WeatherTechs in the back. Gumi Fix made those look fresh to death, unbelievable. But I think
pretty dirty WeatherTechs.
I think his paint might need a little bit of help because
I think the whole vehicle needs a little bit of help.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's fair. Weird flex, but okay. There we go.
Yeah.
Now the paint. It's a previous owner car. You know, we can use that flexible shaft, get right on those ridges.
Get right
in,
in there. Uh-huh.
But I think the H902. This is going to.
Is that going to do something for Dane's Flex?
It might have to do something. You know, this is quite the bottle. And I mean,
so new and improved. We had H902 out for a while.
So,
but H901 out for a while.
Yeah.
Now we have H902, better finishing down capabilities, still that heavy cut compound.
Definitely. So this one, the thing with the KCX cutting compounds, polishes, whole correction line, they have two little lines here, which one is going to be the cut and one's going to be the gloss. So, you know, we all love sauce. We love sauce. We love sauce. I absolutely love sauce. The cut, we're sitting at about an 8.5, 9.
8.5, 9.
And then the gloss.
What's the gloss?
Is about a 6.
About a 6.
So, but I mean,
because that's the heavy cut. It's might still leave a little haze, but it's going to be less haze than the original 01 version.
You know, if you want to, if you got to do work, this is what you reach for right here.
When it comes to Dane's vehicles.
And then we're going to tie this with the heavy cut pad here in the 5 and 3 inch variants. And they also came out with a couple new things.
I think they're polishing some headlights.
You're going to some other plastics here in the headlights. I'll give you that one there.
Yeah, good headlight polish. Make it easy, simple to figure out.
I mean, ironically enough, it's HLP. We all need some help every once in a while.
Yeah, I got HLP 1.
He's the first helper. I'm the second helper.
That's right.
But combined, I mean, these are the helping sisters, maybe. These are going to help get your headlights looking minty fresh. And I mean, for all you detailers out there, speaking of efficiencies earlier this week, I mean, a headlight restoration is a fantastic add-on.
Yeah, oh yeah.
You know, if you're living in a super hot, sunny area where you're getting that fading, you know, if you're getting a lot of just gross bits, or maybe you got a heck of a deal on a car, perhaps of the Acura RSX variety, like someone we know may have gotten, you can clean up those headlights,
clean them up,
make some easy money. So you can combine this, and then they also have this little sanding block. I mean, look at this.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
As a Canadian, this reminds me a bit of an igloo. So, I mean, super fun. I'm very familiar with this. Jamie, maybe not so much. Give that a feel. See if it's ergonomic.
Oh,
We
wow.
got a bit of a sanding pad on there.
It's like weighted. Gives you some feedback action.
Definitely. And then look at this. I mean, we got Santa's beard in a 3-inch pad here.
There you go.
So, I mean, you can...
It's a fluffy pad.
Get
nice
going.
little aggressive
little...
little
If you don't want to do machine, use this stuff. I mean, excellent to add to your arsenal. They had it in a bit of a case, which I thought was super hot. And then a couple different pads here. So
cool. Nice.
Our good friends at KCX, always cool. You know, if you weren't very good at chemistry in high school, you can be good at chemistry now, because their whole lineup, if you go on their website, they have a beautiful picture of the periodic table of the elements. Every color has a different job.
It's color coded. It's got what it does.
What's easier? So
some people have a little problem with labels for some reason. Like, it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah,
I mean, they got color coded.
If you're colorblind,
all the
maybe not so much. But I mean, you know, at least the numbers are there. You can see what's going on. And I mean,
red and orange, you know, usually tells you, might want to watch out for these.
Yes. I mean,
So we got some
if
orange
you've done
power.
any health and safety
Speaking
courses,
of orange,
you know there are some warnings.
this might be some serious stuff.
Everyone's got to be safe. I mean, this looks like a bottle that you'd want to drink out of, but this stuff you do not want to drink out of.
No, it is not orange soda.
We have orange power.
It is orange power, though.
Which is an adhesive, tree resin, and rubber remover. And I mean,
so we've had Ulex
sneaking around the corner here.
And now we've got orange power.
This whole week we've been keeping secrets. We've been talking about the tea.
And now we got tea
right here. And I mean, this isn't your English breakfast tea. We had Jack yesterday. The English breakfast tea is over. He's flying home.
Yeah.
We miss him dearly.
Yeah.
But I mean, hey,
Heck of
we
a guy.
have our beautiful tea here,
So-
which if you've used Ulex, which you have.
And again, this is not drinkable tea. Don't drink the tea.
do not drink this. Do not
Don't
let
drink
it
the
steep.
orange soda.
And I mean, you know, we like to drink things. Sometimes we use cups. I like to use bottles sometimes. You know, I got a couple different bottles. I got the pint. I got the 32. I got everything.
You got ready to fill up?
I mean, I'm set.
There you go.
And I mean, with these bottles, you just got to like and subscribe if you want to see what's going on with those.
Yeah.
So they're right behind me there. You know, we may do some.
Like I said, we might have a special guest coming on with a little arts
we
and
may
crafts
have
section
some
just in
Idaho
a second.
tea.
But let's get through the
We've had
Koch
some
Chemie products
killer-
real quick.
Some killer coffee around here.
Yeah.
You know, hashtag Koch Chemie, an absolute favorite.
Hashtag stay hydrated with
Yeah.
our friends over at PepsiCo.
Definitely.
But anyway, we got the tea, we got the orange power.
And I
Great
mean-
stuff from our friends at the Black and White brand of Koch Chemie.
Definitely. So we're
And
gonna
finishing off the day, we had the legendary Chris West.
that guy is something else.
He has finally finished the solution
Definitely.
over at Solution Finish. It's been a journey for him. He says he's never been happy with the formula, and now he's finally finished the solution with the brand new
Hashtag
finished
BTE,
Solution Finish.
Big Trim Energy. And I mean, speaking of a lot of energy, you need energy to do some arts and crafts. So I think it's time to take a little
Yeah,
halftime show, and we're going to do some arts and crafts with who other than SBG.
All right, let's bring her in before she drops
Braidwin.
everything. I didn't know.
I brought
Hello,
arts
hello,
and crafts.
hello.
Hi guys.
Welcome, welcome.
We have all kinds
As PNS likes to do, they kind of take over when
I
they
like
show
to
up.
do stuff that's not allowed.
Sydney showed up today.
Yeah.
She's coming in on the mid-show, do some
We're
arts and
coming in
crafts
hot with the
action.
heat gun. This
Let's
is
make
getting
some room.
serious.
Let's get the special edition towels over at theradcompany.com out
Make
the way.
sure you guys funnel your questions into the comments here because there may or may not be a giveaway later on.
Let's go ahead and ask the question so the comments start trickling in for our first giveaway. We're going to give away a Solution Finish Black Trim Restore DIY kit.
That
We're going
is
to give
so
away
cool.
2. The first question is, what year did Chris West come out with the original Solution Finish formula?
Question number 1. Question
So,
number 2.
if someone's in the
is,
control, oh, I guess you got that.
when
so we'll
was
keep an
the
eye out.
first bottle of Solution Finish sold?
Well, now you're kind of making it a little confusing because now we're going to have all kind of dates in the comment section.
But I mean, you better save this date to see when these arts and crafts are happening. So I say we get started. Now, Sydney, what are we doing?
Okay, so do I need to get close to the mic? Okay, so you know, so Jamie likes to do the stuff that doesn't exist. You like to mix the products.
Yeah.
And
Hashtag clean maker.
Yes, hashtag clean maker. I like to make
You
the
don't need to get close to
containers that they won't make.
Mhm.
So I
right.
came up with this arts and crafts project, and Jamie's gotten to do it, except for that I actually made it for him,
Yeah.
sent it to him.
I went ahead and told you I
And-
like that idea. I'm very bad at stickers and arts and crafts. You're going to have
Yes.
to rig up some bottles for me. And now she's here to show everybody how they can do it as well.
So I'm going to have Alex do it because this is actually his kit. So what we're going to do is
Scooch the iPad out the way before it gets drenched or something.
We'll have the control room keep an eye on the comments for the answers to the questions, and hopefully we get you sorted out.
So we're going to make 3 things today. We are going to make a ready-to-use spray quart of Absolute. And this actually is a labeled bottle that is available for purchase. Then we are going to take an empty Rags to Riches bottle, and we are going to put Absolute in it.
Excellent. I'm
Awesome.
very excited
yes,
for that.
Perfect. Then we are going to take an empty pint spray bottle, and we are going to make a pad spray with
Yeah.
Rags to
That's-
Riches.
that's my favorite one right there.
This is the crazy one. So this is going to be easy. So Alex, first thing you're going to do is let's label this bottle.
Okay.
So I've got labels for you. So we're going to label that as Rags to Riches.
Okay.
So this is going to be your Rags to Riches spray bottle. We're going to see how good you are at putting
So the
labels
reason
on.
you would want a Rags to Riches in a formula in the spray bottle, we're going to talk about the dilution in a second, is to kind of have you a good pad
There you
pre-soak
go.
cleaner, right? I team it up with my Lake Country pad washer, little pre-spray action, run the machine. I mean, it comes super clean every time.
Very cool.
Yep.
So,
and I actually put rags to riches in my Lake Country pad cleaner.
Oh, that's a good idea.
I
run
extra
rinseless, but
cleaning
I'm gonna
power.
try that out myself.
I mix it actually.
So we're
you
gonna
mix it
yes.
with. Oh my!
Yes, I
see,
do part absolute.
Everybody thinks I'm the mixer. Yeah.
I do part absolute and part rags.
So we're gonna quickly peel this label off.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're gonna grab the bottle here. And oh
Hot
my goodness.
Sticker action.
Hot sticker talk.
Just realized we don't have any actual rags to riches because our bottle's empty. That's okay. We'll add
That's
that
fine.
later.
Yeah.
We'll add it later.
We can just
So we'll
talk
add that
about
there.
the dilution.
Yeah.
Roll it around,
right,
just
Dewar's
like you're
doing
gonna
pretty
roll
good.
over
There you
that
go.
like and subscribe button on your YouTube
Dang, Dewar, you
screen
might have
there.
a job.
And
Put the application in.
Look at that.
Professional
Isn't
label
that
applier.
beautiful?
Perfect.
Right there.
Yeah.
Just a little gaffer. A little bit goes a long way with
Yes.
R2R.
All right. So now what you're going to do is you are going to fill both of these without spilling.
That's going to be a big feat today
We're gonna
because the
fill
last
those
2
with
days
water.
has been brutal. So we're going to get a little
Dewar,
ASMR.
yeah,
pouring
is
action.
about 3 and 0 and 3 on days going without spilling chemicals around here. So we'll see if he can do this successfully. Luckily, this is an iron remover, or for sure he'd spill it. For sure.
Definitely just H2O. And I've been consuming a little bit of H2O from our friends over at Pepsi, and Jamie's looking a little tired over there, so you may have to
Let me go ahead and get
hit up with
hydrated.
some of that beautiful Mountain Dew. So
All
we got
right.
one down. I didn't spill it.
Okay.
You know, I think that deserves a like over there on the YouTube. So
Smash the like button.
We're going to fill this one up. So this is 16 ounces, and the other one is 32.
Can we talk to people walking by? Hey, Levi.
No, you ignore everybody else. All that matters is what's going on
I was
on
going
the
to have him
table.
sneak us some rags to riches, but
Maybe someone in the crew can roll in with that like and
There you go.
subscribe and a little bit of R2R for us.
So what is kind of the
Before we're
dilution
done,
ratio
so-
here with the rags to riches combo?
What I do as my pad pre-spray is I actually do a whole ounce, 1 ounce in a 16-ounce bottle.
Okay.
So we
Easy
don't have any
peasy.
here, but we're going to pretend like we do.
Yep.
Right? We would squeeze the 1 ounce in the proportional bottle.
That's right. It kind of measures it
Yeah.
for you right out of the bottle.
Right.
Yeah.
So that would go in here. So let's set that aside.
Okay.
Then now let's go ahead and finish off our absolute. So you tell me how you think you want to move this or use this. Do you want to use it as like a pre-spray on the car, or do you want to use it as a clay lube?
So, I'm going to use it as a pre-spray personally.
Okay.
Our good friend Kiera is going to be grabbing our R2R here, so I think we can knock out
Coming
the
in hot.
absolute in the meantime.
Yeah.
But I think we have a little bit of that going on. So,
Here's
There
our
we go.
absolute, and so we are going to do. So if we want to do a pre-spray, we're going to do 256 to 1.
Exactly.
Correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So this is 32 ounces. So help me out on the math on this,
You're
guys.
going to want to shake
So
that bottle
two-
up real good. It's chunky like a monkey.
We rock it.
oh, you
Oh,
rock
right.
it.
Yeah, I give it a
Softly. We
good
don't
aggressive
We don't shake absolute. We
I give it a
rock
good
gently.
aggressive shake.
So
Do what you want to do.
And I mean, if you saw Dane's and the TRC lads video, we had what looked like Dane Hennon doing a little margarita, shaking not stirred.
Yeah.
Right.
And,
I based
mean,
my information on what Dane was doing in that
Yeah.
video. So he's
But I mean, everyone has
Yeah.
their methods.
he's flipping
Right.
it. Yeah.
So fun
There's
fact
fire.
about Absolute, when you shake it, the polymers inside freak out like screaming little children.
That's
and
what
they
I like to
connect
hear.
to
Oh,
each
we
other.
got a little like and
Don't forget to
subscribe
like and
action.
And
subscribe.
that's what happens. That's why there's clumps.
Oh, so Absolute
the
gets a
secret
little
to
mad.
Absolute is you
Okay.
rock it gently.
Okay.
Rock it gently.
I guess I'll
okay,
get a little less aggressive with it.
So we have a 32-ounce bottle full
Yep.
of water. The dilution for 256 is a half ounce to a gallon. So what? How much do we need to put in here?
That's a lot of math going on.
That is a lot of math.
I put 1 ounce in my bottles, or
Yep.
yeah, 1 ounce in my bottles, no matter what.
I'm
what
gonna say
doing.
around
So
a quarter
I'm running
of an
64 to 1.
So
I
we
believe.
can use the actual baking method, which is just give it a little squirt.
Just give it a good squirt.
I mean,
You give it a little squirt there.
right now, 20% off almost everything. Pretty sure Absolute's included. I think you can afford to use a little bit extra.
They didn't pay us to do math on the cleaner cast.
You got to
I
treat
didn't know that was
yourself.
in the credentials.
TRCMA, all this free information this week, definitely worth treating yourself. So,
Yeah. Do you want to put it in, or you want me to squeeze it?
all you can do the professional.
And
Okay.
once we rig this bottle up with
Okay,
the
we're gonna do
absolute
about that
label,
much.
it
There we
even
go.
makes
That
it simpler,
much.
which you're about
then
to
we're
see.
going to throw a sprayer in there.
Then we're going to put the nice gold top sprayer in there. Now, because we don't want it to freak out, right? We're just going to gently mix it.
There we
Okay,
go.
gently.
Slow and steady wins the race.
Yes.
Just a little bit of
We're going to
little bit
gently
of
mix
tilty.
it. Okay. Arts
we
and
go.
crafts
Stirred,
and
not
baking.
shaken.
Right. Okay. So that one's done, right?
And Eben Iverson agreeing with
that out
you.
of the way. There we go.
Eben
Yes.
Iverson rocking keeps it from
Yes,
looking like
yes.
cottage cheese.
Yep, I had
Now,
to
if
teach
you-
Ed this. Yep.
I think Ed's picture is beautiful for the theme of this week,
That
which
is
is
a
going
great-
back to the
great
future.
picture.
And we're
Yep.
going back to elementary school with our arts and crafts. I hope everyone's enjoying this big time. Make sure you like and subscribe on this sucker.
All right. So next up,
So if
because
you
we're
don't want
done with
chunky
the
like a
absolute, right?
Okay.
So
Yep.
now we are going to do our absolute in the pre-proportioned bottle.
There we go.
So
This makes it
PNS
easy.
does not sell the absolute in the pre-proportioned bottle, so we would like that, right?
Definitely.
So what you're going to do is you're going to remove the rags to riches label.
Okay.
I think you have a heat gun.
Coming in.
There we go.
So you're going to
Heat gun
gently
action.
warm that up.
Yep.
So this is what you do with your empty rags to riches bottle, by the way. So you're going to gently warm that up,
Yep.
and then you're going to peel that label off.
So if
We're
you're
going to make sure
wondering,
this is nice and warm now with the Rags to Riches because these suckers are amazing.
oh yeah,
Pick up one of these.
you're gonna
first.
blow through a bottle fast.
Blow through a bottle.
Yep.
Yeah.
Do all the laundry you can. I mean, your towels are going to be softer than soft.
Yeah.
And then what you're going to do is
So soft you'll be worried about them.
you're going to
You'll
take
be like,
advantage of this 20%
supposed
off
to be this
almost
soft?
everything sale, and you're going to be buying a gallon of this stuff.
Oh yeah,
Maybe multiple gallons because
For
this
sure.
stuff is no joke.
for sure.
Right.
But yeah, you'll wash that bottle out, and now it's time to take the label off because we're gonna put some absolute in it.
Definitely. So we're only heating this up to get the adhesive moving. You know, we're moving well in our Brooks running shoes, thanks to our friends over at Brooks. I'm rocking the Cascadia GTX. Jamie, are you rocking? You're
I got
rocking
the
the
Ghosts.
Ghosts. We won't talk about Sydney's footwear.
And
but,
I'm
you know, that's
hydrating
fine.
with a little Mountain Dew.
Yeah, gotta
Zero
stay
sugar.
I would
hydrated.
like to be sponsored by Air Jordan.
I think so. I mean, wouldn't we all? You know,
Who's that? All I know is Brooks.
if we all had Air Jordans, we wouldn't have to rely on our beautiful airplane travels. You know,
I
Jamie's
have a
been
lot.
all
You're getting
over
that
the
awfully
country.
hot over there.
Yeah.
I'm
That-
getting
that
off
thing
the
You're
should
like
lot.
slip
melting
right
the
off.
label.
Look,
That should slip
I've been
right
dealing
off.
with snow for the last 6.5 months. And I'm
I think I
slowly
caught some heat from
acclimating.
that. I'm starting to
Thank
sweat.
you, Kira, for the rags to riches.
There's
Now,
the rags to riches.
This is the bottle you buy.
Yep.
Buy
This
two.
is-
Buy two.
Buy two, because
Buy
you're still going to want
seven.
to keep one to refill with
I
rags
mean,
to
I like
riches.
to buy in even quantities.
Buy
So you might as well
two.
round that up to 10.
2 of these and 1 gallon.
Definitely.
Fine.
We got
There you
the
go.
hot peel talk
All
going on
right.
right here.
Look at that.
Ooh, that's nice.
Yeah.
That's some
That
hot
is coming
Leaves
off.
a nice
peel action.
fresh bottle, and that's
That-
why you want to warm it up. We could, of
Yeah.
course, rip the label off. You're going to leave all kinds of stuff.
That's where I
stuff,
would have
but-
went wrong.
But we like to do, second grade level arts and crafts,
So
not
we're
kindergarten.
gonna do the back too.
Okay.
You know, party in
Okay,
the front,
viewers.
Yeah.
business
Going
in
all
the front,
in.
party in the back. You know, speaking of party in the back, we may have to go to the back door of Chip Cookie tonight to get some cookies because
Right?
the front
To
door
get
is always
some
closed.
Yeah.
Cookies
And,
around this
they're
joint.
just not.
Maybe the happier
Not
employees
hooking
are
us.
in the back.
I
Yeah.
think so. I think they're eating all the cookies last night.
First
we thought
we
the
swooped.
KCX boys cleared them out.
They
like
did.
Jack and Alex
I
did
believe
with
they did.
Viper
We
Chair.
haven't checked Justin's
But
bag yet, but I
I
think
have
Justin's walking around here with a sack of chip cookies.
Look at this.
All right.
Nice and
Looking
plain,
good.
nice and clean, ready
Perfect.
to go.
All right. So now you decide you want the proportioner on this side. Yeah.
Yes.
So
Yes.
there's your absolute label.
This is absolutely awesome, by the way, don't
Right?
you think?
Yeah.
A fresh absolute
Yep.
label. Yep.
There we go. Okay.
And we already know Alex knows how to label stuff really good.
Yes, if you check out Jamie's Instagram,
Yep.
we got the Zamboni.
All
as a
labeled
Canadian
up.
citizen,
Oh, yeah.
you are born knowing how to ride a Zamboni. So all the hockey fans, make sure you drop a comment, see if you've been driving a Zamboni.
That's right. Have some hot floor cleaning action going on the
Oh my goodness.
Instagram.
This stuck.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
We're good. We're good.
look, Dewar took an hour to put the license plate on the floor cleaner,
did.
so there ain't
we're
no
gonna
telling how long this is
slap
going
that
to
on
take.
there.
No, ooh, look
Absolutely
how pretty that.
That's a little low.
How pretty that is.
You
Do
know,
you want an
it's kinda not
absolute for the
centered.
back, just in case?
I think so because
Okay.
we all need instructions, and your instructions right now are to take advantage of the 20% off almost everything.
That's right.
And make sure you like and
All right.
subscribe.
A little bit
There's
more.
two
One more of
easy
those?
around here.
Just me.
All right. All right. So, if you're in a sticky situation, grab some absolute.
Me and Dewar find ourselves in plenty of sticky situations.
Plenty of sticky situations. So,
Perfect.
look at that. That was smooth
That
as
was
butter.
slick.
Now
Yeah.
you can have it
Good
on
job,
either
Dewar.
side. All right.
That's impressive.
So now what you're going to do is, do we want to finish our rags to riches or our absolute project?
Let's go. Let's finish the absolute since
Yeah.
we're
Okay.
on it, and we'll go back to
So
the
absolute,
rags.
we are going to use what's left in this quart, so we're not going to quite fill it up. That's
Ooh,
fine.
okay.
So what you're going to do is you're going to open the side.
Yep.
That would
The
you
big
would build a
side.
fill
The big
side,
side, yeah.
right?
Because the way these bottles work, for those that don't know, is that you squeeze it and then it comes up this little side here into this little piece, and there's actually levels in there to show you how much is in there.
Yep. So it'd be pretty hard getting it from this
You
one
want me
down.
to pour this again?
We're gonna get some funnel action going on because
Right
I don't
there.
know if any of us are coordinated because we've all getting, all jacked up on Mountain Dew.
Oh, yeah.
Jamie's
Hold that
been
funnel.
buzzing this morning.
Oh,
Our
yeah.
good friend Jack's favorite word. And look at that. There was absolutely no cottage cheese there, folks. That is all
It looks a little
smooth as silk.
I gotta learn how to pour smoothly. It's all in the angle that you pour.
We'll have to shoot an email over to Dave and see, hey, how can we get the absolute top pouring quality? But
All right.
a little bit of ASMR
Obviously not
pouring.
shake it as aggressively as I do and get it all chunked
yeah,
up.
do not shake it.
All right,
Because
well.
they just imagine those polymers screaming.
I like to
for each
kind
other.
of wake them up.
Yeah.
Tell them it's about to go down. You better get ready.
And Joey Belinsky, I would have to agree with you.
What's he got going
Are
on?
you sure that Dura has water in that bottle?
Nothing is for
All right,
sure
so
around
let's put the cap
TRCMA
back on this
2023.
before
I'll
I
tell you
shake
that.
it.
That's a good point. You know, I can wait.
Yeah, you hold off on hydrating. You're
Oh,
busy.
man.
I'll hydrate for you.
Okay.
Sorry, in
so
true
here's
Canadian
the
fashion.
tip when it's in the proportioner. So when Absolute sits, it kind of not solidifies, but
Coagulates?
it gets a little stiffer, right?
Yep.
So when you have it in the proportioner bottle before you use it, you want to do that.
Just the old
Gentle
tilt to
rock
tilt.
back and forth, right? And then this is going to work just like rags to riches. When we want some, it goes right up.
Looky there.
Look at that.
That makes it
nice,
simple.
smooth.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
There's a
unbelievable.
good
and
1
it's ready to
ounce.
go.
Yep. So
you know, because if
Ready
you're
to
doing
go.
efficiencies like we were with Jason, I mean, earlier we're going ham. You know, we got the
Yeah.
20% off. But if you're concerned about cost per use, I mean, you're getting the exact amounts in there,
Yep.
and you're nailing it down. And if you're doing a clay dilution, if you're doing a waterless dilution, you have options with this. So
That's right.
So
super,
this
super
is
fun.
yes. So this is really nice. So if we're doing 4 gallons of water in a bucket, we're going to do 2 ounces, right?
Yep.
So super easy. Love that. Plus it looks so nice.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So next up, we're going to finish off our rags to riches
right.
pad
Yep.
spray.
Let's go back to
So
cleaning some
here we are going to
pads.
do 1 ounce into 16 ounces.
1 ounce into 16 ounces. All right, now.
This is easy
Yep,
because it's in the
it's easy
proportional.
peasy. It's
This
in
is
the
easy.
bottle.
This is the final exam,
Don't
folks.
overthink it, doer.
Wait, what are you doing?
I don't know what I'm doing. We're gonna take. Oh, geez. All right, this is the joy of live, folks. So give that a little squeeze.
There you go.
And right at the top is an ounce.
Yep, and you can.
Or for
you
my
can
metric
give it a
friends,
hard
30
squeeze and
milliliters.
let go, and it'll suck out. It'll,
And look at that.
It'll
And
round out.
I can rock it all day long, and it's not going to go anywhere. So I'm going to grab my funnel
You
again.
could shake it if you wanted.
All right.
Yep,
All
funnel
right.
action.
Hot funnel action.
Here we go, and this makes an excellent pad cleaner. Team it up with your pad washer if you have one. If you don't, it's still an excellent pad pre-soak / pad cleaner.
You know what else this is good for?
What's that?
Is when you're doing the wash clay seal, or if you're using a bead maker,
Yep.
you spray your towel when you're done drying it.
Oh.
Spray it with your spray.
That's right. You
And
can
then
start
any
breaking
sealant,
down.
whatever you're using, is not going to
There you
set
go.
into the towel.
That's a
so
hot
it's a great,
tip. Yep.
yeah. So it's a great towel pre-spray too.
Yep, so
You know who
finish-
told me that was Robin Sweet. From
Ah,
Oh,
right, the
very
great
cool.
Robin
Yeah,
Sweet.
She figured that out, so
Yeah,
I'm not going to
down
take
at the
credit for
Geek.
that. There's your spray top. So now for this, I leave this next to wherever I throw my pads. I have
By
2
your
bottles.
towels.
One's on my towel basket, and one's by where I
Look at that.
take my pads off.
Fantastic.
So
Isn't
nice.
that- it's so cute.
So cute.
It's ready to go.
Look at that.
I mean, you can keep this thing on you.
Yeah.
I mean, keep it on your belt.
And
keep
for
it on your
anybody that
cart,
needs
keep
to
it on your
order
shelf.
those pints, I have no idea what they're called. I have to call and say, I need pint bottles that look like the quart bottles. That's what I say. So,
There we go.
Yeah.
Hot pint talk.
There
Right.
you go,
Did I give you
Sizzle.
the wrong spray top?
This one, I think.
Yeah, we needed
think
one
it
like
is,
this.
but that's okay.
Yeah.
Ah.
Oh, well.
That's the joys of life. But I
this
mean,
is the new sprayers PNS has on their products now, huh?
So-
They finally upgraded the sprayers.
I mean, this is one that I can actually spray, but I mean, there's nothing in there. 'cause
Let's
it's
not
switched
do the
to
Bluetooth
off
sprayer
position.
again,
Bluetooth sprayer.
viewer. Let's not do that.
That's so a few days ago. So I mean, if you missed that, you're gonna have to hop back and check after you've watched today. So
there you go. But do we have any hot questions over there for the
So
arts
hot
and crafts
questions, we've got
section?
a lot of
It was
comments,
quite
and,
chaotic.
I mean, Joe Muniz, this is a real cheat code.
That's right. We're bringing you the real good information here in the
this is the
halftime
information
show.
you want.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And
Some good stuff.
A little bit of jacked up on Mountain Dew. They were wondering what Dana's wearing, and then one for Sydney.
Dane's wearing.
Yeah, they were wondering about his shoes. Sydney picked the color for Absolute, didn't she?
did, yeah.
I think the hot teal talk, and Jamie.
Right. Hot teal talk. That's
Speaking
exactly.
of teal,
Yeah,
Teal
yeah.
Company,
Yeah.
it's got the limited edition TRCMA
You know, I bought
towels.
as many of those as I could. Yeah, those are
definitely.
amazing.
Stock's probably running a little low now.
They got the Amazon exclusive Eagle in the teal
Yeah.
color as well.
Yep.
And if you missed out on the Valentine's Day sale, they also had a teal long sleeve, which Jamie absolutely loved yesterday. It was a little bit chilly. But speaking of shirts, what do we got there, Jamie?
Limited edition TRCMA, fantastic shirt. Back to the Future themed with all the amazing brands that TRC had here on display at TRCMA 2023.
And not to worry, Hans, I did not mess up Sydney's hair with the blower,
You know what's so funny is Gabe just got in trouble for asking me to go outside in the wind. So that's so funny, Hans, that you would bring that up.
Hans has a little inside hot
yeah,
talk.
He knows I don't like the hair blown. Yeah.
But yeah, definitely. I think this is something cool. And all three products here. Once we get this little guy, you can keep that on you, keep it on your cart, especially for mobile. But I mean, even just having a couple bottles around the shop, because I think we've all misplaced something, put it down, forget where it is. Some of the automotive enthusiast people all know about the 10 millimeter story. You got to keep that thing on you. So I mean, Rags to Riches, has definitely become one of my favorites for towels. And I mean, if you're, buying all kinds of towels and using them, you can even buy more towels with the whole 20% off deal going on right now, and stock up.
Go now at theratcompany.com.
We love our teal towels. Jamie loves his FTWs.
I love the FTW.
Sydney loves the FTWs as well. And they're an investment. They're high quality. You want to keep those things soft, and definitely
stock up now. So any more hot crafting questions or PNS questions?
Joey Belinsky's getting out the paint brushes and wants Sydney to paint the HR-15.
Yeah. I painted my Flex teal.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
and I think there were some pressure washers getting painted.
Oh yeah, my pressure washers.
Anthony's been painting pressure washers too.
I'm an old pro at painting plastic.
Yeah. So we.
All right. Well, if you
we're
guys
gonna get you out of here.
If you guys are done with arts and crafts, I'll leave you alone.
I believe so. It seems like it.
Yeah, I'll have more arts and crafts in a couple months for you.
Yeah, I think the demonstration was so good. We answered all the questions, and Dewar did a fantastic job. So thank you, Sydney.
We appreciate coming out. We appreciate the stickers. And
thanks for having me.
There you
thanks
go.
For that.
Hot crafting
you guys
action.
have fun on the rest of your
Appreciate you.
show.
Thank you very much.
And if you want Sydney to sign anything, maybe for your order, she's here right now. So get to order and use that promo code. And write in the notes if you want the cleaner cast to sign something, you want Sydney to sign something.
If you want the media staff here to sign something.
Yeah, Coach Chemie's here. They're in the building. The legendary Chris West is here. Get you a brand new, perfected.
That signature is worth
finished
more
solution.
Than money.
I am so excited to try this finalized formula from the legendary Chris West. He told me the whole story
and everything. Look
at I'm getting solution finished now. But they put it to work, and then he also has the over the top. A lot of people either don't quite know about this yet. It came out last year at TRCMA 2022.
Don't sleep on this. This stuff's legit.
Do not sleep on over the top plastic sealer. Everybody wants to ceramic coat their trim. This is a fantastic sealant that's going to give you that super UV protection, all that good stuff.
And speaking of trim.
There you go. Kimberly asking.
We're going to trim things down, make it nice and simple for Kimberly. How do we get things signed? I don't have any shipping notifications yet. Now, when you're doing the order, you put in the comments of the order itself to say, hey, can the cool team over there sign some stuff? If the order's placed, definitely give them a call, and then hopefully they can sneak that in, and we can do our best to get that signed.
Tell them
a really popular thing here.
The notes section.
The notes section. So they're a big fan of the silver Sharpies around here.
Oh yeah.
They have the black banners. So I think if you order a banner, you can get as many people to sign it. It's got a lot of real estate, and we'll sign it, they'll sign it, everybody will sign it. Everyone here has been working their butts off and really enjoying themselves. And they've been just crushing it this week.
Oh yeah.
Definitely the UPS truck has been, it might as well live here with the amount of stuff that's going on. And then our good friend Hunter.
Over the top is the real deal. Definitely kicks it up another notch. That's right.
Yeah. So once you do the, once you're hungry for results, you're cleaning up that trim.
Speaking of being hungry for results, hungry for trim, did we find a winner yet who may have guessed the correct year? The original formulation of Solution Finish was formulated.
And I gotta sift through the queue a little bit, so hopefully we'll have that ready for you in the post show, or we'll tag in Dane during the.
We'll have to get Dane hunting on the.
So. But
what you got going on?
Well, we've got some stuff behind us.
We got some stuff behind us.
It looks a bit like a memorial, but maybe the ego is dead, maybe the body is dead, but this. We're starting the auction at $15,000 US right now. Like and subscribe if you want to get in on this.
What was their little catchphrase Lex said? If you want to get jacked up or something. Viper Energy coming soon.
Definitely. That is signed.
Yep.
That is redesigned. It is absolutely phenomenal. And we've got this beautiful Viper chair. We got the low pro at the back. And look at this thing.
Oh yeah.
This thing, it's
hoverboard
designed as
action.
It's a polisher rack, but I mean, it's also a polisher.
We said we were going to
rack,
have
a hoverboard holder.
Dane do a live demo on it.
So we're going to see if we can get Ivan's bus rolling and then have him on the back of this. Maybe at the sand dunes. See what we can do.
There you go. Yeah, all right. Anthony Fisher wants to come on.
You saw him in the picture.
Cast.
Now you're going to see him live.
He's back there pointing at us. So come on. What you got going on?
I can't believe this. That's hilarious. And so $15,000. That's
the starting bid.
That's the starting bid.
Starting
that'll be a
price.
good thing.
Yeah.
So I actually wanted to chime in here because we didn't actually have an official Grand Ambassador segment for this week. And right now we're already halfway through the day. We're kind of running out of time. And I know that there's people out there that have questions on how to be involved within the Grand Ambassador program, such as these two gentlemen have been, as well as Brad, who is...
Yes, the Grand Ambassador of the Year 2022.
He's
Perfect Detail USA.
Signing autographs right now.
He's always mobbed, hoarded outside.
He's kissing hands and shaking babies.
He's shaking them babies.
Exactly what it is. And so, anyway, I wanted to chime in just to answer a few questions that I have seen pop up for the Grand Ambassador program and how people can be involved in that and kind of what the plan is. As many people know, at the beginning of 2023, that we did not launch it normally in January like we would normally do. Typically, you would see the applications go out around December or so. People would apply, and they would make the announcement beginning of the year, and then select our 10 Grand Ambassadors for that quarter. Now, we kind of skipped that first quarter. As we said, we were going to be going under construction with the Grand Ambassador program, making some changes, some positive changes to it in order for it to go forward. As many people know, we've done it for 4 years now, which is pretty
unbelievable.
It's been around for a minute now.
It's been so cool. We've met a ton of fantastic people, and we wouldn't be here without it. Absolutely.
Had some fantastic Grand Ambassadors on board.
160 Grand Ambassadors over the last 4 years.
Unbelievable.
That's insane. And so many of you guys have just represented us so well, including these two right here. And then there's so many people, even within the comments right now watching the show, that have done just an outstanding job in, spreading the lore of the rag company, the gospel of premium microfiber and premium detailing
And
products.
without that program, we wouldn't be here doing the mid show.
Definitely not.
Yeah, right? Maybe.
There you go.
Who knows? And so, as far as what the plan is for this year, we are planning on doing a announcement here around, actually it was going to be around TRCMA on when things would be taking off for the next opening of Grand Ambassador applicants.
Okay.
Now, after a many long discussions and going back and forth with our team, at this point right now in time, we have a lot of changes going on the software side of the ragcompany.com with the development of things and moving to a new processing system. And because of that, we've actually had to use a lot of our resources, in-house resources, people, myself, and our other web team that had to change some things and change some priorities in efforts to have a smooth running website before we could have a smoother running Grand Ambassador program. So with that said, there are going to be some big changes that are going to be happening to the program itself. Just some kind of teaser changes. We are going to be actually reducing the amount of Grand Ambassadors per year, making the program even more exclusive. We're going to be adding some more perks and benefits to the program on the Grand Ambassador side of things.
We like perks.
We like perks, right? As well as being able to potentially offer Grand Ambassadors more product and more chemicals, more towels, and everything like that to essentially create better content. Now, the picking process is actually going to be much pickier, right? We're already pretty picky about who we choose. It's going to be even pickier going forward. But again, in efforts to do this and make it right and do it right, we are going to have to, unfortunately, postpone this kind of April, May start for this upcoming batch of Grand Ambassadors. Still under construction. We thought we would be a little further than what it is by now. It's not that we aren't far. We've done a lot and we've made a lot of decisions that I think are going to be the most beneficial for us as well as you guys potentially interested. So this year is going to be pretty crazy.
It's going down this year.
We're throwing a curveball that nobody thought we would ever throw, and this year will be the Grandambassador Showdown.
Oh, we
and
might finally have that Grandambassador Battle Royale action going on.
Okay. Battle Royale.
Spice things up a little bit, I
So
think.
Now we're talking.
So what does that mean, right? So we've had Grandambassadors of the Year, right? We've had several at this point who have just done phenomenal jobs. Everybody from Zaya to Justin to Alex, and as well as Brad.
That's a
And we've had some amazing people. But you know who is also amazing is every single runner-up that we've had throughout the Grandambassador program, right? We've had at this point 16 runner-ups so far, right?
That's
4
crazy.
runner-ups per year, and we've been running it for 4 years. So with 16 people, we want to give a runner-up another shot at the title.
Now we're talking.
The Grandambassador of the Year title.
You're talking about an all-star season.
It's kind of the perfect number to work with. It's the perfect kind of stopping point to be able to make this happen. So what that looks like is that instead of bringing on new Grandambassadors during 2023, we're going to be utilizing the runner-ups from the previous 4 years. We're going to be sending them out an application, which they are going to have to reapply, and we are going to be choosing a select few who are going to be essentially battling out for the crown.
Holy smokes.
A little Sweet 16 action, if you will.
Yeah,
Sweet 16. And,
starts at 16.
So it's going to be pretty awesome to see because, as you guys know, our runner-ups are just amazing, and they produce just insanely good content. So I can't wait to see what kind of content they produce and also what they're able to do within the industry to hopefully raise things up. And so, in a nutshell, in case that was...
We've already got the fighting words happening so far. Oh my goodness! Stay tuned for this showdown.
I think it's gonna get pretty spicy. I hope everybody is still very supportive of each other. But I think that this might be our spiciest Grandambassador thing to date.
May have to moderate the comments in the group chat just a little bit.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to pull in Alex, I'm gonna have to pull in people just to make sure everything stays pretty kosher during this whole process. So, anyways, that's expected to go live, or the start of this process is actually gonna be happening probably mid to late summer is when this is gonna kick in, and they'll be rolling out that final Grandambassador Showdown till the end of the year, and then prepping that for a new round of Grandambassadors and a new Grandambassador process going into 2024. We wanted to make it happen this year. It's just we kind of bit off more than we can chew. And then when the Grandambassador Showdown idea kind of came to my head, I said, oh yeah, this is it. I mean, we got to do this. I mean, we've done it for 4 years now. It's a perfect point to be able to take a break and throw down and see what happens. And so,
lots of snapping action coming in.
So it's going to be awesome. So we'll see. Again, we have 16 people that I'm going to be sending out emails to once summer kind of starts kicking in to see. I mean, who really still wants to. Who wants to do it? Who wants to go after the title for that second round? Jamie, do you want to go after that title?
I think I'm all in on this.
You're all in?
Hot battle royal action.
He kind of got a
if you want some, come get some.
Got a little Louisiana action happening.
That's
there,
right.
So
it's gonna be hot. Ambassador 2023 # There will be blood.
Wow, that's fighting words right there.
I love that. I want to see more of that. I want to see how spicy this thing can actually get. So anyway, hopefully that answers some questions as far as what's going on with that. I thought now would be a good time to plug it while we still have everybody's attention and before the end of the show happens. So coming up though, I want to reiterate that the fact that Dr. G is here from Optimum is a very big deal. He's never come out to this event.
You're telling me.
I didn't know this place could get celebrities. The closest I think we got to celebrities was Alex from Viper hanging out with Goldberg.
Yeah, exactly.
People. But now I think Goldberg's
what's almost as hot as Goldberg coming? Dr. G himself from Optimum Polymer Technologies.
All about the G's here. Maybe spend a few G's over on theradcompany.com with 20% off almost everything.
For the first time in Rad Company history, Dr. G is here.
Unbelievable.
Ready to demonstrate live.
And this is the first time he's been here. In all the years that we've been working with Optimum, we we finally got him out. And there was, a lot of different, things that have happened over the years to be able to, that kind of kept that from happening. But now that he's here, I mean, we want you guys to bring some really good questions. Obviously, he's filled with so much knowledge; it's insane. And we want also him to feel welcome. So hopefully, he can come back for more content and be able to do this again for future TRCMAs and other video opportunities.
For sure.
So make sure you give him a warm welcome, as well as the guys from Lake Country.
Definitely, they're coming up,
and then as well as the guys from RoadFS.
It was an amazing morning. It's going to be an amazing afternoon here at TRCMA 2023.
It's so big that he's got to be here himself to make sure it's all done right.
It's all done right.
Make sure we're
It's
not
all
going
lined
outside.
up.
Make sure Jamie's not going out for blood. I mean, we got to keep it clean.
Stay concentrated.
And
stay tuned.
And then these guys are doing an amazing job as well. So
we appreciate you. You guys have been absolutely killing it. The whole team behind the scenes.
That's right.
The real MVPs. So I strongly encourage, if you're putting an order through, throw a banner and get everyone to sign it. I just think, because you got to need a little piece of history. Go back in time a little bit. Get us going, get them going.
All kind of limited edition towel, stickers, t-shirts. It's all going down here.
And these towels are gorgeous.
They are really nice.
They are really beautiful towels. Sydney bought, I think, like 3 giant bags of them. And we're like, Sydney, we need these for the customers. And she goes, that's my color.
Hashtag Kill Queen 23.
And I need that. And so pick them up before they go. Hopefully we have enough in stock to last us past the show. That would be ideal. Just for people that are going to be catching up that weren't able to stick around for the full live event this week. But yeah, head to theradcompany.com, check all that out. There is new products on theradcompany.com. There will be more added here over the next few weeks. And that's pretty much all I got. This has just been awesome. I know Dane wants to stop in and just say a quick thank you and spread his gratitude. Without
Mr.
further
Fisher,
ado,
we're going to get you out of here.
Mr. Dane Stone, the Stone Moan
himself,
the
prince of the Rag Company.
The Stone Moan is hungry for
the owner of the Flex.
Ready to go. Really, the introduction I was looking for. But I'll take what I can get. That's okay.
Dane here, Prince of the Rag Company.
The Flex was bashed this morning. Now I got another car in here. They're probably gonna make fun of that.
I don't know why you're so far away.
Get on in here, Dane.
We don't fight. Get a little cozy.
Jamie's going for blood, but I'm the intermediary. I'm the Switzerland. I'm the neutral zone here.
Yeah, it's an absolute. Anyway, Dane, it's an absolute pleasure to have you on. What you got?
Thank you. Well, it's funny. He introduced me, and I just enjoyed watching. But now that I find myself over here, I'm at a loss for words. I've just really been amazed at the support that we've gotten for the show. It's been an amazing time, and
there are no problems, David. You are absolutely fine.
We can't do it without you guys. Seriously, this is kind of for the fans, And I love this mid-show. I saw the earlier segment with Sydney. I just want to say, if we could do that every mid-show in the future, because you guys will be back.
There we go.
There we go.
Cleaner Cash is coming back.
Official confirmation. There we go.
I'm making sure of it. Okay, guys. I'm convinced these guys are where it's at for me.
Dane's using his own paycheck to get us here.
So basically, I'm throwing down right now saying it's going to happen one way or another. You guys will be flying here. Jamie get a few more flights under his belt.
Yeah.
And
the super chat money.
The super chat money.
Keep sending the super chat.
All this money, all this money we haven't been able to spend at Chip Cookie is going directly.
Exactly.
It's so funny. We walk up, take my money, and there's nobody there.
We have to improvise. Overcome and adapt.
So the point being, I want to see more of those kind of like a Good Morning America cooking show segment style things like we were doing with Sydney, arts and crafts, that kind of stuff.
It's fantastic.
If we can mix it up with the different guests we got each day, I think there's a lot of great potential. So in the future, if you guys would like to see that, please comment below. Let us know some ideas for like different brands and combinations of like arts and crafts type stuff we should do.
Definitely.
Yeah. So I'm just putting you guys on the spot.
No, we appreciate that, Dan. Dane's been working so hard behind the scenes. He's been lighting his feet with his Brooks. I think we kind of all have. And, running back and forth. And Dane's been all jacked up on Mountain Dew.
All jacked up on Mountain Dew. Come at you like a spider monkey.
So there you go. Cleaner Cast will be back in 2024, not only to do the mid-show, but I myself will be claiming that championship title. So have it ready for me.
The fighting words.
And I'll be back.
Maybe we can get a bit of a belt situation made with some more arts and crafts. Maybe, Jamie's going to Chicago. I think Sydney's going to be there too. Maybe we're going to be doing some.
I'll be there.
Dane's going
to be there.
We're going to be some fine leather goods. And Jamie's just going to make the belt before it even starts, and hopefully it takes the crown.
But Dane, you got anything else you want to say to good people?
Oh man, that's it. I just want to say thank you again to everybody watching. You've been amazing. Keep it up. This is the final day. We're just wrapping up, and That's about it.
All right.
Oh my goodness, we have.
Gabe coming in hot.
Guys, here's the deal.
Getting cozy.
Oh jeez.
I cannot emphasize this afternoon is going to be huge.
Huge.
Something big is coming your way.
Holy
and
smokes.
I guarantee the chat box is going to be blowing up.
Gabe, you know what else is huge?
It's going to be looking like Anthony's bathroom.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
What a way to
Where's the
end
stick
it.
up? Now, something else that's huge.
What?
Is 20% off. You guys don't do that. I mean,
Very
it's
often.
a couple times a year.
Yeah.
Almost everything.
It's big.
And I mean,
Save
if you
big.
want to see us back,
You want to see us back?
you know, if we want to see Hans get a microfiber belt,
Use that promo code.
gotta
A
use
microfiber.
promo
I'll
code.
take a microfiber championship. That'd be fine.
Bergie wants a blanket. Hans
I
wants the
mean,
belt.
this shirt right here is 20% off. This one right here.
But
So,
this is
this afternoon, big.
Big.
It's not big, as Shine Your Light saying it's huge.
Huge.
There we go. So
All right, I'll leave it to it. But
and we got
thank you,
another
sir.
little special guest
Dang,
there.
appreciate
you
it.
know,
Scooch back over to your mic.
scooch back.
Do you want back on? Okay. Well,
Okay.
Sydney, SPG of PNS, is coming back on real
The
quick.
Teal Queen is back.
What you got?
I forgot to mention. So, the arts and crafts was not sponsored by the PNS management team.
Yeah,
it
yeah,
wasn't
yeah.
sponsored by the
Oh.
labeling team, and it wasn't sponsored by the packaging and shipping
So
team.
this is a very DIY. You have to kind of figure it
it's
out.
sponsored by the basement, by the PNS.
PNS basement. Yeah,
So,
we
and
have
you
a
gotta
video
know,
before.
right?
of
You
the
got to
basement.
know where the basement
It's
is.
dark,
So
it's
this
gloomy.
arts and crafts was brought to you by the PNS basement.
Yes.
today.
Perfect. Yes.
So I just wanted to mention.
Very
Yes.
DIY.
Dane wants more
right,
basement
thank you.
contact.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Sydney.
Yes.
Definitely, yeah. The stuff we do on the mid show.
I mean, how-
we're light, we're fresh.
How electric has
We're
it been in this
hydrated
mid show? It's crazy.
with Pepsi.
Stay hydrated.
And
Go
I
ahead and get
mean-
you a swig of that water.
We
All
like to have some
right.
fun here. So, Jamie, real quick.
Yeah.
Couple more minutes left.
Couple more
before
minutes left.
We
Okay,
gotta,
so-
we got to get this floor cleared because
Yes.
a celebrity's in the house. They need all the space and all the time they can get.
I mean,
so,
it's crazy. The
we're
legends
gonna go
walking
from the
around
top
here. We
to
got Ivan
bottom.
LaCroix coming in the door. We got Dr. G somewhere back there getting ready for his segment.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, let's recap real quick the morning, and then we'll get into the afternoon preview. So top of the morning, we had our friend Jason, the legendary Jason Rose, and the RUPES team do a fantastic demonstration on the Reveal Sisters and the Uno line. It was fantastic. Followed by them, the black and white gang over at Koch Chemie, hashtag Koch Chemie, revealed a new product, Gummy Fix. Gummy Fix in the big size is ready to roll right now on the radcompany.com, TRCMA, promo code 20. Use it, and then you're going to save big time over at the radcompany.com. And then we rolled into Solution Finish with the legendary Chris West. What a legend. He finally has finished the solution. Solution Finish has reached its final form. It's bigger, it's badder, it's better. Finish it off with over-the-top plastic
and
sealer.
we're gonna do some. We're gonna go through a solution and find the answer to our questions for a giveaway.
We got some giveaways going on. We'll have to recap that and all the chaos. The question was, when was the original formulation of Solution Finish created?
Yep.
Answer, what year was that formulated? And then the second question is, when was the first bottle of Solution
That's
Finish
correct.
sold?
Yep.
So what year was it created? What year was it sold? We got 2 kits ready to be given away.
Definitely. So
right here,
a heck of a
TRCMA
morning,
20.
jam-packed. We had arts and crafts. We got deals. We got giveaways. We got sales. We got shirts. We got swag. We got T-shirts. My goodness. Unbelievable. And I mean, that's just the morning. The afternoon is
Afternoon. Who do we got coming up, Dewar?
We have my clipboard here with some actual information.
There we go. Pull it out. What we got going on?
We have officially...
Our friends over at Lake Country are
Lake
coming in hot
Country.
with Lake Country.
That's right.
And
You know,
Lake Country Power Tools.
Go for a swim over to the site. Get your 20% off.
Yeah.
Everything coming up.
And then we have our friends at Optimum.
It's almost the weekend. Call in
Polymer
sick for the afternoon. We're giving you permission to do that.
Technologies. Dr. G for the first time will be going live from the Rag Company right here in a short, hour or two after our friends of Lake Country wrap it up.
And if
they're
you
ready to
can't-
roll over there.
if you
we got
can't
Dr.
sneak-
G coming in. It's
That's
going to be
right.
big. Don't miss it, people.
If you
It's
can't-
going down.
If you can't sneak away from work, you want to download some new software. We got RoadFS.
RoadFS is going to
We
finish.
have
Our friends Jody and Rod
coming.
are ready to show you
Unbelievable.
how to get going on their program. And that's going to wrap it up for TRCMA 2023. We got one afternoon show left. It's hot. It's going strong. We're the Cleaner Cast. We're going to be back next year. I'm coming for that championship belt. We'll see you next year. We got a post show to do, but that's on my channel. But we'll see you next year as a mid-event event. All right. That's all we got. Cut it
Take
off.
care, everyone. Thanks for tuning in.
Sure.
So the future of detailing. That's a weird thing to think about, because I feel like over the last 7, 8, 9 years, things have already gotten pretty crazy. There's been a lot of changes within the industry, a lot of chemical changes from chemical manufacturing. There's been a lot of things from textile manufacturing here in microfiber. So I can imagine that the technology, whether it's the chemicals or maybe the accessories or like the textiles, will only continue to improve. But as far as how I'm going to evolve to it, I don't know. I'm here for the ride. I mean, I think that we've done a pretty good job evolving with the industry so far. Levi and I and Dane, we just kind of roll the punches, and we try not to necessarily follow all of the trends, but we try to acknowledge what trends are happening, acknowledge what things are happening within the industry, and just see how can we work with that, or how can we work around that. And that seems to be our plan, and we're just gonna stick with it.
So where do I see the detailing industry evolve in the future, and how do I plan to adapt to that, right? Or to adapt to those changes? I think I've already pretty much done that because of the fact that I'm on social media. So for me, the biggest shift from what was happening in the 90s, in my case, in the early days, compared to today, the biggest thing is social media, definitely. So we have a chance now to have these online social platforms where you can demonstrate your work, so people can directly connect with the detailer himself or the content creator. And so use them to your advantage, guys. You can be the best detailer in the world. However, if you're not on social media, or if you don't have a way to market yourself or promote yourself, well, guess what? Well, you're not going to have the same amount of foot traffic, because the majority of people today go online to search for reviews, to search for how to do things, to search for where is a detailer local to where I live that does a great job, so on and so forth. So if you want to get foot traffic, you have to have either a website or a social media account. The most popular obviously being YouTube, but there's also Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, Snapchat, Twitter, whatever platform you guys want to use, or wherever you're at in the world. I'm sure there's some form of social media, and that's a way for people to connect with you. So share your pictures, share some videos, share a story about who you are. When people get to know who you are, well, guess what? If they like what they see, they'll be more inclined to want to hire you to take care of their vehicle. So I think people need to learn to adapt to that change, because we are headed towards a social media heavy environment. And it's important to also figure your place out in the crazy world of social media, because there are thousands, if not tens of thousands of accounts worldwide just in the detailing industry. So it is hard to differentiate yourself, and so figure a way to grab people's attention, but mainly focus on doing a great job. Also, I think the industry is evolving towards new technologies all the time. So if we look back in the early days, for example, carnauba waxes or beeswax, even before my time, were such a thing that lasted for decades and decades. Slowly but surely it evolved to synthetic paint sealants. That took a little while, but those were pretty much the two forms of paint protection. And then fast forward in the 2000s, here we are now with ceramic technology, and lately graphene as well. There are now some diamond nanoparticles infused, or nano diamonds infused in a few coatings. So the technology is evolving. So you have to be able to adapt if you don't want to be forgotten in the space, or if you don't want to feel like a dinosaur. So you have to learn about the new technologies, inform yourselves, see what works best, see what you can offer to your customers. Because if a traditional carnauba wax back in the day used to last 1 to 3 months, well, nowadays we have products that last many, many years on the clear coat. So things have evolved, and you have to learn to adapt to that. So keep yourselves informed, keep loving the industry. If you are not passionate about detailing, I don't think it is a space for you, because it's back-breaking work, obviously. It is a lot of hard work. You got to keep up with your brand, your business, your marketing. Make sure you're profitable, make sure you're efficient, but make sure you're also knowledgeable about what you're doing. Keep up with the latest trends and technologies. So I got to give a lot of credit to professional detailers, because it is not as easy as some people might think. The general public often thinks detailing is just washing a car. It is way beyond that. You can spend 10, 15 hours on a vehicle. You can spend 3 to 4 days on a vehicle, sometimes weeks, if you're preparing something for a museum or Pebble Beach Concours of Elegance, for example. But yeah, detailing is such an awesome field to be in. And yeah, make sure you learn to adapt and evolve if you do not want to be left behind, but be passionate about it. Hopefully everybody that's practicing detailing, whether it's as a hobby, a weekend warrior, or as a professional, hopefully there's some form of enjoyment. What I usually tell my viewers is I share my knowledge, but mainly my passion. I want to give the detailing bug to people out there so they can learn how to take care of their own vehicles, but most importantly, so they can learn to enjoy it. It should be a fun thing to do. And yeah, as long as you have passion, I think naturally you'll want to stay up to date on all the cool, latest and greatest stuff out there. And by the way, if you want to continue to learn more about car detailing and all the products, equipment, tips, tricks, and techniques, head out to my YouTube channel, Pan the Organizer. Well, thanks for being there. Thanks for watching. And in the meantime, as I always say, don't forget to keep it tight, keep it clean, and I'll see you on the next one.
All right, so how do I think that the detailing community will evolve over time? This is tough for me. I'm not necessarily inside the detailing community per se, but I think from a company standpoint and from a marketing standpoint, one of the things I think that is plaguing the detailing industry, like probably so many others, is that people are getting duped by the smoke and mirrors, right? There's a lot of good companies out there that make great products, and it's going to be the job of those companies to continuously put information out to really show people why it's important to use this product and how to properly use it. And that really triggers into the next point, which is as things are kind of peeling back the curtain, right? When we're showing people you know, more than ever before, that detailing isn't a magic, it's not a lost art, and we're giving them the tools through the internet to be able to understand what they're doing and properly do it themselves. You know, there's going to have to be a lot more focus on being able to turn out content like TRC has been doing to kind of inform and educate the community, so people are having a good result with the products that they're using, and they're also using the right things. And so from my standpoint, I really think a lot of the evolution in this chain has to do through education.
Me personally, it's going to be how I adapt is me traveling more, bringing on a new team of guys and girls in the sector that I'm in, the training, teaching area, the educational area, to help educate and evolve the industry even better, the new people coming up into this scene, to help them out and understand what we do, which is really the same sort of question as Lake Country Manufacturing, because obviously they've employed me to do that. So as a brand, we are going to try and adapt to the changes, meaning it's not just me going to do the educational videos. We're going to have other people with different skill set, educating at different levels. So we're trying to hit a different audience, basically all the different types of age range, male, female audiences for the future. So really keep up with the times, promote the industry more. We like to give back. Lake Country Manufacturers as a business likes to give back to the community. Essentially, that's how I was employed. I said, now you've got this knowledge and you gave all this to the industry, it's time for you to take some back and socialise and mix. So really, it's just to help grow, everyone in the world grow as a community.
You know, the detailing industry is a niche, and I think too few detailers recognize that. It may seem huge, it may seem like this big, huge industry with billions of dollars in it, but relatively compared to other industries, like car washing where I'm at now, it's a niche-y piece. The consumers for the services that detailers provide are a niche in and of themselves. So I think detailers are going to start to recognize more and more that their customer base, not everybody is a client for the high end, the multi-day or all-day correction and coating service. And we've already started to see the shift that many of the high-end detailers, guys who focus on that stuff, are bringing in additional services. You can't just rely on being really good at fixing scratches and applying coatings. You have to have that other level of service, be it tint or PPF. What I have seen increasingly is that there's a trend towards detailers to start to pay attention to maybe the consumer that isn't in that market. I've been standing on this soapbox for some time, is that not everybody is a correction, coating, or PPF customer. Some people just want clean and shiny. So I see successful shops are focusing on more express services, things at a lower ticket price, lower lift in terms of manpower and hours involved, but not doing hack work, but doing express work, doing things that fit somebody's budget. If they only have $500 to spend, a really good quality wash and decon and maybe providing a spray sealant or something instead of a coating. As I see more and more detail shops recognizing this, I don't want them to I don't predict that they will abandon the high-end services, but they need to diversify. So I guess my summary answer to that really is I see shops diversifying, either adding more high-end services, more things that they can do for a customer who's coming in for that type of service, or diversifying the other direction and adding services that maybe fit a smaller budget or somebody who isn't trying to produce a show car finish that just wants clean and shiny. So as that trend starts to evolve, we have to start to think about the larger marketplace, not just the consumer who has that $2,000, $3,000 to spend or more, but that consumer that maybe has hundreds of dollars to spend, that still loves their car, that wants it to look better, but doesn't want to invest that much money in it. So as we diversify, myself, I've adapted a lot of the training that I do, a lot of the conversations I have, many of the podcasts that I'm involved in, and being better about understanding the customer base. I've done a lot of learning in the recent career transition I've had about what customer expectations are at different levels. So I've been able to kind of get a glimpse behind the curtain of what the other half has been looking at, and starting to tailor services and messaging for marketing, and even those conversations with the customers to a little bit more of a broader audience. So it's really the evolution I see is that diversification piece is coming. The shops that embrace it, whether they diversify up, down, or both directions at the same time, will be the ones that succeed. The vendors that recognize, the suppliers that recognize that diversification need will succeed. Those that want to stay kind of in their niche, they may continue to do fine, but growth is going to be increasingly hard as things change. It's hard to grow in a very, very tight and niche-y market. So if you want that explosive growth, I think you're going to have to adapt and diversify your offerings.
I do feel like in the next 10 years, again, there's going to be a huge acceleration forward of 10 times the growth that we've seen. I believe that the way that these shops are evolving and adding these services, detailers are no longer looked at as somebody that is making money on the side or doing something in addition to their current job. I know a lot of detailers that are making hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. I think detailers are going to become millionaires because the way that the market is now viewing our industry, we're starting to take it to more bigger things. When you go on different networks on TV, you're seeing a lot of garage build stuff, and you're seeing a lot of the things that we normally view in the car society as what people want to see, right? But I feel like there's going to be more film shops involved in those kinds of shows soon. I feel like there's going to be different spin-offs that will probably involve detailing oriented style companies, film and installation style companies, and for those reasons I think we're all about to see the detailing community as a whole all reap a ton of benefit on how detailing is going to grow.
So the question is, how do I see the detailing world evolving in the future, and how do I plan to adapt to those changes? Well, in terms of adapting, that's quite simple. I will simply just do whatever Levi and Anthony tell me to do. That's super simple. I'm joking. No, it's having a never stop learning attitude for sure. That's how I'm going to adapt to those changes. And I'm just going to hold on. And what I mean by that is I think a lot of things are going to change in the near future. In terms of detailing, well, just like how everything in the world is going to be changing super quick in the near future. And I think AI is going to have a big part of that in computer technology. I think with what AI is doing, how quickly you can, let's say, improve a chemical, let's say ceramic coatings. I think ceramic coatings in 2 or 3 years will be completely different than they are now. I think they're going to work better, easier to apply. It's going to be very interesting, and that's a lot of it due to AI technology. And I think a lot of that technology, the computer technology, is also going to make the tools better, not just the chemicals. I think the ability to take an idea and do a 3D, modeling on a computer, and then print it 3D, and then have an idea, and then take it to the manufacturer. I think you're going to go from idea to concept super, super quick, quicker than you ever could before, even let's say 3 or 4 years ago. So I think the tools are going to change and adapt, and I think the chemicals are going to change and adapt. And I think if you ride that wave as opposed to be scared of it, I think there's a lot of money to be made, and it's going to make your life easier. And that's what technology should be all about. So it's having that never stop learning attitude, being open to AI technology, and of course, as I said earlier, just listening to Levi and Anthony, doing exactly what they say. That works for me so far, and I'm going to continue that in the future.
Well, to point out the obvious, I'm a girl working in a primarily male-dominated industry. So I do see that that will just continue to evolve, and more personalities will become involved. It will become more accepting of not just the norm. And how I plan to adapt to that is I just plan to lead the charge. Lead the charge of different personalities and different people from all different backgrounds joining in on this detailing community and taking on new challenges. And I just feel like it's going to become a more prominent industry, nationwide.
Well, I hope. The industry has changed so much in the last 10 years than what it was 10 years ago. I can't even fathom or imagine what it's going to be like in the next 10, 20, 30 years. One, I hope I'm still a part of it. I hope my body hasn't let me down. I hope that the technology that comes out is just going to make our lives easier. And I hope that we can continue that growth of knowledge and personal development, and the addition of actual detailers, not being guys in a dirty shop in a back alley cleaning cars, but actual car care enthusiasts and people who appearance specialists, so to speak, that are really the folks that you are relying on to keep their vehicles looking their utmost best.
Probably comes down to evolution of products, techniques, that sort of thing. And I think we're trendsetters. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're at the forefront of a lot of those changes. But that's not to say we're the big and almighty. There's definitely a lot of players in this game. So it always pays to keep an eye out. What's new, what's changing. But yeah, I think we're going to be right on the cusp, and we're going to be keeping a close eye. And whatever happens, we'll be able to adapt to it. But I think areas of focus will definitely be, there's never going to be a shortage of products that people are looking for to protect the finish on their cars. So whether it was from the days of wax way back when, people are still doing that. Sealants, same deal. Onto coatings, which just effectively took the same spot as sealants and the waxes before them. And you realize, even with all those advances, people are still doing waxes. People are still doing sealants. So it's not like that stuff's going to go away entirely. It's just a matter of what people are willing to open themselves up to, tolerate, or just evolve with the times. But regardless, we'll pay attention to the stuff that we think is relevant. And if we happen to see something that feels like it's kind of a fad or, just a very short-term trend, we may or may not go through with that. As we've seen sometimes in the past, it's better to hold back rather than always trying to be the first out with something, because, hey, you can do better sometimes if you actually stop and pay attention.
How do I see the detailing industry changing, and what are we doing to prepare for this? Great question. Personally, I think detailing is going to go backwards over the next 10 years, and I don't mean that in a negative way. I really hope that people fall in love with the emotional connection there is to cleaning their car. I want to see people doing more hand application of waxes and sealants. I also think that PPF is really just beginning. I think that is going to go to the moon. For me, long-lasting, super durable protection, ceramics don't even come close. PPF is the kingpin, and I think car care products like Stjarnagloss, like some of my competitors, are really going to have to target towards that PPF guy. Also, I think some of the new technology coming through, the dry ice energy, that really does excite me. I don't think it's going to be a replacement for car care chemicals, but I do think we all need to be a little bit mindful. How can we improve that? How can we complement that journey? Lastly, I think education. Whilst we like to think everybody is out there cleaning their own car, there is still an obscene amount of people using the rollover or using the drive-through car wash. Great, that's a new customer for me. I can't wait to step up the education even more. More YouTube, more social media, more Rad Company Media Access weekends. Thank you so much for inviting me. Let's share the love, let's spread the knowledge, and get more people out there cleaning their own car and falling back in love with the car that is probably putting them in monthly arrears.
Doc? Hello? Anybody home? Einstein? Einstein? Hey, Einstein. Oh, where is everybody? Jesus.
Hello, 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 and welcome to the final session of TRCMA 2023. That's right, guys, you made it all the way to the end.
Can't believe it.
Well, guys, they got me.
They got me. They got you good, right? We somehow reeled you in for this entire event, and we can't believe how many viewers we've had. This has been an all-time high, and like we're just ecstatic.
I know.
And we're all pumped.
It's kind of sad. You know,
it's coming to an end. I know.
We've put a lot of time, a lot of effort into this, but like we said, everybody, we save the best for last. So we've got a ton left, but remember, today is the very last day for the sale. That's right, 20% off almost everything in the store at the Rag Company. So make sure you head on over there. If you haven't yet, take advantage of the sale. Today is the last day. Also, every order gets the special edition sticker that you've been seeing. And we've got shirts still available on the website, so you can pick up your Back to TRCMA t-shirt there on the website. Pick it up. And every order also, I heard, is getting a TRCMA edition towel.
Ooh, I like the way that sounds.
You can buy some towels, but I think there's a couple getting thrown in as well.
A couple of them are getting thrown in.
Super cool.
That's a nice surprise.
Gabe's going to try and throw one at you. So you guys can hop on and place your order and get your towel, or buy a bunch of them if you want. But the point is, we've got some great TRCMA merch as well. It's 20% off all the great brands that you've been seeing here. And now, I think we need to move on to,
we need a foam home is what we need to do.
We do need a foam home. But we're going to do a different kind of foam because we're going to be talking to our friends over at Lake Country. So, ladies and gentlemen, Scott Voles and Andrew Wilson from Lake Country.
What's up, everybody? I'm glad to be back. This is my third year doing this, and every year I bring somebody a little bit different. So this year I brought Scott, and we're super excited to share with you guys a little bit about some of the new products we're bringing out. So Scott, why don't you just tell everybody you've been at Lake Country a little bit longer than I've been there, so and tell a little bit about your journey and so everybody knows.
Sure. I've been with Lake Country about 9 years. Started out in sales, a little bit of product development, moved on from the sales position to product manager, product development. But so I'm here with Andrew to kind of help him go through some of our new products.
Cool. So we're going to kind of split up the next segment on this last couple minutes between LCPT and Lake Country Manufacturing. And I'm super excited because our LCPT Lake Country Power Tools continues to grow in that specific platform, and we're going to highlight some of the changes and then go over some of the products that we currently have, and then we're going to get into the second portion of our hour today. We're going to just talk about some of the additional pads that we've been able to launch in the last, call it, year or so, and review a really hot product too. We can't really keep our pad washer in stock, but one of the things I wanted to highlight, since Scott was here and it was part of a lot of the R&D of our pads, was specifically the LCPT pads. And I'll just kind of pass it off to you, Scott, so you can kind of walk through users. It doesn't get a ton of PR, those pads. I know we kind of sourced them from a different style foam, and so can you kind of talk to us about like why that foam's different, what's in it for me as a detailer if I've never used those pads before, and then what's special about them too, because I know they have like a unique shape.
Absolutely. So we'll start off, we have the olive, the khaki, and we have the micro wool. Your olive foam has a larger pore cell structure. It's a little bit more firm. Has good rebound. It is somewhat aggressive. It is our cutting pad, so it'll take out heavy defects. Not quite as aggressive as the micro wool, which is a very unique material to us. It went under development for quite some time. We have it's actually a 100% twisted wool, very, very tiny twisted, what we call a pile, like a natural, like 8-inch wool pad. So it's very aggressive in a shorter form. You know, it's very extremely aggressive. Your khaki pad is a polishing pad or a finishing pad. It's not really like any of the other pads in our lineup, much like the olive. These pads were developed specifically for the Udo system. The challenging part of this was, you know, the Udo's polisher has many different functions on it. It has rotary, it's DA, it's short throw, long throw. But how do you get pads to work on all functions? So that's what makes this lineup kind of unique, is that it'll work on all the functions that the tool has to offer. So I'll let Andrew kind of go through the functions of the tool.
Yeah, and then I think one other thing to highlight too is just like the profile shape. Does that help with, like, on the rotary setting versus like the DA? I know it has kind of a double bevel on there. So why did you and the R&D team decide to do that? I'm just curious.
It was to get a little bit larger of a reach. You know, typically, I don't think we have one here. Typically a pad just, you know, kind of has a straight angle. You get a little bump out, you get a little bit more surface area coverage, a little more even pressure. When you're pushing down, it's not really digging into the side of the foam. It's more of a surface area coverage more than anything.
Okay, awesome. So yeah, as Scott said, those pads were specifically designed for like our dual action polisher, which is the Udos right here. If you guys haven't heard about it, I'll just highlight a couple features of the specific tool. But we spent a lot of time actually developing this tool over the last, call it, 3+ years, and we're really excited about all its functions. It's the first of its kind. It has a number of different settings on it, so it works as a rotary, it works as has a sanding function, which is really just a lower orbital setting, and then it has three positions, essentially what it's called on the collar here. And you can see there's a position 1, position 2, and a position 3, and what those positions are different throws. So you have a 12mm throw, a 15mm throw, and a 21mm throw. And so what we've been able to do is essentially create an all-in-one machine that any type of end user could use to essentially sand the paint, and then maybe they wanted to try to remove some of those defects using the rotary, and then we all know that there's some challenges when we're using the rotary, and so we have the dual action polisher built into that. And I'll just show you guys right here essentially how we can kind of change some of the settings. So if you look at the collar system, it's on a spring collar system, and then all you're doing is just pushing it down, and then you can go into its long throw setting. And we were able to pair this technology actually with the backing plate here, and you can see on the backing plate it has these vents on here, and so these vents actually force air into the backing plate, and the backing plate has a number of holes on the bottom, and these holes actually cool the pad down during polishing. And it's kind of hard to see it right here, but when you're actually polishing, even with some of these newer foams, and Scott alluded to the olive foam, you can actually touch the paint after you're using that foam and even that pad, and it's still cool to the touch. And as detailers and other professionals in this industry, we know that heat is very sensitive to any type of polishing, depending on what type of compound or polish we're using. So we've been able to take some of that technology in the backing plate, and you'll see some of that later in the year with some of our other products that we're going to be coming out with in the next coming months. So, did you have anything to add, Scott?
So if you, you know, you sand, you hit it with rotary, you hit it with DA, say you might still have some defects left or not, how would you go about finding them?
The defects? Oh, right into the intro of our detailing light. So we're really excited. We, as I mentioned earlier, we kind of been moving into kind of amping out this LCPT line, and so here you guys can see we have our really slick looking design box that we were able to package our detailing light into. And I'll kind of start from the back too. There's a QR code that goes directly to our website. But one of my favorite features on the light is its USB port, I should say. And on that USB port, it acts as like a little portable charger for anything that you would want to charge on the go. And then what we've done with this light to make it kind of a little bit unique to some of the other products in the category, it has 1300 lumens, so it's a pretty powerful light, and it lasts a good 6 hours on its lower settings. It has two different settings. I'm going to warm it up here so you guys can see the settings, but two different settings. It's at a 5,000 watt kind of color temperature, so we were able to specifically dial that in, so it really helps with identifying the defects in darker color paints. And for those of you guys who know about like that color temperature, we kind of dialed that in to be that 5,000, and then we actually put a fisheye on it too, so it could kind of amplify its range when you're looking at some of the defects in the paint. And then another nice little feature too is this little hook on the back, you can see it on the top. And then one of my favorite features too, when I'm just using it on other parts of the car, is just the magnetic capabilities, so that it can attach, and then it can be hands-free for whatever you're using it on. So another really cool product that we were able to kind of attach in this line, and we're already seeing it fly out of the shelves right now, and excited for feedback from the end users. And it's always nice too if it's at a sensible price too. So I know you guys can look up online, but it is a really nice price for the end user.
Thank you, Andrew. What's that cord you have there?
Oh, the cord? So talking about some of the other features along with our product category of the LCPT, right here you guys can see that the cord's already plugged in, and it's kind of hard to see, but in the back it's already lit up, and that essentially means that we're connected to electricity. But this is a self-locking cord, so it has a button on it. We wanted to build a cord out with this specific product category, so that this tool, and probably really any tool that you guys are using, is already using the proper power cord. If you guys have ever touched a power cord that gets a little bit warm, it probably shouldn't get warm and you're not using the correct cord. And I do a number of home projects myself, and I never want to be in the situation where that tool, I'm dragging it around, and then all of a sudden it pulls out, and I'm midway through a project. So it's always nice to have this little feature of having to release the specific plug when I want to put the tool away at the end of the day. So I love that feature about this little power cord, that we are also kind of pairing it with the whole UDOS family. And you can see, just like this is just a little example that I bring around, but I really do really love that feature of just kind of having a premium feel that goes with a premium machine. Yep.
So just to add on to that, that is for the record, it's a 12 gauge cord, and it's 25 feet long.
Plenty long.
Plenty
right.
long to get you around, perfect size to not draw too much power and in a short amount of space. So
cool. Now, where am I going to put all this stuff when I'm carrying it to a job? I've shown this last year, and I just want to highlight it again. Guys, this is a premium bag. It is awesome to help kind of keep my hands free, so maybe I can carry another bag. I love this bag because, really because of the quality that I'm able to see when I'm using the specific bag. You guys can see the interior of the bag has a bunch of LCPT design. The zipper, once you feel it, is a very, very high quality of a specific zipper. I can fit a couple tools in it, along with any of my dirty pads I might be using. There's a lot of space, and I actually travel with this bag everywhere I go. And then the side pockets are awesome because I can just slide in my compounds and polishes, and then the bottom is built in a way that it just kind of stands up on itself, and it really complements the other product categories in this line. And we're excited for the future of building out this power tool. It's been an awesome start. As anybody knows, a first generation of anything, there's just always things to build on, and we're continuing to build out this specific product category, and we'll be very excited to show you kind of what the future holds with the UDOS line.
Very good.
Awesome. I think we kind of want to shift, or let's see if we have any questions about some of the products that we talked about.
Assuming you guys can hear me.
Oh, we can hear you.
Okay, excellent. All right. So in that case, the first one is more of a comment than a question, but I'll have Ivan read this one.
Yeah, so love the micro wool from Lake Country Manufacturing. When the paint is hammered, that's the way to go.
Awesome. Yeah, I think the micro wool is kind of one of those sleeping pads in our category, just because it blends. You know, we wanted a pad that was really versatile for both DA and rotary, and because of the nap of that specific pad, it cuts very, very well with both type of applications. So definitely a good complement for heavy cutting.
And it actually leaves a pretty good finish as well. So
yeah, awesome.
And then I've got one here, Brad. I'm going to have you read Ginger Badger's comment.
Some great innovations there. What is it like from a warranty perspective, and is it user serviceable?
In reference to the UDOS.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to answer that? If you don't, I'll answer it.
Go for it.
Yeah,
I can answer.
So the warranty is a year warranty from the date of purchase. We actually have partnered with one of the largest, let's just say, warranty centers in the United States. And so if you have an issue, it's probably best to send it in. We're not perfect as human beings, and machines are not either, and so things do come up, and so it's just best to have professionals look at it. You know, the biggest things sometimes are brushes or cords, and I'm not an engineer, but I think it's best to leave that sometimes to professionals, so that the tool can continue to work down the road. So
Of course. And Ivan, I'm going to go ahead and give you Director of Success here.
So the NACA ducts and the backing plate, that was a pretty cool piece of engineering.
And yeah, Ivan followed up saying there's a lot of R&D into that backing plate. Could you speak a little bit to that R&D that went into the plate, what made it kind of unique from what some of the other stuff that's out there?
Sure. So a gentleman that works for us, long tenured gentleman, he's heavy into aviation, and the NACA ducts are used on airplanes, you know, like NASCAR, IndyCar. It's a way to force air, you know, to get cooling versus just having it pass through. I know in the early stages when we were testing that theory to see if it would work, so one of the other engineers on our staff, he actually developed a piece of tooling to measure airflow through those ducts to actually, so we had some data behind it to know that it was working, right, and quantify it. So it's kind of a pretty unique situation where you have, you know, aeronautics being brought into your polisher world, you know, which isn't necessarily where most people get that idea from. So yeah, it's worked well for us. It's one of the top comments we get on the tool is, man, that pad stays really cool. So
Yeah.
it's good. It's good to hear that it's working.
Well, it's cool to know a little bit of where that inspiration comes from.
And I think it's cool too, Dane. You know, some of your guys' you know, call it little commercials during midday, talk a little bit about, you know, some of the innovation that continues to happen, right? And now we're, you know, there's a lot of great tool companies out there, right? Now we're borrowing technologies from other segments, be it, you know, racing, aeronautics, right? And we're incorporating them into our tools essentially to what our vision statement is to make life easier, right? And if we can keep, you know, that pad cooler, that keeps the compounds and polishes cooler, and then that's really helping prolong some of the life of some of those products when we're polishing paint too, right?
Oh, of course. And then I've got another one here from Ginger Badger. I'm going to have Brad get this one.
Any plans to innovate in the air tools category?
Not in the short term.
All right. And then I've got basically a few compliments along the way here. Bob Myers making sure to say every paint correcting detailer needs this light, followed by, oh, okay, this one's a good one, Ivan.
Yeah, button, much better than the locking collar in my own humble opinion when it comes to power cords.
So, yeah, that's kind of a, you know, one of those things you don't really think about until you have it, and then boom, it's way easier.
Yeah, it's much easier just to press that nice little red button.
It's super easy, right?
Yeah.
Just hitting the button and it comes out, right? Versus kind of some of the twisting motion there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And, okay, now we get a little more challenging question, because I realize you guys are not the engineers here necessarily, but Eddie is wondering, will there be any updates to possibly make the UDOS a little bit lighter? I realize there's a lot going on in that machine, so it's definitely a challenge.
Challenging is a good word. There's a lot going on in that tool. It's kind of the first of its kind. There is some work being done behind the scenes to, you know, I'm working on a second version. So I mean, hopefully we can get there. If not, it'll be a shame. But we're positive we'll have some improvements sometime in the future.
And I think too. I think, you know, there's a lot that gets talked about and from a perspective of the weight, right? And the way I see some of the weight is really on those flat panels, right? You need to use the weight to your advantage. And, you know, sometimes when we're trying to remove some of those defects, we want to put a little bit more pressure down, you know, with whatever tool that we have. So I totally get it and know where Eddie's coming from. But on the flip side, I also want to, you know, see some of those challenges as opportunities where I don't need to use as much of my fatigue in order to remove some of my defects.
Sure.
And the other point of that is, as well, the tool is extremely well balanced. It may be a little, you know, it might be a half a pound heavier, or maybe a pound than some other tools on the market, but the balance point is there as well.
Yeah, great
that's not always the
machine,
case.
many functionalities, simplify your system. It's a good way to go.
Awesome.
And then I've got DS here wondering, Brad,
when and where can we get that backpack? And I'll second that, because it would be super beneficial for anyone doing mobile work, for sure.
Yeah, so the backpack is out right now. I would probably visit some of your local online retailers. I know that it will probably be hitting some newer online retailers soon. But one of the comments is we did bring a backpack here with us to give away, so I know you guys are doing some cool giveaways. So just make sure, I don't know how you guys pick out, you know, who's getting some of those free products, but I did want to let you know that there is a backpack up for grabs when you guys are ready.
Good opportunity
duly
for
noted.
everyone to chime in
if
on
not
the
this,
comments here.
if not this, then maybe we throw it in the post show with Jamie and Alex.
Now, one thing you guys touched on in your intro, and I think it deserves a demonstration.
Yes.
That is the pad washer.
Yes.
Now, the pad washer is my favorite Lake Country product of all time. I recommend it to every one of my students. I don't think the world, I don't think you should polish without one. So if you guys could give us a little rundown on the Lake Country System 4000.
We were getting there because
you
we
were jumping the
LC
gun,
power tools,
Ivan.
but,
Right?
Don't leave home without it.
Yeah.
it was actually into the next segue. So this is our pad washer 4000. I have already filled it with water. However, I have not put the cleaning solution in. Every pad washer comes with a packet of Snappy Clean, so you can get started right away. I'm just going to put this in here real quick.
You know, while Scott's putting that in, I just kind of want to highlight that we've had 3 different pad washers over the last, call it 10 years. And actually, when I first came into the industry, we had a pad washer that we were using for wool pads. But we've made a couple updates to this specific pad washer. If you can see here, we made this really cool triangle piece. I don't know how else to describe that to you guys, but it really helps with the handle and moving it around a shop. Sorry about that. And
Reinforcement is good.
Pardon me?
Reinforcement is good.
Yes. And then we've made some updates, and I'll kind of let Scott talk to some of the updates and exactly how this pad washer works for the end user.
So we filled it with water. I don't know if you can tell or not. Solutions in there. We have what we call the catch basin. The catch basin goes in. There's a separate compartment from the water. You put your pump in. There's a seal, a gasket that seals it tight with the pump.
A seal gasket?
Yeah, seal gasket. A gasket.
No baby seals were harmed in the creation
No.
of the gasket.
Hold on, I got disconnected.
And then on the top there, you have a pump that's going to bring out water that's going to essentially shoot up and get into the pad. So Scott's going to show you guys exactly how it works.
A dirty pad here. We're going to prime it. The solution comes out, it's ready to go. So you kind of, you pump it, the solution through the pad. Sorry, I went blank here again. You run it over the surface, and then you kind of lift it off, let it air dry.
And that pad's pretty dry as is. I don't know if you guys saw it, but he pumped the water into the pad, and then as soon as he was done with the pad, he just lifts it up and spins it in its basin there, and you guys can see that the pad is essentially completely compound and polish free. So why would I want something like this? I mean, what's the benefit to me as a detailer?
One of the biggest benefits is you can clean your pad on the fly. You could take this pad and keep polishing if you really want, or you can put it aside and let it fully dry. The pad is still going to be a little bit damp, but it's clean, so you're not pushing around residue that you've already polished, picked up in your pad and spreading that around. Clean pads are the best. So a lot of things I hear, guys are taking pads and they at the end of the day they're laying out 10, 20 pads and they're cleaning them, and it takes forever. So as you just witnessed, it doesn't take very long to clean a pad. So it's very time consuming for one. So, and it increases the lifespan of your pad.
Yeah, I mean, when you're physically using the pad, right, even though the pad may seem cool, the interior portions of the physical pad may be a little bit hotter, and you need to let that cool down, or use something like a pad washer to do that.
Sure.
Right?
Because if you think about it, a lot of these polishes, they have solvents in them, right? That stuff migrates into the pad. Heat and solvent, what does that do? It's not real friendly to foam, so you want to get it out. The sooner the better. But that's one of the innovations that you know, Lake Country has had around for a while. We've made improvements on it. We're going to continue to improve it even more, but it is one of our probably most popular sellers. You get, you know, everywhere we go, people are like, "Oh, pad washer, we love that thing." So if you don't have one, I'd recommend getting one.
There's clearly a lot of fans in the comments here that feel the same way. So they were all saying more or less the same thing about that. I mean, Bob Myers here saying 4,000 is the best way to clean and condition your wool and foam pads. And I got Simon. Ivan, you should read this one.
Yeah, totally love my pad washer 4000. I had the grit guard before, and it's such a big improvement. And if it wasn't for Ivan, I'd never have gotten it. Yeah, definitely. You know, the pad washer is one of my passion points with Lake Country. The other things that it does is it makes it so that your pad is cool, like the guys mentioned, but it is not wet. It's just slightly damp. If you weigh the pad before putting it in the system 4000 and after, it's less than a gram of difference. So there's not a lot of water in there. But it helps keep your pad cooler. It actually primes the pad as well. So you're not dry buffing at any point on your pad. You have moisture everywhere on the pad, therefore you have less risk of damaging the surface. You have less risk of micro marring. And if you guys could touch on, there's a lot of people that say, well, I just blow my pads out or I pressure wash them.
Sure.
What does that do to foam, Scott?
I mean, it's a pressure washer. It's forced air. It's measured in pounds per square inch, right? It's pressurized. You get too close with it, I mean, it's foam. It's gonna tear. Even if you don't notice it right away, it's not a major tear. You're going to break down that pad a little bit faster. You're going to get less life out of it. And then again, I mean, I guess it's not a bad thing, but then you're going to be spending a little bit more money on pads over the longevity of time. So, I mean, I'm not going to complain about it, but at the end of the day, we want to maximize your guys' efficiency and profitability. So that's what we're here for.
No, and that's excellent. And I got a question here from Simon. Let me throw this over to Brad.
I noticed on some of my finer polishing pads, I clean them between each pass. After X amount of times, maybe 2 to 3 panels, they start getting too soft and vibrate, along with almost stretching.
That cleaning might be a little excessive. You might have a little too much moisture in the pad. Again, moisture, you start polishing, you're going to develop heat, moisture, you're going to kind of create steam. Steam's going to soften that foam and stretch it out, possibly break it down even faster. So I would say kind of minimize your pad cleaning, or set it aside and rotate out another pad.
Yeah. And one thing I found with the tighter foam cell structure, so the finishing pads, they have a very, very tight foam. They do hold on to a lot more liquid. When I'm done in the pad washer, I just dab the pad on a microfiber towel that absorbs that excessive moisture. It brings it back down to a nice level that you're not going to be creating the steam, like you said, Scott.
Transfers it over. Okay. Yeah. And basically, a ton of other people are just saying pad washer 4000 is a must. Virtually eliminates dust floating around the shop. And I'll have you read this one about 2 types of cooks, Brad.
You have 2 types of cooks. The cook who cooks and leaves a mountain of dirty dishes, and then the cook who cooks and has 1 or 2 dirty dishes. Clean cooks need the pad washer. Yeah, it definitely seems like a super essential item to have, be able to keep moving on the go.
Yeah.
I think too, you know, a lot of individuals, they may not use the pad washer in between every application, but I have heard too, you know, at the end of the day, maybe soaking your pads in little like rags to riches in kind of like a 5-gallon bucket to just loosen up some of those compounds. Just giving another solution. I know that you guys have that product, and I've heard only good things about that. But then, you know, obviously putting them in the washing machine afterwards is just another way that you might be able to do that. You could also use probably our Snappy Clean as well. We sell it by the case, and that would be just another alternative if you didn't want to use the pad washer.
Okay, and I actually have a relevant question here from Peter. Ivan?
So what polishes worked best with the System 4000 in your experience, especially when doing during a polishing clean with just water and not Snappy Clean?
You want to take that, Scott?
Actually, I can take it if you guys want.
Yeah, well, I mean,
it's a trick question.
Yeah, polishes that work best with the 4000. I mean, I can't say I've had any issues with anything that doesn't come out. If you're doing it right away, if you let it sit, I've had some either staining. I know some of the finishing polishes are, they have a darker color to them. Sometimes that stain will, or that dye will stain the pad. Maybe something like this, which has been washed, but it's been washed multiple times. As you can tell, the print is pretty faded. But other than that, I mean, I haven't really seen any issues with any polishes working or not working with the 4000.
I've never run across a polish that didn't react well with the pad washer. And the Snappy Clean, whether you're using the Snappy Clean or not, the Snappy Clean really makes a big difference, and it doesn't have any negative interactions with any polish. Like I said, there's very minimal product and very minimal moisture left in the pad.
Especially frequently between panels, right?
Yeah, exactly. I never put clean polish on a dirty pad.
Yeah. And Brad, I'll have you ask Ethan Bland question here.
What is the recommended volume of water for the pad washer?
The recommended volume that you fill the bucket with is about 1.6 gallons.
Okay.
Good to know.
So,
and one thing
that'll last you quite a few pads.
Yeah, that'll last you at least a car or two.
Okay, so you're not rushing through it.
No. And the other thing that they just lightly touched on, and I think is important, you're always cleaning your pad with clean solution. There are other pad washers on the market that use the same solution over and over and over again.
Throwing it up back into the pad. Yeah.
Whereas with the catch basin, basically it's coming up from that bottom, the bucket in the bottom. It's going up through the pump. It's going through the cleaning pad or the cleaning plate, and then it's going down into that catch basin. But it's not mixing the used and the clean solution.
So it ends up in a divided container.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's good to note. This one's kind of unrelated, but I do have more pad washer questions. I just wanted to make sure this one we kind of missed a little earlier. We had Al here, Al Daly, saying, what's the voltage on the UDAS?
We have it in 110 and 220. So we make it in both voltages for both here and outside the United States.
Excellent. And Brad, go ahead and ask Franco's question.
So on the machine,
here.
Could the water be pumped into those backing plate vent holes and possibly mess up the machine? Something to be cautious of.
I mean, I definitely think that's a possibility, but there's not a ton of water that's being pumped into the foam pad. I mean, yes, these pores are open cell, but I mean, you obviously would probably use just a little bit of caution when you're using the pad washer.
I mean, technically, you'd have to get the water outside of the pad and on top of it in order for it to go in the vent.
Yeah.
Technically, when the loop is laminated to the foam, there is kind of a barrier there, so it doesn't really soak through the loop attachment portion of the pad.
Okay. Yeah, and
it's a valid concern though.
Something to be mindful of, but you'd really have to dunk that
It's a small
thing
chance,
underwater,
but it doesn't hurt to, just be careful.
Exactly. Well, I appreciate the question.
And let's see, more compliments for Ivan, because this always happens.
Yeah. So I got a pad washer after viewing your rotary video.
How much are you paying them, Ivan? How much are you paying them?
No, I always tell people, if you're buying a polisher, the pad washer 4000 should come with it. It's just that easy.
And see, Eddie had another one for you.
Yeah, Ivan has like 4 of these, and if you train with Ivan, it's mandatory. Yeah, I actually do carry 4 of them in my bus when I do training. So,
and and this one actually, I'll have Brad read this one.
Blowout pads, you're going to get dust everywhere, which also isn't ideal with a bunch of other projects around, regardless of how efficient it is. But pad washer 4000 definitely aids in that nice clean shop setting. So.
Clean chef, right?
Yeah, nobody's upset about that. And then the last one I've got saved in my queue before we move along here is I like this one, Joey, with a little pun. Ivan.
Man, I've been stuck on the hand washer 4000. Yeah, hand washing pads is never fun.
No,
nobody ever says, "Yes, I get to wash a bucket full of pads."
So Neil says gold standard. Basically, people absolutely love the pad washer. We definitely aren't lacking in love for the pad washer.
No, and Lake Country has been around since the 70s. It's a family-owned business. It's just I used to be a brand ambassador for them. So, but
full disclosure,
yeah. But nonetheless, the whole everyone in the company works together to create the best engineered and best solutions for the detailer. And they really do have the detailer at heart.
Excellent. All right, guys. So moving along here, as far as the pads go, I see those pad packs over there. We're going to talk about those.
Yeah.
Yeah, before we get to those, I'm gonna talk about something else.
Something else. Go for it.
So recently this year, we relaunched or brought back by, let's say, popular demand, our OSP microfiber pads. This is a microfiber pad that is really good at like medium to heavy duty polishing, medium defect removal, great finishing capability, and the OSP actually stands for one-step pad. The material is very challenging. It's gone through many rounds of testing. We've developed a pad, comes in the HDO version with a center hole and a taper, and then we also have the straight cut version, no center hole, typically more for, you know, like your quarter cable type use with backing plates that don't have center hole venting. But these pads are being very well received. They actually complete a full line of microfiber that we don't have every pad here, but we do have a cutting microfiber, medium duty polishing, which we refer to as the OSP, and then we also have a finishing microfiber. I'll get to a couple of those when we get to here, but they make a great system.
So I could use like a cutting compound, I could use probably a polish, and I could use a wax with any of those essentially, or that pad?
Yeah, so if you want it to be a little bit more aggressive, you can use your compound. It'll, you know, depending on what compounds you're using, I know some of them finish out better than others. We've typically still have had good luck even with heavy compounds, still leaving a decent finish. We're minimal micro marring, minimum cleanup with a second step. Or if you want to dull it down due to a medium, you know, duty compound, you can create a really good one-step polish, and then you can apply a sealant over it if you want, or you can use an all-in-one, and you can get some really good correcting action even though you're mainly just polishing. It's very versatile.
Okay.
So one of the best ways to get one of those pads is in our HDO Pro Pack. This was a system that was kind of developed more or less as an educational piece. Much like some of you guys who are, you know, phoning in the questions, we get a lot of calls on, say, hey, I got a long throw polisher. What pad should I use? What do you recommend? Originally, the HDO pad, which stands for heavy duty orbital, was developed specifically for long throw polishers. It has, well, you can see it through the box, but it's got, you know, it's got the top layer here, which is a really firm foam. Then you have your working foam, so you got your blue, your orange, and your black. that firm foam acts as a, it's kind of a heat barrier, as well as because it's firm, it doesn't have the movement, the foam movement, so you get a little less foam fatigue.
The foam's essentially not, the blue portion of the foam is, or even any color of that, is essentially staying flat during your polishing session.
Correct. It's, you know, unlike a typical pad, you know, where it's all foam, one foam, you have the two layers. This working foam, what we like to call it here, is slightly thinner than what, you know, say like this pad. What that does is, as that foam moves back and forth and around, there's less foam wobble, there's less foam fatigue. So they're a little bit more durable to be able to hold up on long throw polishers versus, you know, like most of the, what I refer to as like a standard orbital pad out in the market. The Pro Packs are available currently in 5.5 inch, 6.5 inch, HDO CCS, along with our heavy duty cutting microfiber and our OSP microfiber. So you may not need all 5 pads, but you might, and so they're all there for you. You know, if you needed, if somebody asked me, hey, what should I do? I got a long throw polisher, what pads should I use? And I I would recommend this Pro Pack because everything is available that you would need on a long throw polisher to get the job done. So on the education piece, so like this box here, we got fancy directions here. It says open here, in case you missed it. But in here is you get a little bit more of the education. It'll tell you, the range of the pads. There's a aggression chart, little description about Lake Country and polishing. And then we have some QR codes in here. The QR codes will take you, I believe one takes you to the website where there's a little bit more information on the pads. We're working on getting those linked to some videos on some how-tos. So if you have more questions on how the pads are used or demonstrated, those will be available shortly. But we really wanted to be able to put something together that would educate people on what they would need in order to get the job done.
Okay.
So-
And go ahead.
I think Scott's being a little modest right now. So Scott actually came up with this whole design and put really all these pads together for that reason, because a lot of people come to us and say, hey, like, what do I use? And we wanted to kind of give them a best-in-class product. So Scott, we last year essentially married the HDO technology and CCS, and instead of it just being a flat pad, we wanted to give, like, what I tell our customers is, our best experience in our for lack of a better word, our most highest valued product. So can you just touch on, the closed cell structure, because it's kind of unique to Lake Country. And before you get into that, I just kind of want to plug too, this really embodies a little bit about our innovation as a company, but what you're going to start seeing too is our branded Velcro on our products too, and that just kind of goes along with having a little bit better experience with the brand, and you can kind of see it a little bit with the LCPT. It works just as well as the black Velcro, but it looks a little bit sexier, if you will. And I love being able to see that, and you guys will start seeing some packaging updates and different appearances from our product category. So I'll let Scott kind of talk to why he picked that specific pad line for the Pro kit.
Sure. So we have a patented technology. It's referred to as the CCS technology, which stands for collapsed cell structure. So each one of these dimples, as everybody refers to them to, is the collapsed cell structure pocket. It's a process that partially, closes the cell or collapses the cell, which allows for slower polish absorption, which leaves more polish on the surface, longer working time, less chance of having a dry pad, which, kind of that touch on what Ivan said earlier. The more the pad is lubricated, the less chance of wrecking paint or damaging it by running a dry pad. The other thing it prevents is pad skipping, because you're getting a break in surface tension, and you are also, because you're getting that break in surface tension, you're getting a little bit of heat reduction on the surface as you have less foam touching the surface during your polishing process. So basically, this is the latest version of pads that are incorporating the CCS technology, which is why it is incorporated in the user-friendly HDO Pro Pack, available, for those detailers using long throw polishers.
All right. Well, I do have a few questions here for you guys, if you're ready for at least 3 more or so. All right, so let's go ahead and pop them up there. Before, this one was back about the pad washer. However, I'll just pop it up on the screen. Incidentally, you brought up microfiber wool, all that afterwards, but he was just wondering if there's anything different to do when you're pad washing with a non-foam pad.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Kind of the same process. The only thing I would suggest is if you are cleaning if it's a knitted wool product or a larger wool pad, is to just try to hold it as close to the plate when you're spinning it out.
Okay.
Without touching it, but it'll help with the splashing.
And then Ivan, this next one, people always want what they can't have. It just always seems to happen.
Do the pads come in 3-inch? That question came up with the microfiber pad.
Right.
Yes, the microfiber pads, actually the OSP, well, thank you, because I didn't touch on that. Okay. The OSP pads are available 1-inch, 2-inch, 3-inch, 5-inch, and 6-inch.
Okay, so there are definitely some options there.
They're just not available in this fancy packaging.
Oh, no, not to worry. I think they want the pad most of all. So, here's a question from Director of Success, Brad.
That's a great question. How do the closed cells on the CCS help with polish consumption?
It will reduce the polish consumption.
Not having to reload those as much as possible. You know.
And you did touch on that. I just wanted to make sure he got his question put out
your
there.
Your buffing cycle is actually going to be longer because everything stays cooler and you can reapply. Some people look at the dimples as a way of applying more product halfway through the buffing cycle.
Just a little pressure, you have a little more product.
And then I got Franco here, Ivan.
Is there a big difference in HDO to SDO? Love the SDO, but we'll get a better cut even slightly with the HDO.
That is correct. That is due to the thinner working foam. It becomes a little bit more stiff with the rigid backing. It will be slightly more aggressive than the SDO, and the big thing is you'll increase your longevity of the pad due to less strain from the movement of the tool.
And that's what the HDO you're saying?
With the HDO versus the SDO, yes.
Yeah.
All right, and then the last question I've got here for you guys, Brad, please.
Again, you guys touched on it briefly, but I want the Lake Country pad washer. With the pad being even slightly moist after washing, can I go right back to working a panel with it? Will it dilute the compound polish at all or affect results in any way?
I know there's a couple different viewpoints on this, right, Ivan?
Definitely. But from, I've tested many different polishes, compounds, and I always use the System 4000 pad washer. And yes, it affects the results in a very positive way. You get better results with a clean pad. No matter how you look at it, even if the pad is slightly damp, you'll actually get a longer working time out of your polish. You're creating less heat. You're damaging the pad less. You're damaging the paint less. There's all sorts of advantages to the System 4000. Like I said before, if you don't have one, you need one.
Essential.
And then this last one was simply a comment here from Car DNA Detailing. I organized 2 trainings in Poland, one with Ivan, the other with LC Kelly Harris, both at the highest level. Regards to all, Marcin.
Thank you, Marcin.
Thank you.
Very nice.
Cool.
All right, gentlemen, anything left to leave us with before we go along here?
I just want to thank you guys. I mean, this is just an awesome event. We're only 3 years into doing the same event, but it seems to get bigger and larger every year. I want to see the Subaru rebuild come back with a new car next year. So I want to cast my vote for that. Ooh. But really appreciate you guys being partners and look forward to what 2023 is going to have in 2024.
Excellent. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you very much. No, I was just going to echo what Andrew said. I just wanted to thank everybody for having us out here. This is my first time, so this is thoroughly enjoying it. And so thank you very much.
Glad to hear it. It's been wonderful having everybody here. Take care. All right, so now we've got ourselves LC all wrapped up, neat with a bow, very nice. Yeah. And what's coming up next, Ivan?
Optimum Polymer Technologies.
Huh.
Yeah.
Wow.
This one should be loaded right
now. Yeah, I think a lot of people are excited to see this one. Who knows what's going to happen? I mean, let's just find out.
Exactly. Off we go.
Hey guys, so thank you to the boys at Lake Country for a great presentation. I do want to say one thing that they asked me to remind them, and I reminded Dane, but I think he also forgot, so I'm going to say it real quick. FOD, Future Detailing, is a class that Lake Country and a number of other companies are putting on, happening here at the Rag Company in May. So if you want to learn more about those Lake Country pads, playing with the tools, all that stuff, make sure you go over to Dr. Beasley's, sign up, and come hang out with us. But now, to give him his full time, the legend himself, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. David Gadusi. Welcome, sir.
Levi, thank you. It's great to be here. That's my first time actually coming to Boise for TRCMA, and I was actually did the virtual
You
last
did a virtual
year,
last year,
so I'm
yeah.
very excited to be here, and we've got a number of major announcements to make. And the first and foremost, we
I'm very excited for this.
Yeah, we have basically partnered with the rack company to exclusively offer the optical maintenance line. This is our top level products that are highest performance across the board, designed for ceramic coated cars, but they work fantastic on any car.
Awesome.
And the optical nose, for instance, it has ceramic polymers in it that when you use it on your car, you're going to end up with a great gloss, great finish, great protection, unsurpassed by any other product. Hyper Seal, the same thing.
Smells great too.
Great, thanks.
And then Hyper Seal, you were saying.
It's also has ceramics in it that not only enhances ceramic coated cars, but also any car that doesn't have ceramic coating, it will give it up to 1 year protection.
And it's extremely easy to use. Spray on, wipe off. I mean,
Spray on, wipe off.
It doesn't get that much easier.
Right. And same thing goes across the board for the whole line. They're very high performance, designed for ceramic coated, but work excellent on all cars.
Yeah. So you've got Power Clean in the lineup. Again,
Yes.
you said it's got more active ingredients, but it's also safer on
ceramic coating.
ceramic coatings.
Right.
So you've got that as your APC. So those that are fans and currently users of Power Clean, this is more of a ready-to-use formulation.
Yes.
With those safer for the ceramics.
Right.
And then Ferrex, an old favorite here, iron
Just
remover.
Don't put your nose to the bottle. That's all I recommend. But it works great. Removes iron particles from wheels. It doesn't affect your coating at all. And it's another great product in the lineup.
Yeah, and these two are used as a decontamination step for the OptiCoat.
Correct. Yes.
Coatings. And then Optimum Tire Gel, or OptiCoat Tire Gel.
Tire Gel is very concentrated, water-based tire dressing that does not damage your tires. It just gives it actually protection and longevity.
Perfect. Awesome. And then MDR, another key ingredient for this.
Absolutely. Anytime you're dealing with water spots, you definitely want to use MDR to remove it. And especially, again, with ceramic coating, you always have water spots issue. With this product, you can remove it without affecting your coating, in fact, helping it.
Yeah. And you can leave this on overnight, you said.
Absolutely.
So you can apply it, let it sit for, it has a very long dwell time, and then rinse it off.
And very, very safe and gentle.
That's awesome. And then M-Wash.
M-Wash for traditional washing. It's a highly concentrated car wash soap that again has some ceramic base in it and works great in ceramic coated cars or for any other car.
Nice, nice. And we talked about Hyper Seal, and now we got Fabric Clean and Protect.
Fabric Clean and Protect is the best way to clean your fabric, seats and carpets. And it not only cleans, but it leaves protection behind. So you're not removing your coating, but you're actually adding coating to it.
Yeah, so great maintenance product for those with interior coatings.
Right.
And same with Protectant Plus.
Protectant Plus, also great protection, not just for leather, but also for vinyl and dash. Basically, all the interior surfaces except for carpet and fabric.
Yeah.
And it adds the protection also at the same time.
Excellent. So again, those that are using the OptiCoat coatings, you've got these as top-ups that can help and take care of all those situations. And then Glass Clean and Protect. This is a very unique product.
Right. This is one of the only products that not only cleans the glass without streaking, but it leaves a water repellent protection behind. So you get the Rain-X effect in one step.
Yeah. This is a really cool product. It's not used on interior glass, but on exterior glass.
Right.
Correct?
You don't want water beating inside your or getting foggy.
I don't know.
Inside,
Sometimes people maybe want that. I don't know. But this is really cool, especially for those that are looking for that quick maintenance or the ability to protect the and top up the glass coating that you already installed or paid for or had done.
Absolutely.
This is a great way to keep that
If you
maintenance.
use that, your glass coating lasts for as long as you want by using this glass clean and protect.
Yeah. Well, those are awesome. So like Dr. G said, those are available now at the Rag Company. You guys can pick those up. And I got a dirty car behind me, and I was thinking of maybe just getting it cleaned up, and I thought we could get Anthony to come in and, you know, he's not been doing anything today. I feel like it's his turn to come in. Maybe we'll just make him wash a car for us.
Sure.
Because I know you've got a couple of other products you want to talk about. And let's get going. Anthony, why don't you wash this car for us while we're doing that?
It's a
Thank
small
you,
car.
Anthony, we appreciate
I
your
can
help.
take care of it. Yeah, it's a small car. I got it.
Well, recently we introduced a line of products for RV and marine.
Okay.
And these include a wash that not only removes dirt and grime, but also oxidation from gel coat.
Okay.
So
nice.
it's the best way to prep the surface. And if you're planning to polish or wash a car, this is the best way to remove any wax or sealant or anything else on the car. And you can use a foam gun, foam the car. As you do that, you see dirt actually washing away.
Oh, cool. So you can, so not only is this for RV and boats, but you can use it for a strip wash.
Yes.
For those that are wondering. So there you have it, a very powerful, strong
strong soap. Yet it's pH neutral and very gentle
Oh, wow.
at the same
nice.
time.
There you go. The best of both.
Right. And then we have a new spray polish for RVs and boats that removes oxidation in one step.
Okay.
And leaves a great finish ready for waxing or coating.
Excellent.
For the interior, we have developed a new interior leather and vinyl protectant that has additional UV protection. Since you know, when you're dealing with boats, you're fully exposed to
Right.
the elements.
Almost more so than a car.
Right, right. And lastly, we wanted to reintroduce Gel Coat Restorer, which is the only product of its kind that you can put on top of your boat or RV, and it protects the gel coat and it makes it last much longer, and it gives it basically rejuvenates
And rehydrates that gel
rehydrates and makes it look new again.
Awesome. Well, these are all really great products, and it's cool to see that, I mean, it doesn't matter the surface. You're always
Right.
innovating and figuring out how best to protect it and how best to make that work. So those are great. I'm going to adjust some of these here so people can get a chance to see them all. And Anthony, how's that wash going? Seems like you're struggling, or are you enjoying
no,
that?
I'm actually
Okay.
really enjoying this. You know,
That's
there's
good.
nothing like a nice warm bucket of rinseless wash here, and it feels absolutely awesome. And so I'm having a pretty good time. Now, in my opinion, right, this is a pretty big launch here of the OptiCoat line at theragcompany.com, right? This
Yeah.
is something that me and you have wanted for a very long time.
Very long time.
And so I think that you should kind of explain kind of the reasoning behind this and the overlap between the OptiCoat maintenance line, I can't talk right now, I'm so excited, as well as the normal Optimum line and kind of the differences there, right? We talked about the higher concentrates, but it's a different bottle size. We have a different bottle look, a different bottle feel, as well as some of the different scents and things like that that come across the board there.
Yeah, and previously this has only been available to OptiCoat installers to
Right.
sell,
Yes.
which has been a really great feature for them to be able to use this and then sell these direct maintenance products to their customers as they pick up their vehicle. One thing that we've loved is Anthony and I have always been fans of your product lines and have loved everything from the very first iteration of ONR and OptiSeal all the way into this stuff, but we really wanted to get our hands on it, and so we've been pining for this, but there's a reason. This doesn't replace the current Optimum lineup. This is a
Right.
separate brand called OptiCoat. And the cool thing about this is for those of you that are actually and actively installing any type of ceramic coating, these products work on all of them. And so for folks at home who are they want a maintenance product, maybe they've used some of the maintenance products that we carry from other brands, this is something that really does take you to the next step. We've always considered this line kind of the penultimate lineup to have in your arsenal, and this is super cool. But on top of that, it's the fact that so many more customers over the last few years are getting more educated in the products that they are installing in their vehicle, or they go to a detailer, they have a full suite put into their vehicle of coatings,
Right.
but they want to do the maintenance themselves.
Sure.
And one of the neat things about this line is you guys have made it super simple for them to be able to do it at home, but also to get the maximum amount, because sometimes companies start to, they kind of lighten them up, the products for maintenance. They don't really want to hurt the interior of the car.
Right.
These are extremely safe for that, but these are top shelf products. And we've been so excited to have this here.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be great for the people to be able to access it so much easier now through the rack company.
Yeah.
And then, as I mentioned, we got several major announcements to make. We are bringing back OptiClay by high demand, and for years this was the best way and only way to clay cars.
Yeah,
now
I remember I used to use it all the time, and I loved it. It was my favorite clay.
And even though there's different kinds of clay towels and clay mitts, but still, when you're dealing with overspray
and heavy contamination,
OptiClay is still the best way to remove the contamination.
Nice.
And another major announcement we have is Opti Trim Protect, which is the best way to not only protect your trims, but also bring back faded and old looking trims. And this one syringe is enough for a full-size car.
Oh, wow. Nice.
So that's available to all consumers that they can buy through the rack company website. And one more innovative product.
This looks interesting. What's this?
That's a ceramic sealant that's water-based. We were able to basically emulsify ceramics. This doesn't have the same longevity as HyperSeal, but it's very also easy to apply and should last about 6 months, half as long as HyperSeal. But nevertheless, it gives you great slickness and gloss. So that's another new and
that's super cool. I like that.
Or new product. But the biggest announcement we have is, as you know, Norris has been in the market since 2006.
Yeah.
And Norris has been revised in 2010, 2012, 2015, 2021. And we felt that we need to increase the slickness, gloss due to high demand from the customers. And we went back to the drawing board, and we have come up with the formula that's far above our older versions of Norris. This product not only gives you the greatest lubricity, it leaves the greatest gloss, but it's also very easy to wash and dry. It just leaves barely any water on the car for drying. Most of the water runs off, and as Anthony is demonstrating, using this formula to demonstrate how nice it works. And anyways, compared to all the previous revisions, this is by far a much higher level.
That's awesome. So a full new formulation, ground up formulation of O&R.
Right.
So revision number 5, and but still all the same benefits and uses as the previous O&R.
Right. Recently at Mobile Tech, a few months ago, we did a video talking about the top 20 uses of Norris with Justin Lobato. And if you all want to check it out, you can go to YouTube and search for top 20 uses of Optimum Norris, and you'll see all the different uses, over 14 or 15 uses for automotive use, another 5 to 10 uses for use at home, which people are using it in those fashions. And this not only does as much, but it does it even to a better level, higher level.
That's awesome. Anthony, how's it feeling over there as you're drying off that car with that?
It feels very good. It feels significantly different than before, and probably the best way possible. I mean, just feel this right here, Levi, over here. Take the towel and yeah, try that area right there. And just give it just a quick second.
Yeah,
do a quick towel flip.
Let me get out of the way. So.
I would say it's been.
Oh my gosh.
Significant.
Yeah, it's
significant.
It's totally different feeling.
And
when you flip that towel to the dry side.
I mean, it was clean, and what I felt like is I mean, because I'd asked Dr. G, because as you guys know, I'm a pre-spray guy when it comes to doing my rinseless. But Dr. G said just go into it straight with a sponge and start cleaning it. You know, just a little bit of liquid on the sponge and start going. And what was crazy is the moment that the O&R made contact with that dirt, I mean, it was just disappearing. I mean, it was just going, and I don't know. I mean,
well, what I'm amazed by is you're right. There is less water.
There's less liquid on the surface. Yeah.
That side and this back corner here now, that back quarter panel, there's far less water than there normally would have been, especially on a vehicle like this where we don't know if it's coated. We don't know how well it's protected. We know Jody takes care of it from RoadFS, but this is. The wash is running off like this has got a ceramic coating on it.
Yeah, it feels amazing. Yeah, and the mixing process is the same, and all of the benefits are still the same, right? So you're still going to reduce the amount of water that you're using, as well as reduce the chances of water spotting. Correct?
Right, absolutely, and especially with this new formula, as you mentioned, minimal water is left, and when you're drying. The biggest, most important thing is having lubricity on the surface. Yeah. And with this product, there's zero chance of marring. Of course, even the older version was as good in that sense. And the encapsulation technology is even improved. So when you look in the bucket, all the dirt is at the bottom. And that's one of the unique features that no rinse has that we haven't seen with any other rinseless wash. So,
well, and one thing that I've loved is with, and even I've said, and I said this to Dr. G right before when Lake Country talked about it, I use O&R in my pad washer, in my System 4000. So I have used Snappy Clean, and I like Snappy Clean, but I found no rinse because it's just so versatile in so many things. And this, when I started using this product almost 10 years ago, this changed the way I detailed cars. And I've always told folks that rinseless washing is a skill set. And it's exactly the same if you're going to become a detailer and you want to learn, gosh, I really want to learn how to polish a car. Gosh, I really want to learn how to do leather repair. Gosh, I really want to learn how to do paintless dent repair. I want to learn how to do PPF, or I want to learn. Those are all skill sets.
Right.
But so is rinseless washing.
Sure, absolutely.
Because there are so many areas, especially in this world, that have a hard time getting with water, get to water, have access to water, use enough water, or use too much water and need to use very little water. You know, there were laws that were happening. I mean, even this past summer in the UK, they had a hose pipe ban, so you couldn't wash your cars, you couldn't hook up a garden hose. And this has always, for the last nearly 20 years, revolutionized the industry in terms of washing. And this is the granddaddy, the OG of all of that. And it's phenomenal that you're still always continually thinking about, how can I make this product better? How can I keep this still the standard of the industry?
We continuously try to improve, and competition helps us continue to improve and better our products. But two things about the advantages of rinseless washing versus soap. One is that you'll never have water spots issues.
Yeah.
Because first of all, you can do one section at a time and dry, or you can even if it dries with no rinse, it wipes the spots right off. And the second benefit is that when you wash them with soap, it's got great lubricity. But then when you rinse it, you lose all your lubricity, and then you're drying with just plain water, which has very high surface tension. And that's where most of the marring comes from, is during the drying process.
Yeah.
Unless you use one of the top quality towels from Rag Company. But when you're using no rinse or rinseless wash, you're not removing all that lubricity. It's right there working for you, helping you with the drying process.
Yeah.
And with this product, with this version, you have so much less water left on the surface that drying becomes a breeze.
So I just want you to, for those that maybe this is the first time they're learning or knowing who you are, what made you develop, this was one of the first products you developed when you started the company.
Right.
What was it that caused that? Because you helped develop modern clear coat systems. And then you looked at washing that surface totally differently.
It was really several top detailers that I was working with that they had water restrictions and asked us to develop a product. And the first version that I made, and I sent it off to these detail shops, detailers, mobile detailers actually, and they used it and they said, we want to buy some. How soon can we get some? And we started making that product and it took off. And since then, like I said, we've continuously improved it. And one of the things we do is we listen to our customers, we listen to especially the detailers that I work with. They always come to us, give us great ideas. They test the products before we take it to the market. So it's fully tested and improved as much as possible before we even take it to the market.
Yeah.
And it's great. And also they come back to us and tell us great uses for the products. For instance, you know, the fabric cleaner, the optical fabric cleaner, you can use it at home to clean worst stains from your clothing.
Oh,
yeah, I had somebody call us and said, you guys are missing the boat. You should sell this for home use. Because they tried it on a
stain remover.
Pre-treated stain remover. They tried it for chocolate stains, and they said nothing else removes chocolate stain. Just took it off with no problem at all. So we continuously hear from people about all the other uses beside and beyond what we've come up with.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Now, and that's what I've always liked too, is like when we go back into this versatility and the fact that you can use it at home, there's so many uses. You know, we use it as a clay lube in my shop. We use it as a wash media.
Right.
We used it in our pad washers. We used it to wipe down. We put it in a spray bottle and we'd spray sticky chemicals, especially on high heat days or times that we needed something, or we'd mist our pads and use it as a wetting agent on some of those compounds and polishes. But then we also used it to wipe down. One thing that I found that it worked amazing in was I did a ton of work trucks that would come in and they were super dusty because they were just out in fields and things, and they'd come in and they'd just have a nice heavy layer of dust on the interior.
Right.
And I found that if I just grabbed a general purpose APC and a towel and I'd spray it, I'd create mud. Because it wouldn't encapsulate, it wouldn't grab anything, it would just smear it around, and I would be chasing dirt. Or I'd have I'd catch an employee, grab a pressure washer and just wash the whole door panel down, and I've got mud trickling out of every little spot. And one thing that I noticed was if I took O&R and I mixed up a bucket and I threw some towels in there and I had a couple sprayers with it, I could mist that panel and it would encapsulate and grab all that dirt, and I could wipe those door panels clean and do it much faster, much more efficiently, and not have to chase that mud because it was grabbing and doing the work for me. And it was, that was a game-changing thing because I was doing the power company's trucks, and so it made my life much easier.
That's great to hear. I didn't know about the use of it in that fashion. That's the first time you shared that with me.
That's how we started it, doing it that way. And then we'd go over with an interior protectant or something. And it just it made it so much quicker for folks with heavy dust.
Right.
And that was really cool. And I really like that. Anthony, what do you got? What are you over there spraying? That ultra ceramic seal?
I'm using this ultra ceramic seal right now. Hopefully they remember to turn my mic on. I just grabbed it. I'm sorry, squeaked and I grabbed it, but my voice is gone. I didn't ask if I could use it. I just started using it. I said, why not? I want to try it out. This stuff is awesome. I don't know what's going on the surface there, but basically I'll spray it. I spread it in. I'm kind of watching it start to haze and flash, and it starts to kind of absorb into the clear. And then right in that final moment, I take my towel and I buff it off, and it is It's nice.
Is
that the proper way? Am I doing it correctly?
Yeah, you're doing it perfectly. And
Okay.
by the way, thank you for demoing the products. And that was the first time you were using this new formula.
Yeah.
So all your comments were right on the spot.
I felt like, I mean, O&R, we've always loved O&R. We've been trying to preach the O&R and rinseless gospel for so many years now. We've converted a lot of people. There's a lot of people that are still skeptics about it, and you know, we understand, right? I was a skeptic at first as well, but it's going out there, trusting it, and doing it. And the first time I ever did a rinseless wash was actually during the middle of winter, and my car was covered in road grime, it's covered in sand and things like that, and it was too cold to go and use a pressure washer. It was too cold to use a hose, and I couldn't stand to see my car filthy anymore, but it was contaminated, it was filthy. And so I mixed up a bucket of warm O&R. I had a little sprayer bottle, I mixed that up as well. I pre-sprayed everything like that. I went through it and I cleaned my car, and it was just it was a light bulb that switched on. I said, oh my God, like this is the real deal. Yeah. I was looking for damage. I couldn't find damage. All I could see was a glossy car, and it looked amazing. And that was so many years ago. And fast forward to today, with I don't know how many bottles of O&R we've gone through. You know what we've gone through.
Yeah.
Oh, a number. I don't even know
gallons.
How many. Gallons over the years.
Drums, really.
Yeah, right. It's crazy. And so grabbing this and using that, I mean, it's like a muscle memory. I've used the product so many times. I know exactly how it feels. I know how it smells. I know how a sponge feels on the surface. I know how it feels when I'm drying it off. And I will say that there is a significant improvement in the way that this feels, and just the cleanliness that the car had when I'm looking at it. It always cleaned extremely well, but this added just a little bit of extra something on top. And so that's when I said, well, if it already looks this good, I'm just going to take this and spray it, and I'm going to see what happens. And so I do want Levi to try it out, actually, because this is
switch places with me.
This is your genuine first impression. Okay. So go ahead and spray it on, and then wipe it in with a towel, and don't buff it too. Don't be too aggressive with it, but just kind of let it set up, and you'll kind of start to see the product kind of absorb into the paint. That's perfect, just like that. Now stop wiping, and give it just a second, and you're going to start to see it kind of work in. Just like that. Now you start seeing it flash. It's disappearing, right? Now take the towel and start wiping it.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's much easier.
So
it's almost like an application. Let it sit for a bit.
Just a few seconds. That's all it is. And so Dr. G said this is about 6 months worth of protection.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
Very good. And this can be used weekly. This can be used monthly.
Absolutely. That's one of the great things about this or HyperSeal. Even though it gives you a great longevity, but you can use it on a weekly basis, and it does not cause any issues.
Okay.
And a lot of people love to work on their cars and apply products every week or every couple of weeks. So there's no reason not to. But by itself, it lasts a long time. As far as no rinse or rinseless washing, there are really two schools of people: those who have not tried it and say it doesn't work, and those who have tried it and say it works great.
Yeah.
There's no in between.
And that's exactly what it is. It's funny because most of the people that are against it are people who have genuinely never tried it, right? They just say it and they say that's wrong, but I go, did you try it? Well, no, I haven't tried it. And I go, if you're so skeptical, why don't you go try it on your mother-in-law's car? Why don't you go try it on somebody's car that runs through a car wash? You have nothing to lose, right? You're going to clean their car, and you're going to be able to see it for yourself. And some people, they refuse and they refuse and they refuse, and then one day they try it and they go, oh, I can't believe I was missing out on this for so many years. The fact that I can wash my vehicle in my garage with the door closed with just a bucket of water, mixing up the rinseless and cleaning it all inside there with music playing. I have a nice cold drink. I'm having a good time, and I have a clean car. I don't have to pull out the hose every single time, not the pressure washer, not the soap, not the foam cannons, not all these extra things. I can just do it in a quarter of the time. In the garage. It's amazing.
Well, and that's why I said it's a skill set that detailers need to learn, because there was a day in the middle of winter at my detail shop where the city water coming into the building froze.
Oh, wow.
And I didn't have water.
Right.
Yeah. But I still had cars that I needed to take care of, and I couldn't use my pressure washer, and I was kind of stuck. I had a pressure sprayer, and I went down to the grocery store and I bought a few gallons of water and got as much as I could, loaded them into my Jeep, drove back to work, unloaded them all, started mixing up some water and some O&R and filling my pressure sprayer, and I was still able to continue working. I was able to get those cars finished and get them to the exact same level of quality that I was going to put out whether I had a pressure washer or not. And it's those kind of situations. I was thankful that I knew how to do it. Because that was an unknown, right? And otherwise I would have had to just close my shop, call the customer, say, I don't know. It was 2 days before they unthawed that water, that city water. And so
amazing.
It is a skill set. And if you don't ever want to get caught not being able to take care of that kind of system. And so if you can learn this, it will benefit you so much better than anything else, I think.
Yeah, exactly. And so before we go to questions, I just want to say, Dr. G, this line is absolutely beautiful. I think most of the people in the comments right now seeing this, that are seeing the optical maintenance line for the first time, who maybe never have seen it, have said that these bottles look amazing. They can't wait to put them on their shelves. They can't wait to start using them because a lot of these weren't as accessible to them, and now they are. So with that said,
I'm also excited about the RV line.
I know you are.
I
know you got the camper.
I got my camper. I needs a little love. I got to do a little bit. But
so I'm going to let you guys answer some questions. I'm going to step out, but thank you for having me on here. Thank you for letting me test out these products. I'm
thank
really excited.
you so much for helping with the demonstration of the products.
Absolutely. Right on, guys. Okay.
All
Get
right.
those questions asked.
All right. So, guys, what do we got over there?
We've got a lot of questions. I don't think you're too surprised to hear, but I want to start off with Ed Iverson, our good friend here, popping off and saying, Optimum and TRC, the dynamic duo that inspired me to start my own business.
There you go.
So, wonderful way to start.
That's awesome, Ed. Thank you.
Thanks, Ed. Yes.
Now, of course, then I've got some more complex stuff. I'm going to kick it over to Ivan here. Take Jeff C's comment here.
So a question for Dr. G. What product or process do you recommend to remove, neutralize road salts and de-icers from a ceramic-coated vehicle?
Well, I'd rather let you take that since you have a lot more experience in cold, icy weather.
Well, I don't ever have road salt so much here in Idaho. We use magnesium chloride sometimes, or de-icers.
Which is the worst.
Yeah. So one thing that I always do, Jeff, is we just use Power Clean for a lot of that, pre-soak and Power Clean. And other times what I'll do, depending on how bad it is, usually we just mix up O&R a little stronger, 128 to 1, just to give it a little, and pre-soaking is key.
Right. As you said, the pre-soaking, even with O&R itself, at 1 ounce to 2 gallons, it would help quite a bit to dissolve and encapsulate all the salt and dirt before you start washing.
Yeah, and any of the heavier, grody stuff, that's when you can use Power Clean and just give it a little spritz. You don't have to do a lot. It's just a light spritz just to help break it kind of loose off the surface.
Sure.
And especially now with the new Power Clean, perfect for ceramic coated vehicles.
Yeah. Yes. And one thing I can add to that, MDR is great for removing that hidden salt residue that we don't see but is there.
Yeah.
Great point, Ivan. Thank you.
Then I got Eddie here, Brad.
So with Opti, are there going to be gallons coming for the new stuff?
Probably not.
No.
Just keeping it in the pints.
Right.
All right. Then I've got Matt the viewer here. Optimum question. What must be done to Pro Plus coated car in order to coat with Pro 3?
Nothing. It just needs to be cleaned, a light polish with primer polish, and then Pro 3 can be applied, which comes with a lifetime warranty.
Okay.
Nice.
Excellent.
Wow.
Ivan, I've got Ed here for you.
So marine protectant, good for a convertible interior as well?
Yes, it would work the same on convertible tops.
All right. Then I've got Kevin here. Kevin wants to know, I would like to know if it's possible to mix MDR in the soap and spray it with a foam gun. Main goal is to wash and treat the car for salt in the spring. Salt in Quebec drives us crazy.
We would not recommend that. MDR has different chemistry that would not be compatible with soap, and also it affects its performance. We definitely recommend using them separately, individually, as directed.
There you go.
Excellent. And Ginger Badger, you got another one.
Are any of these products not ceramic safe?
No?
Well, no, I can't think of it.
It's a double negative.
Right, right.
No, that's basically
Yeah,
it.
so
all right, so.
No, that's a no. Yeah.
Then Kirby asks, would the RV/gel coat products be used in tandem, oxidation removal, and then the protectant? Are these to be at TRC?
Yeah, I would assume you could use those in tandem because you could literally clean it, polish it, and then protect it.
Right.
All in that process,
Right.
and then they'll be hopefully coming soon.
You also need to use power clean. If you don't want to polish, you can avoid that step by using power clean and a scrub pad to remove oxidation before applying the gel coat restorer.
Yeah.
And the gel coat restorer actually works best on an oxidized surface. As Dr. G mentioned, you remove that loose oxidation, leaving a nice clean, whatever solid, clean gel coat is left, and then apply it. If your gel coat is shiny and looks good and just a little quick polish will fix it up, the gel coat restorer might not be the best solution.
Yeah.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
And Ivan, I'm going to have you read Matt, the viewer's question here, because I have a lot of versions of this question.
Yeah. So when might OptiCoat O&R benefit from the revisions announced to the regular O&R?
The optical Norris does not need improvement. It's so far above and ahead of the rest of the products in the industry. We could look at possibly improving it maybe for next year.
Maybe.
TRCMA, but it's far above the new version of Norris or any other rinseless product.
Yeah, this has always been kind of the top tier, and it's been just a little harder to get.
Right.
That's the biggest thing for the last few years. It's been known that this is like the literally gold O&R, as we call it. It's been available. It's just been a little harder to get, and that's kind of been kind of the mystique about it, and the mystery is,
right.
Oh wait, there's a gold O&R. Hold on, let me figure that out. And so this is, like we said, it's still light years ahead of where this is, but this is your day-to-day use that you're going to be working with. This is the one if you're running a shop, if you're running a business, this is what you're going to use, and then you could sell this one to your customers, or you could use this at home for your own stuff.
Yes.
So that's kind of the goal of it.
All right. And then I've got Joey here. Of course, everybody has their favorite coatings and things, but the OptiCoat maintenance line, as you mentioned, does work with other coatings. So he's asking, will the OptiCoat maintenance line play nice with his Diamond Body 36?
Yes. Yeah, because they're very similar chemistries. Because Diamond Body 36 is a carbon-based coating, very similar to OptiCoat. It is made with diamonds, just like OptiCoat is, in a sense. And so these all still work very similar in that line. So yes, you could very easily, if you've already installed Diamond Body on your car, you could use this entire maintenance line. And
I'm glad you took that question. I wasn't sure about
No, it's okay.
what DB3G is.
That's what teamwork is for. Then I've got Brad over here. Go ahead and ask
Ethan Bland. What is the difference between ultra ceramic sealant and OptiSeal besides polymer based versus ceramic based?
So the basic OptiSeal.
Right. It's the main difference is going to be the feel. With this product, you're going to have a lot more slickness and more gloss than OptiSeal. OptiSeal is very versatile. It gives you great protection. You can use it on the interior or exterior of the car, versus this is mainly for exterior. But if you're looking, as some people, a lot of our customers always want greater slickness, greater gloss, that would be the go-to product.
Yeah. All right. Then this one is one I expected to see, Ivan.
Yep. So with the new bottle of O&R, is it marked to see which version we're getting?
Yeah. You could zoom in on this one if anybody wants to that has a camera, but it says right here, tells you on this little gold sticker here, where we at this one?
There we go.
All right, there you go. Revision number 5. So
boom.
There you go. That way you know.
If it's number 5, it's live. All right.
Freshest.
The freshest, yeah. Then I've got Ed Iverson here saying, okay, when and how do we get O&R version 2023, aka number 5?
When's it coming? When does it hit the market?
It should be available in a few weeks. So we'll, if you got some no-rinse already in your arsenal, use it up. Or if you need some, get some, and you should be able to get this in a few weeks or so.
There you go. Excellent. Then I got a question from Hans here. Once again, we kind of went over this a little bit, but for the folks at home,
nice to touch on it.
Yeah, go ahead, Brad.
What are the differences between the gold ONR the ONR 2023 and the OptiCoat rinseless?
Because that will be asked a lot.
Yep.
There are multiple differences. The OptiCoat no-rinse has ceramic components, polymers in it, that leaves much greater gloss and a slickness, and easier to work with than even the version 5 of blue no-rinse. But if you're comparing just blue no-rinse with any other rinseless, or with the version 4 or 3 or 2, this is by far better
this is
than
increased slickness, increased gloss.
Yes.
The ability to sheet off the surface faster, leaving less liquid on the panel.
Right.
So there's a lot of those same benefits in this,
right.
but this adds the ceramic protection
Right.
on there, as
Right.
well as increased, even more so,
Right.
gloss and slickness than this product. So hopefully
And
that
then,
helps, Hans.
All right, and then I've got a nice one here. This one always comes up. This is a very common question just because people like to dissect language. So we're going to go ahead and put this one up on the screen. Meridia Marmot asking, critics of O&R like to talk about how their preferred rinseless doesn't leave anything behind. Can Dr. G talk about the science of O&R and what is left on the surface after using?
I'm not sure what they mean by no-rinse shouldn't leave anything behind. Are they talking about the wash media or on the surface?
So there are some people that think that because of the way that O&R works, they think that it has to leave something on the surface, and that it will interfere with their polishing, with their coatings or waxes, and so then other companies go, ours leaves nothing behind.
Right. Yeah, no-rinse doesn't leave anything behind that interferes with putting a coating or sealant or polishing. It just leaves a nice glossy finish, including the new version. So, sorry, I wasn't sure.
But the yellow one,
it's okay.
But the yellow one,
it
definitely leaves plenty of ceramic protection behind. So you don't want to be using that if you're going to polish, or if you're going to add some other wax or sealant on there. That does it all in one.
Yeah, there you go.
No,
I'm
that's
glad
great.
you pointed that out too.
Yeah, I mostly wanted to ask that because we've been asked that for years, just because people all get up in arms about the specific way it's said. But the reality is, you just heard it from Dr. G himself very clearly. You don't have to worry. So that's excellent. And Mike's saying, thanks, Dr. G. And then I've got, I had a lot of questions, but to be fair, they were mostly the same ones.
Yeah.
Just
Excellent.
comparative. And a lot of people saying thank you. They just really love Optimum.
That's great. Thank you all for listening, and also for using the products. And it's been great being able to make it to TRCMA this year for the first time.
We really, really appreciate it. So, is there anything left, Dane?
I had some, but at the same time, I think we might get stuck going down a tangent, so we'll keep it nice and succinct there for you.
All right.
Okay. Well, thank you all for your help on the question and answers.
Well, there you go.
Thank you
I
very much.
appreciate it, Dr. G. Thank you for coming
appreciate
all this way from Memphis to come hang out with us and be a part of it. And there you guys got to see not only the OptiCoat maintenance line now available at the Rag Company. You can go and you can pick it up today. You might as well do it. It's the last day of the sale. But then on top of that, there are some new products that just got debuted. You're not going to see these anywhere else, and that's why you tune into TRCMA 2023, so you can see all this cool new stuff that Dr. G and his team have built and developed. So thank you, everybody, for watching. Thank you, Dr. G, for coming. It's been a pleasure. And Dane, where are we going to next?
All right. So while they set up over there, we're going to have a little brief chat. But really, I mean, that was great. You don't expect to see Dr. G right here on the premises. We got that opportunity. And one of the questions the Meridian Marmot asked was one I always wanted to pose in front of a whole bunch of people and just
Here's the proof.
Put that nail in the coffin. Just finish that argument altogether. So
Yes,
that's great.
it does leave a polymer behind, as he said, but it's not something that's going to interfere with anything else.
Which is the only reason you should ever care about if something gets left behind.
Right,
so
exactly.
We have absolutely, that poor dead horse has been beat.
Exactly.
But on that note, that was a great presentation. People are very excited. I'm seeing a lot of comments.
What a lineup. We all know O&R is such a versatile product, but it's nice to see everything else that he brought to the table.
There's so much more to Optimum than just O&R. I understand why O&R is the one that gets brought up all the time because it was truly unique. When it came out, there was nothing else like that happening.
No, exactly. And, you know, the optical maintenance line, it's been around since 2017 or 2018, but only available through Opticode installers or directly on the Opticode website.
Correct.
Now it's available through TRC, and TRC is actually the only online place you can get it, which is excellent. But
true.
Great products, and you know there are some crossovers from the Opticode line. Actually, there's one crossover. Sorry, that's Ferex. Ferex is the only one that basically the same thing. The Power Clean, it has a few little improvements to it, like he said, a lot more in terms of the cleaning action, but it is pre-diluted, so it's ready to use for exterior. On the interior, you might want to dilute it a little bit, 1-to-1, to safely be used on an interior.
Okay.
But the other products in that line, very unique, very special, and they all work to enhance ceramic coatings, whether it be Optimum or another brand.
All right. Excellent. Well, I just received word. We're ready to move on to RoadFS. Let's see what they got to show us.
Yo, we are super excited to be here back to TRCMA 2023. It has been an amazing 4 days.
Yeah, I mean, you guys need to catch your breath a little bit there from Opticode and everybody there. Just a couple of shout outs to some of our sponsors there. We got a few things we're doing here.
You're always bringing the hats, man.
Love the hats.
Got to cover the head.
Just the people that are covering up the head. Little solution finish. Little RoadFS.
So
and then a big shout out to our sponsors, the Rag Company, putting this on this event every single year.
These guys, I'm telling you, if you guys could see what happens in the background, the camera crew, the guys that are organizing, getting us mic'd up, I mean, it is amazing. And if you can get your detail shop, your detail business running like the Rag Company, I'm telling you, you will be going back to business. So we wanted to come together, and obviously we have this beautiful car by, I think this is whose is that? Dane's car?
Jaguar.
All right, so we have a little presentation that we thought it'd be a lot easier to kind of walk through the tools that we have to really help you dial in your business. Of course, you guys know we have an amazing app called, Mad Hatter.
That's right, brother.
So RoadFS, and we're gonna run. We got a little bit of.
We're gonna do a little split screen here with the
get
stuff
rocking and
there.
rolling. So we wanted to do a little tribute and get back to business, as Rod said. You know, the past 4 days have been absolutely amazing with Dr. G. I mean, we had Jason Rose this morning.
Jason Rose, you got
PNS kicked it off at the beginning.
Sydney, you got Dane and Anthony and Levi jumping in every 5 seconds.
And then the midday show with Alex and crew, I mean, absolutely stunning.
Awesome, over the top. So we're just doing a little shout out to these guys, and then we're going to do a little overview really quickly of what the software does, and then I'm really excited to show you guys some of the new innovations that are coming out right now. In fact, they rolled out last night.
So McFly, what is it? It is Back to Business 2023. RoadFS is the most robust tool on the market to manage your business. It is a cloud-based solution with both an iPhone, Android tool to help you schedule, manage all of your customers. And so all in one location, you can go in, you can see all of the orders, you can go into a customer, you can see everything that's ever been done for that customer. You can review every single customer, you can run reports to see how those customers are doing for you. We also have a very robust vendor and inventory system. Nobody else has that. So you can manage product that you're selling to your customers. If you're doing deliveries, if you're a little bit bigger, you can run multiple warehouses, you can run vans, you can transfer products in between there, which I'll talk about a little bit. And of course, we have one of the most robust scheduling tools on the market that work both in the command center as well on your iPhone and Android device. So everything that you do in the command center works real time and updated on your mobile device. Yep. Now, the magic happens in the background. So we have the tools in the front that you get to use. We have a whole set of system configurations tools to dial in for your business, to manage your technicians, to manage your team, how you're going to pay them. We even have the ability to set up regions. So if you're working across multiple states or diverse locations, we can manage that. Plus, we have an incredible lineup of tools that allow you to manage all of your parts, services, products. If you're even renting equipment out, you can do something like that. And we have really robust tools to track how you're getting business with campaigns. And then the real magic comes in where back in the settings area, we configure everything. If you're doing boats, planes, motorcycles, we don't do trains yet, but then we can dial in every little aspect of your business to fit the way that you want to run your business. And it enables us to give you the tools both in-house but also online. And we're going to get into the scheduling tools online specifically, but you can schedule online. We have very robust reporting tools that allow you to keep a pulse on your business so that you know what you're doing every day, every week, every month, every quarter, so that you can be profitable. And we even have a time clock.
Yep. So some of the things we're really excited about are some new innovations. People are talking about this all over the place, and it's online scheduling. So this tool now allows you to go in, select your days and times that you're available, and you can go out and schedule that out on a weekly basis or a monthly basis, however you want to do that. You save those times that are available, and then that is going to be put right onto your website. We have a tool here that allows you to customize the message that your patrons see. Your customers can see your message. You can customize the button color to match your website. And then we give you a little code snippet. These guys call it a widget. But it's a code snippet where we allow you to actually upload that, or we can upload that. There's what it looks like. It's really awesome. And it goes on your website. Then, and this is how this looks, McFly. So when we get to this, here's what it looks like on a website. We've customized ours to show you. They go in, they request a service from your website. And the things that you've said that they could schedule, it allows you to do that. It has your company's logo on it. They put in their name, their phone number. They put in whether it's a boat, an RV, or a motorcycle, or whatever you've set up in the system. In this case, we're going to probably go into a vehicle. And so we choose vehicle. It changes the things to year, make, model, and a vehicle type.
And if you're doing boats, grabs the whole number.
Grabs the whole number. If you're doing planes, you can grab the tail number. Then they're going to go in here. They don't have to have the VIN number if they happen to. When they hit the next button, it's going to show the services that you've set up and allowed your clients to see and schedule. And they're actually requesting a schedule. They're not scheduling it on your schedule. They hit the next button. There's the days that you set up for them to see you're available. They choose 2. In our case, we like them to choose 2 because that way you're more likely to have something available and not disappoint your customer. Once they hit next, it gives them a review of what they've done and what they've set up, allows them to go back and edit it if they need to. And then at the bottom, they're going to complete that. It gives them a nice little message. Thank you for doing this. It's all secure through what we call reCAPTCHA, and then they get the message. It goes off to your website, or back to your RoadFS. When you see it, this little obnoxious blue button lights up and lets you know that somebody has requested services from you. This allows you to go into that request and see what it is they requested. Let's say they wanted some PPF or a wrap done here. You can consult with them and call them on the phone, talk to them and see, hey, this is when we like to do those things. I see you requested it on the 8th or the 6th. And then because we chose 2, it allows you to choose one of those times or another one that's more convenient for you. You go in and simply hit the scheduled button, and now that is out on your schedule. It allows you to check to see if you've ever had that customer in your system before. If you have, you say, great, this is an existing customer. If not, it's a brand new customer and it's all set up in your system. If you're using QuickBooks, it ports it right back over into QuickBooks, so now you have a customer in your QuickBooks. At that point, it allows you to do some things where as soon as it does that, you go into notifications. It will send them an email or a text message telling them that their car is scheduled for a service. This is like a CRM on steroids. You can go in and customize as many text messages and emails as you want. You can set it up to say anybody that's ever had a ceramic coating 6 months from now, they're going to get a reminder that they need to come in for a maintenance wash. You can send out one like ad hoc, like it's, hey, it's Easter, we're going to have an Easter special, and send it to all your customers just in one button click. And it is unlimited that comes with the system to do that.
And is this me? Yes, I think this is me. One of the exciting things too is you can go back to those appointments that have been come in and you can assign the technicians to do that. And that could be even outsourced people. And so what we allow you to do in our system is you can configure how you track and you pay those guys. So whether they're an hourly employee, they're a commission-based employee, you can even go in and you can set up individual services. So if I contract a tent guy to do all my tent work, I can set up his 50% or 40%, whatever is appropriate for the contract that you've made for him, and then that will give you a report that tells you how much you got to pay him and how much he's made for you. We also go into the services area. Is this you? I think it is.
You go in here and we can do things like set it up as a flat rate. So if you're doing some kind of flat rate work, if you're doing industrial vehicles or something, or standard, you can set it up and also do custom pricing for your customers. Let's say you have a good client that you're giving a discount to. You simply click on their name right here. You put in a custom pricing, a little green bar shows up showing you that that customer has a custom price. You don't ever have to think about that again. This is going to go into now where we're actually
selling product to this customer. So not only can we track all of the services that you're doing, but you can also sell products to your customers. So you go in to our inventory system. It's part of RoadFS. You select Super Suds, you add it to the invoice, and now you have both the services and the products that you're selling your customers for those DIY guys. And the nice thing is it works on the mobile as well.
Yep.
So all of the functionality in the command center transfers over to the mobile so you can sell products on the fly while you're on the road. And the nice thing about our system is it actually goes into our inventory system. So we can track all of the inventory in a warehouse, on a mobile van, a mobile truck. And we can go in, we can transfer in between locations, we can do a quantity count, and as we're seeing there, it's like, oh, I thought I had 3, but actually I have 5 in those. So it enables you to keep your inventory up to date in real time.
And it tracks your company's value for insurance purposes. In the upper right-hand corner, you'll see that those insurance companies can see how much product you have if anything ever happens.
And like before, all of that functionality is on the mobile device. So if I'm in a mobile van and I'm doing service for somebody and I'm running low on O&R or something like that, I can call Rod. Hey, Rod, let's connect. Because I know I can see that you have 5 on your van. I need you to send me over 2, and so that I can keep moving in my business. The other thing is I can also, from my mobile device, look at all of the inventory at other locations, and then I can do a slew of things. So all of the red tells me that I'm low on a product, so I can order that product, I can receive product, and I can transfer in between locations. So there's so much in our system. It even ties into vendors. So
let's say like the rag company.
Yep, the rag company.
So let's go order some products. So you go in here, you go add. We're going to order, looks like some gauntlet
towels,
a little bit of bead maker, and then some pads. We'll order some pads. Go ahead and put that on an order. What it does is it sends an email off, change the quantity, because you can't have 1 gauntlet, you got to have like 10 because they're fabulous. Get some bead maker, some pads. Once you've set up that order, you're going to go ahead and hit save, and it's going to email directly to them.
Back to the vendor.
Back to the vendor.
That order
gives you a
email,
confirmation.
PO, boom, we got you. So the nice thing is when you sent that email off, that vendor can then send you the products. You go back into the inventory system. I find that PO. You can review the products that you've been sent, make sure that they align. You can receive all of them or individuals. And then once you receive that, that goes right into inventory.
So we know you guys in your business wear a lot of hats. See how I did that there? I
That's pretty good, McFly.
So when you're wearing all these hats, make sure you go to roadfs.com, get a free demo, or follow us on YouTube at RoadFS. But what we want you to do is know that this system's set up to help you make your business more efficient and make more money. That's the main goal of this.
And I literally yesterday got a brand new customer. He signed up with us on Wednesday night, and I had him set up this morning, and actually yesterday morning. I'm getting my days wrong because I'm going back to future into the future, and literally had him set up in an hour. He was off and rolling, got all of his services, his pricing in there, and he was off to the races. And so it really, really is easy to get rolling with RoadFS. We have an incredible team here to help you, and we want to help you have that business that is just thriving. So, do you have any questions for us?
You know, I think a lot of people watching are mostly just kind of absorbing it, right? I mean, I've got a few here. I think a lot of it has always been the presentation of this stuff. Granted, we have a lot of DIYers at home. We have a lot of folks who work in the garage, and maybe this isn't necessarily for them, but for the guys who work in shops, for the mobile guys, that kind of thing.
Yeah, we all know how essential it is, no matter how organized you may be or how good of an operator you are. A system like this is super essential.
Yeah.
I think that's the biggest thing, right? Rod and I get the opportunity to work with detail business owners of all sizes. We have the single operator, we have guys that have 5 to 10 guys. We have guys that have over 100 guys on site, and they're just running through the cars, right? And so it's really exciting for us because we get the opportunity to work with so many different business owners, and a lot of the detail business owners, they're subcontracting some of their work, or they're adding on additional services, right? They're starting to do PPF, they're doing PDR, they're contracting out PDR. So in RoadFS, we can manage all of those services, all of those customers from one location.
Okay. And I did have a few here. It looks like Eddie Colon had a few questions about like functions, so I'm going to go ahead and throw up a couple of those you guys can answer.
Absolutely.
Let's see. Eddie here says, Ivan?
How's the follow-up when a booking is done? Does it send out emails or texts or things like that?
Yeah, it's either or, Eddie. So you can send an email or a text, whatever your preference, or you can do both. So those notifications are totally customizable however you want to do that.
Okay. And then also had another one here, Brad.
And a follow-up to that, do you offer the ability to send invoices and take deposits?
Absolutely. So we can do that. You send invoices, you can email it automatically, you can do it on the fly. You can actually go back to the future and do it in the past. However you want to do it, you can send those invoices out. And you can actually send a link to, if you are using like a Square or some other kind of payment processing, in that reminder, that notification, you can send a link to your payment to take that deposit.
Okay. And one of the things that makes us unique, because I think Eddie Colon is from Puerto Rico, you can, in RoadFS, you can put all of your service descriptions in any language.
Yeah.
Okay. Very nice.
That's great.
Yeah.
And this is an important one because I think a lot of people will be curious to know what the pricing tiers are.
Yeah.
So a user, it goes per user. It's $55 a user, and then the unlimited text message and reminders is $10. So for $65 a month, a single operator can be up and running tomorrow. Everything is included. All updates are included. Whatever platform, iOS, Android, tablet, laptop, it doesn't matter. It's all the same.
I mean, if you're running a business, that's a pretty small expense. So that's not bad.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. You sound like you were going to say something.
No, to me, you can't afford not to have a system like ours.
Yeah, the amount of organization you're going to get from that software is definitely worth that investment.
Yeah, and you know, your CRM is just not a basic CRM that anyone can use across any platform. It's designed for this industry. So
yes. Yeah, and we've spent a lot of time. Rod and I have been obviously to the RAG company. We've been to the RUPES facility. We've been to PNS. I mean, we are invested in this industry, right? We love to be part of training events, not only because we like to learn and we thrive on that, but we want to understand what you as a business owner need. And so our developers actually hate when Rod and I go on a trip because we always come back with new ideas and the developers go, yeah, and when do you want this developed by?
Yeah.
I mean, that's just reality.
Yep. The other thing is like Jody was saying, we're so invested in this. I'm actually a certified skills validated detailer. A couple of years ago, Levi did my skills validation right here.
That was intimidating.
We've worked on, it was intimidating. As a matter of fact, it was like all over in here. Nobody else was here but me. We work all over on cars and vehicles all the time. We were just at the Peterson Auto Museum doing some stuff. I got to work on Steve McQueen's Jaguar.
Yeah, he was pretty jacked.
So we understand what you go through. I've been in the automotive industry since the 80s, and I understand what we're trying to do here. So.
Excellent. And okay, Eddie's got actually a bunch of good questions, so I'll get a couple more here for you as well.
Perfect.
Let's see. So, Ivan?
RoadFS, does it integrate with Stripe and Square? Do we have the ability to send it to Carfax?
So the answer to the first part of that question is yes. The answer to the second part of the question is, do we have the ability to send to Carfax? I just received their APK, which is the keys to the castle, to tie into Carfax as well.
Very nice.
So currently, yes, we can do Square. We have done Stripe in the past, and then we do have the ability. We've started talking to Carfax, so yes.
Okay, and
just
Brad?
around the corner.
Eddie killing it with the question, so we appreciate you, Eddie.
Yeah.
Are updates included with the monthly payment, and do you have a roadmap of what the future of the app looks like?
Oh man, what a great question. Yes, so all of the updates are included in RoadFS. In fact, we rolled out an update last night. I have to send out a little email blast telling everybody what's new and great in the system. We try to do those about once a quarter.
Yep.
And so that keeps us really, really busy. As far as the
roadmap,
mobile
I have a very extensive roadmap. I'm actually the product manager of it, and it's huge. So we really love customer feedback and having to say, hey, it'd be great if you could do this. Hey, what about this? You know, a couple years ago, somebody wanted us to do like photo capture so you could include photos before and afters on the vehicle in an invoice. We have that now. You can take photos, you can attach documents, you can do all that. So anytime somebody has an innovation or a question, let's say the Carfax thing, when I hear that, I automatically go out and do the research and put it on the roadmap, and the list is very long.
Okay, and actually this one's interesting. Lucky Bee Detailing with a question that I can relate to. I got a Mac or two. Full screen on Mac, question mark. The others use small windows and I hate it.
Yeah, I don't know why that is. Lucky Bee, I can tell you
baby.
that iPhone, it's on a
different kind of small window, I guess.
On a Mac, it's full screen. It's on your browser. The command center, as Jody mentioned it, that's on a browser, and it's whatever you're using. So
it's only limited by that window then.
It's only limited by the window. I have a 27-inch monitor at my desk, and I just put it up there. It's just, I'm old.
That's because he's old. He can't see.
Yeah. But I make it look good. Me and Ivan, we make it look good.
You look more like McFly balded.
What a wonderful way to end this. Is there anything left you guys want to say before we round this year's show out?
You know, I just want to thank everybody that tunes in and the Rad Company for putting this on. This is a fantastic event, and if it's the first time you've watched it or the third time you've watched it, you need to just go out and post all the links to your social media and have everybody watch it, because events like this is what gets these innovations and these new products in your hands and allows you as the detailers or a DIY person to see the best and the most innovative products on the market.
Excellent. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Always
Thank
love to see what you're up to. And I think we're going to throw over to Anthony and Levi, see what they're doing out in the studio there.
Yeah.
Wow.
We did it.
We finished. We made it. We made it all the way
High
through.
five.
All right.
Amazing. I can't believe it. This has been our best TRCMA yet. Who would have thought 2023 would be the year where we had the most viewership, we had all these brands, new product releases, and a ton of education
And
across
cool
the board.
shirts.
And cool shirts. And cool shoes.
And cool shoes. Cool towels.
And 20% off the RadCompany.com.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
Who would have thought? But guys, I mean, we can't thank you enough. We didn't really plan this out. Glenn, actually, all the crew, just come over here.
Everybody behind the camera.
Get everybody in the door. Tell them all to come out here. We have a static camera. We want to get everybody out here fast. Tell them to run. Tell them to come. Kara, come on, run out here. Everybody, Gabe, get out here. Come on, there's more people.
Hurry,
than
come on,
this.
there's a few
lot
more.
of
We got a
people
lot.
involved. Come on,
Come on,
let's
Jake,
go.
get up over here so people can see you. At least wave to the camera.
So we had. Okay, now people want chairs now.
Okay, this is
and now they're
crazy.
getting too comfortable.
Yeah.
So we had so many people involved into making this possible. A lot of people behind the scenes. Anthony, get over here. Come, jog, hustle. Nick can't.
Nick's
leave.
stuck behind there making sure this feed's still running.
But I guess I just want to say thank you to everybody here in this frame, everybody that's still in the room trying to manage all of this craziness. But everybody made this possible, and this is all of you watching. This is all of us being able to do this, and this is of course all of our vendors and distributors and everybody that's able to come out to make this the best show, best
here
live
comes Dane
detailing
and Ivan
event that we can get. And Dane for literally having to sit for hours and hours
Editing
and hours with not one bathroom break. He was able to make it happen.
Well, I think he got up during the break.
Bladder of steel. All right.
No, seriously, thank you guys. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you for hanging out with us. This really does take us a full year to build all of this. And all of these folks behind me, they actually build all of that. So all the little graphics, all the little preset stuff, every time you switch and move, this team does it, and they are phenomenal. And the three of us, we're just a couple of jokers that hang out and get to be part of this. But they're the ones that actually really do the hard work here, and we couldn't do it without any of them. And so huge thank you to everybody here. Remember, 20% off store-wide on almost everything.
So we can keep doing this.
So that we can keep doing this, because
keep our jobs.
Today's the last day of the sale, and our packing team and warehouse team has been working all week trying to fulfill your orders. I think the last I heard the other day, 2 days ago when I brought something, Amber, who heads our shipping department, she goes, we're at like 700 orders already, so we're trying to get stuff through. So, yeah, thank you all, but make sure you head over to theragcompany.com, pick up a cool shirt, pick up some stuff, get some swag, and help support all these brands that come here to do this, to put this on for all of you at home. And we just really appreciate it. And again, thanks to Jeff and Carolyn for letting us do this.
Yeah, absolutely. So what do you guys think? Bigger and better next year? Let's try. What's the theme? What are we doing? I don't know yet. Drop a comment down below. Give us some insight. What do you think? Where do you think we should go next? Right? And I guess. I don't know. Space. That might be the next step, right? Who knows?
Show's green screen.
So I don't know what else to say it, but I guess we'll see you next year then.
There you go.
Thank you guys. Thank you.